The House will come to order. Members, please register. Have all members registered? Have all members registered? A quorum is present. The House and Gallery will please rise for the invocation, which will be offered by Pastor Scott Wall from Capital Commission in Austin.
I want to remind you that we'll have a special Passover Easter study at lunchtime right up here in 3W.9, so be sure you come for that. Jesus had what we call the Last Supper, and that was a Passover dinner. And at that dinner, he took off his outer robe and put on a towel, took on the likes of a servant, a slave, and he went and washed the feet of his disciples. And he said, "The example I've given to you, now you go and do likewise." And so this morning, I'd like to pray in regards to servanthood, that we would recognize that God has placed us here to serve him and to serve others. So please join me in prayer regarding servanthood. Heavenly Father, we come before you as stewards of the trust that you've placed each here by the people of Texas. Remind us daily that leadership is not power, but service, not position, but purpose. And when we serve, let it be without seeking praise. And when we speak, may it echo your kindness. And when we move, may it be in humility. Grant each of us here the wisdom to legislate with compassion, to listen more than speak, and to lead with humility and not pride. And when the debates grow heated, ground us in respect. And when the path ahead is unclear, light it with integrity. And when we are weary, may we find strength in knowing we walk in the footsteps of the greatest servant of all when we emulate his humble service. We surrender our will to your purpose. Use us wherever, however, whenever as servants for your glory and not ours. Make each worthy of the trust placed in them, and use this house as a place of servants who promote peace, justice, and hope for all the people of Texas. Amen.
The chair recognizes the Honorable John McQueenie of Tarrant County to lead us to the pledges of allegiance to the United States and Texas flags.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, guests in the gallery, please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now to the greatest state in the nation. Honor the Texas.
Members, the chair is pleased to recognize Bishop Michael Siss from the San Angelo Diocese as our pastor of the day, sponsored by the Honorable Drew Darby. Members, please join me in welcoming our pastor for the day on this important day. The chair is pleased to recognize Dr. Jeffrey Rito from Cedar Hills is our Doctor of the Day. Members, join me in welcoming our Doctor of the Day.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a message from the Senate.
Admit the messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Guerin moves to defer the reading and referral of bills until the end of today's business. Is there objection? Chair hears none, and it's so ordered. Mr. Harless for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House grant permission for all committees and subcommittees to meet while the House is in session pursuant to their committee postings or recess motions. For the purpose of this motion, committee and subcommittee scheduled to meet or convene today upon final adjournment or recess or during bill referral, if permission is granted, are authorized to convene upon adoption of the House of today's adjournment motion.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. It's so ordered. Members, please take your conversations outside the rails. Chair lays out the previously adopted resolution. The clerk will read the caption.
H.R. 668 by Cook, recognizing April 16th, 2025 as Texas Juvenile Justice Professional Day at the state capitol.
Chair recognizes Mr. Cook to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, thank you for the opportunity to recognize the Texas Juvenile Justice Department this morning. The Texas Juvenile Justice System is made up of 164 community-based probation departments serving all 254 of our counties here in the great state of Texas. These departments work in close partnership with the Texas Juvenile Justice Department to serve youth and families at every level of need. Our juvenile justice professionals work with compassion, commitment, and courage, serving some of the highest needs youth in both our local communities and state-operated facilities. Their mission is not only about accountability, but also about healing, growth, and second chances as we attempt to rehabilitate our youth. Through their work, they make a positive and lasting difference in the lives of Texas youth and the safety and strength of our communities. Members, it's truly an honor to recognize the incredible work of these professionals. Their service is vital to the future of our state as we rehabilitate those youth that have been on the wrong track and have the right to be placed on the right track, and for the well-being of the young people that they help every single day. Joining us today on the dais are several outstanding leaders from the Texas Juvenile Justice Department. First, we have the chairman of the TJJD board, Manny Ramirez, who is also a Fort Worth police officer serving the great city of Fort Worth. We have the executive director of TJJD, Chandra Carter, the Deputy Director of Facility Operations, Bill Parks, Dallas County Juvenile Probation Chief and Advisory Councilman Chairman, Lynn Hadnot, and Lubbock County Juvenile Probation Chief and Chair of One Voice, William Carter. And joining us in the gallery, if you'll please rise, we have members of the TJJD Board of Directors, the Advisory Council, the President's Council, Juvenile Probation Chiefs from across Texas, and dedicated staff from the Texas Juvenile Justice Department. And also former member Sean Theory. Members, please join me in move adoption.
Members, this was a previously adopted resolution. Thank you for your continued support. Y'all want to come up and greet them? They're going to come up and say hello and shake everybody's hand. We'll get a picture if y'all want. You don't mind. That'll be okay? You sure? Following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Public Health will meet Thursday, April 17th at 8:30 a.m. in room 1W14 Agricultural Museum in a formal meeting to consider pending referred and committee business.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lozano for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend unnecessary rules to take up and consider House Resolution 693.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? The chair is none. The motion is adopted. Following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. number 693 by Lozano, recognizing April 16th, 2025 as Refugio County Day at the state capitol.
Chair recognizes Mr. Lozano to explain the motion, resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Today I have the distinct honor of hosting a great delegation from Refugio County in my district. We have Refugio County Judge Gigi Pointer, County Commissioner Stanley Tuttle, County Commissioner Gary Wright, and former longtime Refugio County Judge, the Honorable Robert Blaschke. Members, they represent a wonderful county in the state of Texas that's got so much history dating back to the days of our state independence. Refugio is also home to one of the best football teams in the entire state of Texas, the Refugio Bobcats, who pretty much annihilated us and Fremont every time we played them. But members, I do want to welcome everyone here from Refugio, especially those Refugio citizens who are committed to the development of their community. In the gallery, members, please help me welcome Refugio County to the Texas Capitol.
Yeah. They have a history that goes back to biblical days.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move adoption.
The question occurs in the adoption of the resolution. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. Chair lays out the following previously adopted resolution. The clerk will read the caption.
H.R. 679 by Verdell, recognizing April 16th, 2025 as Real County Day at the state capitol.
Chair recognizes Mr. Vidal.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, members. Proud residents of Real County are here today in the gallery to celebrate Real County Day at the state capitol. Real County is an amazing place. Many of you have been there. Situated along Balcones Escarpment on the southern edge of Edwards Plateau, this rugged region of spring-fed streams and scenic canyons was first inhabited by prehistoric people thousands of years ago. In the early 1700s, it was traversed by the nomadic Lipan Apache and the other Native Americans, who left striking examples of rock art along the headwaters of the Nueces and Frio rivers. Anglo-American settlers began arriving in 1850s, and in 1857, the U.S. Army set up Camp Wood near the site of the old mission. After the Civil War, the camp was used by the Army and the Texas Rangers during the years of the last Indian raids. Part of the region was incorporated into Edwards County in 1883, and in 1913, the legislature established Real County from portions of Edwards, Bandera, and Kerr counties, naming it in honor of Julius Real, a former Kerr County judge and the only Republican of the Texas Senate at the time. It's very impressive. In its early years, the county's economy was driven by ranching, especially the raising of sheep and Angora goats, and The Uvalde and Northern Railway help to encourage immigration into the area and connect it to the national markets. Today, Real County is home to more than 2,800 people. One of the reasons I love my district is how rural it is, and its economy benefits from the tourism, retail, and construction industries. Notable communities include Camp Wood and Lakey, the county seat. Residents and visitors alike enjoy recreational opportunities afforded by the Frio and Nueces rivers. Outdoor enthusiasts are drawn to the area for activities such as hunting, fishing, birdwatching, and camping. And each year, Camp Wood hosts its Old Settlers Reunion in Lindbergh Park, while the annual July Jubilee takes place in Lakey. Real County is blessed with a rich history and abundant natural beauty, and its residents may take great pride in their accomplishments as they continue to work toward an even brighter future. If you are from Real County, please stand. I'd love to give you recognition for being here today. There y'all are. Thank y'all very much. Appreciate y'all being here, and welcome to your Texas capital. Thank you. Hey, Judge, how you doing? Good to see you. Thank you. Oh, no, it doesn't have to. It's already.
Chair recognizes Mr. Busey for a recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, please join me in recognizing the outstanding service and achievements of Williamson County Emergency Medical Services as we proudly celebrate their 50th anniversary. I'm joined by one of my fellow Williamson County representatives, Terry Wilson, as well. We are honored to be joined today by many of the dedicated men and women of Williamson County EMS seated in the gallery. Since its founding in 1975, Williamson County EMS has spent the past half-century saving lives and supporting Texans through some of their most difficult and vulnerable moments. What began with just 4 ambulances and 19 team members has grown into a robust and reliable emergency service with over 170 skilled professionals and a fleet of 25 emergency vehicles serving our community every single day. Their excellence has not gone unnoticed. Williamson County EMS is proudly accredited by the Commission on Accreditation of Ambulance Services and has earned the prestigious Mission Lifeline EMS Gold Plus Award from the American Heart Association for their outstanding cardiac care. Beyond their life-saving emergency response, Wilco EMS has shown an unwavering commitment to community education. Through their Take 10 CPR program, they've trained local businesses and nonprofits to act quickly and confidently in a crisis, because saving lives often begins before help arrives. I'd like to give special recognition to Director John Gonzalez for his incredible leadership and continued dedication to public health and safety. We are grateful for his guidance and the entire agency's unwavering commitment to the people of Williamson County. So, Mr. Speaker, members, please join me in congratulating Williamson County EMS on 50 years of life-saving service and in wishing them many more years of continued excellence to come. Welcome to your capital. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to do a photo. You got a second for that?
I'll recognize you. Yeah. Chair lays out the following previously adopted resolution. The clerk will read the caption.
H.R. 300 by Gonzalez of Dallas, paying tribute to the life and legacy of Selena Quintanilla Perez on April 16th, 2025, the 54th anniversary of her birth.
Chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of Dallas to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. I've had some proud days here at the front mic in my 4 terms here in the Texas House, but today's a highlight. Today it is my honor to pay tribute to the life of Selena Quintanilla Perez and to wish her a happy heavenly birthday. Selena's story is uniquely Texan, and the life she lived and the art she created and the legacy she created was uniquely Tejana. Without her ever even being aware of it, Selena perfectly represented her people, her community, and what it meant to be Mexican-American to the United States and the world. I want to ask my joint authors and any other members who want to say a few words before I close with a short story. Thank you.
I'll go. Okay.
Ms. Morales.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Selena Quintanilla wasn't just the queen of Tejano music. She was and still is a beacon of hope for young Latinas everywhere. With her voice, her style, and her undeniable charisma, Selena showed us that it's possible to dream big, break barriers, and still stay true to your roots. She embraced her identity even when the world told her she had to choose between being American or Mexican. Selena chose to be both. And in doing so, she taught an entire generation of young Latinas to be proud of who they are. Her legacy reminds us that representation matters, that our stories matter, and that success is possible when you believe in yourself. Selena didn't just sing, she inspired, and her spirit lives on in every young Latina who dares to chase her dreams. Con todo corazón, happy birthday, Selena.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members, and Representative Villalobos and I. Selena from Corpus Christi, Texas. You know, we honor her there and her wonderful family. They're great friends, but the key is not only was she a great person and her family was a great family, she was a landmark for music, not only in Texas, but internationally. So we're honored, we appreciate all of you, and just remember, she provided a great, great, great landmark for the state of Texas.
Chair recognizes Mr. Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. I'm so happy you're doing this recognition, and I'm sad still to this day that Selena is not here. She was a wonderful young lady, in addition to being a tremendous talent. I grew up in Benavides, a town of 1,900 people, and we used to have a fiesta there. Ryan represents it now. 1,900 people in that town, and we were able to get Selena to come and play early in her career, even before she was really big. It was estimated that 25,000 people came into that little town, to our little town, to come and listen to her play, and I danced to her music. I can remember being on the floor when we heard she got shot. It was a horrible day. It's a terrible memory. But this today is to remember the great, great things about Selena Quintanilla and Bidi Bidi Bum Boom.
Yes, bitty bitty bum bum.
Bum Bum.
He said wrong name.
Chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez-Dallas.
Thank you. I wanted to thank Representatives Villalobos and Chairman Hunter in joining me in this resolution and my other colleagues. I want to close with a short story. When I was 12 years old, my family and I were visiting in Mexico, and Selena was in town, and I got to go to my first concert. I got to see her live, and so my parents dropped us off early, and because I wanted to be in the very, very front. I somehow convinced her band, her keyboardist. I was like, I really want to meet Selena. Can I meet her? Can I meet her? And he grabs me and he says, come on. And he took me to behind the stage. And I got to meet Selena, and it was just the most incredible experience. She was very humble, you know, on top of her being very talented. And she gave me a big hug, and she signed a dollar bill, and she let me watch the entire concert from the side of the stage. And anyway, members, thank you for this privilege and allowing me to in what would have been her 54th birthday today. And so when you get a moment, sing her Las Mañanitas. And thank you, members.
Thank you, members. Members, please take your conversations outside the rails. The chair recognizes Mr. Lopez of Bear for a recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Today we celebrate an iconic Texas original, Whataburger. For those of you that had not been to a Whataburger, welcome to Texas. Go to a Whataburger, you'll find out what Texas is all about. In 1950, since 1950, Whataburger has been serving big burgers, even bigger heart, starting in Corpus Christi, now headquartered in San Antonio, which we love. With over 1,100 restaurants in 16 states and over 51,000 employees, they are a true Lone Star success story. But it's not just about the burgers, it's about the community pride and service that they uphold. Their service to local events, schools, mixed families appreciate their presence, and they are truly part of the Texas fabric, and certainly in San Antonio for the years that they've been there. Seated at the north side of the gallery, I see them waving. Please join me in welcoming and recognizing Whataburger's beloved tradition, a Texas-grown brand, and the real reason we celebrate Whataburger Day. By the way, those of you that drove up on the north side of the Capitol probably saw the Whataburger truck. Come on by, get a burger. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to suspend House Rule 8, Section 5D, to designate as joint sponsors and co-sponsors for SB 503, all joint authors and co-authors for HB 147.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading Senate Bill 503. The clerk will read the bill.
Senate Bill number 503 by Perry, relating to the establishment of an electronic registry of livestock marks and brands.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 503 brings the livestock brand registration into this century by streamlining the process, allowing remote registration, and ensuring brand records are timely, accurate, and accessible to law enforcement, ranchers, and county clerks. It's housed at the Texas Animal Health Commission. The bill brings efficiency, convenience, and flexibility to the current paper and pencil system that's over 100 years old. Move passage.
The question occurs in the final passage of Senate Bill 503. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Show as a Capriglione voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 117 ayes and 13 nays, Senate Bill 503 is finally passed. Good job. Chair lays out on second reading SB 2. The clerk will read the bill.
Senate Bill number 2 by Creighton, relating to the establishment of an education savings account program.
Chair recognizes Mr. Buckley for a motion.
All right. Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of SB 2 until after second reading consideration of HB 2000.
You've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is not. There is an objection. Objection. A record vote has been requested. All those in favor. You want to speak?
Yes.
Chair recognizes Mr. Kane in opposition to the motion by the bill author to postpone.
Mr. Speaker, members, it's time to stop the delays. The people of Texas have been waiting patiently but persistently for us to take action on school choice. They've printed town halls, signed petitions, and spoken out. Parents from every corner of this state have made their voices clear. They want freedom to choose the best education for their children, and they've waited far too long. This is not a new issue. Members, though, this is the priority. It's the governor's priority. It should come before school finance. So I ask you to join me in voting no.
Chair recognizes Brad Buckley in support of the motion to postpone his bill.
Members, I think it's clear of my commitment to SB 2. This decision we make is in terms of making sure that we have a thorough and honest and vigorous debate on this. I ask for you to support this motion, to take up HB 2 first, and then move on later in the day to SB 2.
Record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show of hands. Buckley voting aye, Mr. Meyer voting aye, Mr. Bell voting aye, Mr. Talarico voting aye, Mr. Leach voting aye, Mr. Biral voting aye. Have all members voted? Mr. Frank voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 124 ayes and 18 nays, the motion prevails. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 120. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 120 by Belov Kaufman, relating to career and technology education programs in public schools, the Rural Pathway Excellent Partnership Program, and a high school advising program, including funding for those programs under the Foundation School Program, and to the new instructional facility allotment and the permissible uses of funding under the Foundation School Program.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bell to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill addresses the governor's emergency item on expanding career and technology education to build on existing programs and introduce new initiatives to ensure students graduate with skills, credentials, career pathways needed to succeed and transition to high-wage, high-demand careers, strengthening local communities and Texas economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 120. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Bell of Kaufman voting aye. Mr. Leach voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 144 ayes and 1 nay, House Bill 120 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 20. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 20 by Gates, relating to establishing the Applied Sciences Pathway Program.
Chair asks Mr. Gates to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. HB 20 establishes the Applied Science Pathway Program. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 20. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 144 ayes and 1 nay, House Bill 20 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 150. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 150 by Capriglione, relating to the establishment of the Texas Cyber Command as a component institution of the University of Texas system and the transfer to it of certain powers and duties of the Department of Information Resources.
Chair recognizes Mr. Capriglione to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. With the Texas Cyber Command, we are charting a path towards resiliency and putting our governments and communities on the best footing. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 150. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Leach voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 130 ayes and 13 nays, House Bill 150 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 6. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 6 by Leach, relating to discipline in public schools.
Chair recognizes Mr. Leach to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the Texas Teachers Bill of Rights. I do have a third reading amendment.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Leach.
Mr. Leach to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, let me just explain this real quick. First, the amendment makes changes to the charter school language that was inadvertently left out yesterday. It changes the requirements for what disciplinary matters they can and can't consider before denying enrollment. Second, it places the language that was in section 37005 regarding what procedures must be followed upon return to the classroom. And third, it makes an additional cleanup change. And then fourth and finally, the Representative Bauer's amendment yesterday that she so graciously pulled down. We worked over the past several hours on that, and her amendment is included in this third reading amendment. So with that, members, I'm really proud to move, I guess I need to move adoption of the third reading amendment.
The following amendment is acceptable to the author. However, a record vote has been requested, so the clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 142 ayes and 2 nays, the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Leach to close on House Bill 6.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move passage of House Bill 6, the Teachers' Bill of Rights.
The question occurs in the final passage of House Bill 6. This is a record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Chair Representative Leach voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all? Mr. King of Hemphill voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 124 ayes and 20 nays, House Bill 6 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 100. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 100 by Leo Wilson, relating to the purchase, adoption, and use of instructional materials by public schools.
Chair recognizes Ms. Leo Wilson to explain a bill.
Mr. Speaker and members, a teacher's #1 teaching tool is the instructional materials. High-quality instructional materials are the key component in delivering grade-level TEKS. I would like to thank the Speaker for making high-quality instructional materials a priority this session. I respectfully ask you to support.
Question occurs in final passage of House Bill 100. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Chair Representative Leo Wilson voting aye. Have all members voted? Ms. Collier voting no. Mr. King of Hemphill voting aye. Mr. Vasut voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 103 ayes and 42 nays, House Bill 100 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 210. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 210 by Guillen, relating to contracting with the school district by a vendor with whom a member of the Board of Trustees of the district or a related individual has certain business interest, creating a criminal offense.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 210 cracks down on school board corruption by banning contracts with vendors if a trustee or close relative holds a substantial financial interest. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 210. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Mr. Metcalf voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all Bowers voting aye. Ms. Hull voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 146 ayes and 0 nays, House Bill 210 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 215. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 215 by Guillen, relating to the payment of support rights and benefits for a child placed with a relative or other designated caregiver.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill ensures that when a child is placed with a relative or designated caregiver, the benefits like SSI and child support follow the child. Move passage.
Final question occurs on final passage of House Bill 215. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Hull voting aye. Mr. Metcalf voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 145 ayes and 0 nays, House Bill 215 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1393. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1393 by Metcalf, relating to daylight savings time.
Chair recognizes Mr. Metcalf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, let's pass Texas time. Quit changing our clocks every time.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1393. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Hull voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 133 ayes and 11 nays, House Bill 1393 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1151. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1151 by Hull, relating to neglect of a child and the grounds for termination of the parent-child relationship and possession of a child by the Department of Family and Protective Services.
Chair has Ms. Hull to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this has to do with the definition of neglect and the parent-child relationship. Move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1151. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 145 ayes and 1 nay, House Bill 1151 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 1268. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 1268 by Button, relating to the creation of the Texas Technology and Innovation Program.
Chair recognizes Ms. Button to explain her bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill creates the Texas Technology and Innovation Program to better leverage on federal dollars supporting our small Texas businesses. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 1268. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 116 ayes and 29 nays, House Bill 1268 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 142. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 142 by Noble, relating to the administration, authority, and duties of the Health and Human Services Commission's Office of Inspector General.
Chair recognizes Ms. Noble to explain her bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill protects our Medicaid dollars from waste, fraud, and abuse. I move passage.
Question occurs on final passage of House Bill 142. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Ms. Bowers voting aye. Ms. Hull voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 144 ayes and 0 nays, House Bill 142 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading House Bill 451. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 451 by Thompson, relating to a screening for the risk of commercial sexual exploitation of certain children.
Chair recognizes Ms. Thompson to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is a bill that broadens our opportunity to be able to screen children, particularly those who are in foster care and TJJD. I move final passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 451. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 147 ayes and 0 nays, House Bill 451 is finally passed. Next bill on the calendar, House Bill 124, is not eligible until 5 p.m. Members, we are waiting on the drafting of a perfecting amendment for HB 2, the school finance bill. The House will stand at ease until 11:15. The House will come to order. Mr. Smithy for a motion.
Mr. Speaker and members, I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence to meet while the House is in session today at 3 p.m. in room 1W14, the Agricultural Museum, to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Mr. King for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on State Affairs to meet while the House is in session today at 1 p.m. in room 1W14, the Agricultural Museum, to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The following announcements, the clerk will read the announcements.
The Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence will meet today at 3 p.m. in room 1W14, Agricultural Museum, in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business. The Committee on State Affairs will meet today at 1 p.m. in room 1W14, Agricultural Museum, in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2 by Buckley, relating to public education and public school finance.
Chair recognizes Mr. Buckley to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill alone represents nearly $8 billion in funding for our public schools. Let me repeat, $8 billion for your public schools. And together with the House's other priority legislation, such as HB 120, HB 124, and HB 123, we will provide nearly $10 billion for our public schools this session. This is more money for Texas public education than any other piece of legislation in the history of the state. This is landmark funding for Texas public schools. Members, you've seen your district runs. Every district gains substantial resources going forward as a result of this bill. And members, I could talk about all the good things in this bill and the impact that it will have for our schools all day. But for the sake of time, let me just hit the highlights with all of you right now. First, we've increased the basic allotment from $6,160 to $6,555. And members, that includes an ongoing automatic increase to the BA every biennium, tying that to the growth of property values through the golden penny yield. Most importantly, HB 2 does a number of things for Texas teachers. It provides over $1 billion for salary increases for our teachers, our school counselors, nurses, and librarians, specifically those with 5 or more years of experience or 10 or more years of experience as well, with these pay increases ranging between $3,500 and $7,000. We substantially increased the small and mid-size adjustment for our nearly 1,000 small and mid-size schools to help address the teacher pay gap between smaller districts and more urban districts. We provide more resources for the teacher incentive allotment, which directly results in more teachers making 6-figure salaries and for them to stay in the classroom. These are our best, and we must keep them in the classroom. HB 2 provides direct money to districts to get their teachers certified so that the teachers in our classrooms are well prepared to educate our children. It establishes the popular Grow Your Own program as an allotment, equipping districts to recruit and train teachers from their communities to earn a degree and their teacher's certification. And for some of you, I know, and most importantly, this bill increases special education funding by over $1 billion, and it includes a new funding model based on student needs. Members, to implement this historic funding for special education and to change in a very material way the way we fund special education in Texas, most of the special education funding based on intensity of service model will occur in the second year of the biennium. There is still more resources for special ed the first year of the biennium, but as districts become accustomed to utilizing the processes to make sure that the funding we provide for special education students matches the needs and services that they require, we wanted to give them a runway to do this, and this comes upon the recommendation of our special education leaders across the state. Members, this bill provides more money for pre-K, for bilingual education, compensatory education, and charter school facilities over the biennium. HB 2 represents a thoughtful, student-centered investment in public education. It provides teacher support and a substantial investment in special education and other important services that we need in our public schools, all while ensuring district flexibility. This bill provides substantially for local control. And before we move on with our discussion on this historic piece of legislation, I would be remiss if I didn't thank the members of the House Public Education Committee for their time and their investment in the development of this bill. But most importantly, I want to thank my Vice Chairman, Diego Bernal, and his team. His enthusiasm and the ideas he contributed were essential in drafting this bill. Members, we heard hours and hours of testimony, and we had several great discussions on the provisions of this bill. I also want to thank members on this floor right now that have come to me with issues involving very specific things that are happening in your districts. That's what we do in the Texas House. We represent our districts. And that representation of your districts could not be more apparent in any piece of legislation you'll see today than in House Bill 2. Members, I look forward to having a robust discussion today about this bill. I ask you to stand with us as we provide the largest investment of funding for our public schools in the history of this state. Members, I'll have a perfecting amendment, and I'd like to lay that out this time before I take questions.
Mr. Talarico, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for a couple questions?
Does the gentleman yield for some questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, want to thank you for your work and for Vice Chair Bernal's work on this bill. There's a lot of good stuff in it. I voted for this bill out of committee. As I've said before, I would vote for a $1 increase for our public schools. And so I do want to acknowledge that this is a good step forward. But as I mentioned in committee, I don't want to overpromise the people of Texas what this bill will do. So I just want to ask you a few questions. Yes, is it true that this bill doesn't catch our schools up to 2019 funding levels?
This bill and other pieces of legislation, some that have passed this body already, will provide more than $10 billion
Yes.
in public education funding.
Yes, sir. My question is, will, in total, that catch our schools up to 2019 funding levels? I was a co-author of House Bill 3 back in 2019. I know you worked on that legislation too. Will this bill, along with other bills, catch us up to those funding levels back in 2019?
Yeah. You know, Mr. Talarico, I think the inflationary environment that our districts have had, that our businesses have suffered through, that our families have suffered through, have created tremendous gaps and lots of funding. But House Bill 2 is a significant investment. It is I think Vice Chairman Bernal made a great statement this morning as we met with members of the press, and that was this, is that school funding and public education funding in particular cannot be viewed as a sculpture. It's a garden. And so this is planting that seed to build our way back to making sure that our schools have the resources they need. And again, I just want to emphasize, members, you have an opportunity today to cast a vote for the largest investment in public education in the history of our state. And so we will continue this process as this body returns session after session to make sure the resources are there for our schools.
And I know that you've said a couple times that this is a historic investment. Would you also acknowledge that our schools are in a historic hole financially?
Yeah, you know, if you look around my district and other districts, and I've visited with some of you, you've invited me to your cities and your counties. You know, we've had real heart-to-heart talks with our school leaders, teachers, and parents. And you know, there's no doubt that the inflationary environment of the last few years has hit our schools, and you know, some have had resources to provide the things. You know, some have given teacher pay raises along the way. Others have not been able to. But House Bill 2 really speaks to that, and again, it provides a tremendous investment to help them get back where we know they need to be.
Okay, but I want to make sure we're nailing down an answer. This does not get us out of that historic hole that our schools are in since 2019. I want to make sure we're getting a clear answer on whether or not this bill, along with other bills, in total would catch our schools up. Because, Chairman, the comptroller says it would take $15 billion to catch our schools up to 2019 funding levels. So my interpretation of this bill, even linked with other bills would not catch us up to those 2019 funding levels. Is that correct?
Yeah, Mr. Alarico, what I would do is I would have you go around this floor and talk to each members that have talked to their superintendents, like I have over the last couple of days, and find out, what this bill does for them.
Chairman,
I have not had one superintendent that I've talked with in my district that has not seen this as a significant investment that allows them to do the things they need to do.
Of course. I think all superintendents would appreciate any increase in funding. My question to you, and I just want a straight answer. I'm trying to be respectful in my questioning of you. I'd like a respectful answer in return. Will this bill catch us up to 2019 funding levels? That's a yes or no question.
I believe that this is a bipartisan effort to close the gap. No.
I'm going to take that as a no until I get a yes. I want...
The gallery will refrain from making these remarks or outbursts during the debate.
Chairman, in terms of teacher pay, do you have an idea of how much this bill will raise teacher pay on average? I know that's a complicated question, but do we have a general sense of what teacher pay increases will look like?
Yeah, the bill requires anywhere from about $3,500 to $7,000, but it could be more based on district to district.
And do you know what it would take to get average teacher pay in Texas to the national average? Again, I don't think Texas should be average in anything. I want us to be the best in all things. But just to get us to the national average, do you know what kind of teacher pay increase we would need to do that?
Well, I think it's important to note that the bill provides targeted resources for teachers with 5 years of experience and more targeted resources for teachers with 10 years of experience. And I think one of the things that we have done in time in Texas is we have chased the starting salary, but we've not invested in our more experienced teachers, except through teacher incentive allotment. I want to thank Vice Chair Bernal for his hard work on making sure that we invest in teachers with 5 or 10 years of experience. And once you do that, you're going to see the average. You're going to see the average change. And I think this is a tremendous step towards paying our teachers significant increases that they deserve.
And the answer was $10,000. That's what we would need on average to get our teachers just to the national average on teacher pay, and this bill fails to do that. I appreciate your answers. You know, we have schools closing across the state, in my district, in your area, in areas across Texas. Do you feel that this bill meets the moment and will be able to stop those school closures that are happening across our state?
You know, I think it speaks to the most significant investment in public schools in our history. And I believe it's also going to give our school districts the opportunities, those that are suffering from a decline in enrollment and those that are facing other challenges, it's going to give them a lifeline to evaluate the way they do school and hopefully to keep more neighborhood schools open so that kids can enjoy that same experience of public school that I did.
I think with schools closing all over the state, with Texas teachers making less than they did 10 years ago when you adjust for inflation, with educators driving Ubers at night to make extra money, this bill fails to meet the moment, and this bill is wholly inadequate to the crisis that we face. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair advises our guests that under House rules, demonstrations or outbursts by visitors in the gallery are strictly prohibited. If there are additional demonstrations or outbursts in the gallery, the chair will order the Sergeant-at-Arms to clear the gallery under the House's constitutional authority to prevent obstructions of its proceedings. Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Chairman Buckley. First and foremost, I want to thank you and Vice Chair Bernal for all your hard work. As the only member who's still on the floor who was on the Special Ed Finance Commission, the work you're doing to go to the intensity model is really critical. I'm glad we're finally seeing that hopefully get across the finish line. I also want to thank you for your work on the bilingual ed and all of the wonderful things in the bill. I do have some questions for some clarification, if that's okay with you. Can you help me understand your justification in changing the golden penny yield from what is currently in statute? As a conferee on HB3, we had large debates on how we were going to do the golden penny yield, and so I was curious to see the change in HB2.
You know, the golden penny yield and the funding provided by that before House Bill 2 really is inequitable. It's Tier 2 focused. We know that the best way to get dollars in Texas classrooms is to put it in Tier 1 funding. You know, last session we put nearly $2.5 billion into our public schools, but it didn't go to them equitably because of the way the golden penny yield was described in law. This takes those dollars and it puts it in the basic allotment so that we can finally achieve what school leaders and teachers and parents have been asking for, and that is every biennium an increase in the basic allotment. And we know that the basic allotment really is the foundation of the program that funds our public schools. And so this is, to me, is a way to make sure the dollars remain in the classroom. It drives it for Tier 1 instruction, and to me is a very novel way to make sure we get those investments in our schools.
I don't disagree with you that golden pennies have been a cause or a reason to have inequity in our school funding formula. I think what I'm a little bit concerned about, and I think this is more for conversation going into conference, is how can we make sure that the golden penny yield isn't changed to the point where it's not increasing, instead of increasing the value of the golden pennies each year when the property values increase, that it increases. So I guess my point is I'm concerned that as property values increase, the golden penny yield changes might create more inequity, and that's one thing I think you're trying to move away from. And so my ask is for us to reconsider how we're doing this golden penny. I only say this because we worked really hard in HB3 to put bands of equity to make sure school districts who could benefit the most from the golden pennies weren't able to have that ability to go off the rails and create even stronger, larger gaps of inequity. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. I know that one thing when you look back, and we looked at this real closely throughout history, you can't find a time in Texas through our school funding period where statewide property values did not increase session after session. So, you know, I really respect what you're talking about, and we've had real thorough discussions about this. But I think when we have the opportunity to take dollars that are now being distributed, inequitably, if you will, and put it in a mechanism that drives the growth we see statewide, the success of Texas. Property values grow when you have a booming, successful economy, right? We can drive these dollars in the spot to drive it into Tier 1 funding. But I respect your concerns. That's one of the things we've looked at. You have my word that we'll make sure we continue to follow that.
I appreciate that, because I agree with you. On the Tier 1 funding, that is the best and most equitable way to address school finance. I'm just concerned in this other change, we could be increasing inequities, and so we have to be really careful. The other two questions I have is how much is in the HB2 is appropriated for facility funding for charter schools?
Well, it stair steps. We grow it over time. The amount here, let me find it exactly for you. It's $260 million.
$260 million, yes. But it grows over time?
Yeah, it's stair stepped in the first 2 years.
Okay. And the last question I have is, when we did HB3, one of the things that was really helpful for us who were looking at big picture, I'm really grateful that you gave us our district runs, but I think what's important for me to understand, because I don't just care about my district, I care about the state as a whole. I care about making sure we're creating equitable formulas. Will you be able to distribute statewide runs to all of us so I can do my own analysis, so I can see, is equity being sustained, something that's been very important to you, to the members who've been working on school finance for a really long time?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Chair.
And the way we handled the runs was to make sure we got in the hands of the members because we're having a debate today, right? We're talking about a bill. So we wanted you to be able to see what the impact of the bill was, and the runs you have show the impact of the perfecting amendment, okay, in most instances. And so that way it gives us a great starting point, but we'll certainly provide that to members as we get this bill off the floor.
I appreciate that. I feel when we did HB3, we handed out, because I was there, similar to your position, handing out packets of the entire state. And I think for all of us to make, I don't think it's good for us to only think about our district sometimes. We have to think about statewide implications. So I appreciate that.
You bet.
Ms. Trosco, for what purpose?
Will Chairman Buckley yield for questions?
The gentleman yield for questions. The gentleman yields.
Chairman Buckley, thank you so much for bringing this bill forward as a product of public schools myself and a supporter of the amazing public schools in my district. I know that I share many parents and teachers and superintendents alike in thanking you for all the work that you've put into this bill. I wanted to ask, isn't it true that total public school funding, right? Because public schools are not just funded by state dollars. They're also funded by federal dollars, by bond dollars. So isn't it true that total public school funding has grown significantly since 2019? In fact, it has grown 9% even after adjusting for inflation.
That is correct.
And at the same time, enrollment has either stayed the same or even decreased in many circumstances.
Yes, Representative Troxclair, we do have some enrollment decline in some districts, and overall, the state, what you can see is a flattening of our growth curve during this period.
So, if I'm hearing you correctly, total per student funding has grown significantly, and it would be completely inaccurate and only a fraction of the story to make the case that somehow the state of Texas has not fully funded or increased our funding for public schools in total since 2019.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you so much. I wanted to ask about this financial safety nets that guarantees that schools receive 95% of their funding from the prior year if they experience decline in enrollment. This is a really important protection for public schools, right? Because I'm sure we might hear later today that other bills that we're voting on could cause a decline in enrollment, even though that may or may not be true based on the data we have in other states. Even if that is true, this school finance bill ensures that our public schools will receive at least 95% of the funding from the prior year.
Yes, and also in the perfecting amendment, we address that issue even further.
Right. On teacher pay, I'm curious. Is it ultimately up to the local school boards to enact their state budget and ultimately increase or decrease teacher pay?
Well, the bill does provide that 40% of their new revenue must be spent on compensation. And of that 40%, 75% goes to teachers and librarians, nurses, and counselors, and the other 25% goes to bus drivers and paraprofessionals and our cafeteria workers to make sure that everybody that's involved in making a school operate to the best of its ability receives increased compensation under this bill.
And that's important too, because we hear both arguments as legislators. We hear you must give our teachers more funding, and when we do that, when we have done that in the past, sometimes that increase in funding that we give in a lump sum to a school district doesn't ultimately make it into the classroom. And in fact, the spending on administrative expenses has greatly outpaced the increase in teacher pay over the last 10 years or so.
Yes, it has, but House Bill 2 is a classroom bill. It is focused towards those that are standing before our kids every day, those really where the rubber meets the road of education. It's really why we do school. We do school because of that. And this bill is drafted with that intent to drive more money to the classrooms, especially make sure that our great teachers receive teacher pay raise.
So that is a safeguard that the state is really stepping up in a big way to support our teachers and to make sure that the money allocated in this bill gets directly to them and doesn't get lost somewhere along the way.
Absolutely. If you think about what this bill does for teacher pay, we make sure we target teachers with 5 years of experience and 10 years of experience to create a greater delta between starting pay and 5 and 10 years of experience. Many of you here own your own business, or you work in an industry or some sort of occupation, and we know that experienced members of your team typically make a greater compensation. Our salary schedules, and if you look at our pay scales across too many districts, it's too flat. So when the teachers that have that expertise and that classroom experience, they're not receiving the pay raises they deserve, and we've always chased starting pay. This bill, for the first time, targets that to the center of the pay scale. Make sure we get our best paid teachers with the experience level that we know gets the results. And to that, it increases funding and expands teacher incentive allotment. That is the pathway for more of our best teachers, those that get measurable outcomes. It's their pathway to earn 6 figures. And you can see that across the state, members, where we have...
The gentleman's time has expired.
No more questions. Thank you.
Mr. Guerin for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Lunch is available for purchase in the members' lounge for any members that are interested. Thank you.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Buckley.
Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment's a perfecting amendment that I want to lay out for you at this time. Members, this amendment restores our current M&O hold harmless provisions that are in current law. It phases in certain provisions of the bill to go into effect the second year of the biennium, and it cleans up some drafting errors. It stair-steps charter facilities funding, similar to how we've done it in the past. It expands eligibility for the dyslexia training grant program to include the Texas Juvenile Justice Department and Juvenile Probation Departments, enabling those entities to train staff in identifying and supporting youth with dyslexia. It restores the ADA enrollment decline provision to current law, which is 98%, and increases the funding cap to $300 million. It allows emergent bilingual funding to be used to fund salaries. It also ensures districts have the flexibility to provide teacher pay raises that can be sustained long-term. Members, this is a response to some very, very small districts who are receiving such a significant amount of new funding that we wanted the districts to have more local control, because as written, some of the pay raises might not have fit in with their markets or their abilities to sustain them. This amendment makes certain that school counselors and librarians and nurses also receive a pay raise since they provide essential support to all of our students. And finally, members, the amendment excludes the school safety allotment and regional insurance provision from being included in calculation for teacher pay raises to make sure these stand alone. And I'm happy to take questions at this time.
Ms. Hinojosa, for what purpose?
Will the chairman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
Chairman Buckley, you and I just had this conversation before the start of this bill, but I wanted to get it on record because I'm getting a lot of people calling me concerned about some language in this perfecting amendment that raises questions about previous good bipartisan work that this chamber made into law that requires charter schools that get facilities funding to submit statements saying that their purchases do not give anybody who's affiliated with a charter school personal benefit. This is important because we had seen before we had put this language into statute that there were some charter school operators that were making some very questionable and unethical transactions, and they were benefiting personally. So what it looks like is happening in this amendment is that that is removed from current statute. Can you just speak to that?
No, that is not removed. It's moved to another section. It just moves it. Our intent and what we will have in the statute will read as such. The charter holder is entitled to receive funding under subsection D for an open enrollment charter school only if the governing body of the school annually certifies in writing to the agency that no administrator, officer, or employee of the school and no member of the governing body of the school or its charter holder derives any financial benefit from real estate transaction of the school.
Is that moved within the perfecting amendment somewhere that I don't see?
We'll have to.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I know this is very complicated and it's hard to do this on the floor of the House, but I would like to get your commitment that in the final outcome, we will have something that preserves that language, that we're not having charter school operators personally benefit from these financial transactions for real estate dollars, especially since now they're getting a whole lot more money when it comes to facility spending.
That's right. You have my commitment.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Chairman.
Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Hi, Dr. Buckley. I'm looking on page 3, lines 25 through 27 of your perfecting amendment, and I just want to make sure I have a better understanding. I think you addressed this a little bit. I believe this section is talking about the teacher pay raises, and there's something in here about a teacher pay raise. I guess there's a requirement for a $15,000 per year or up to $15,000.
Yeah.
And you mentioned something about certain school districts may not offer that $15,000.
Yeah, what it does is some of the very, when you look at what the bill requires in terms of the 40%, we ran a model on a couple of very small districts. Like we have a district that might have like 8 teachers. Didn't know there were those, but there are. And it would calculate out to be like a $40,000 a year pay raise, which they may very well deserve. Wanted to make sure in that instance, though, that they were able, that a local board was able to make that an amount that was not that high if they choose to do so.
All right, but that's not limited to small school districts.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
available for all school districts, is that right?
Yes.
So any school district can decide not to offer the $15,000 pay raise and could use.
Well, yeah. Well, they can do it, but their 40% of what they have would not very likely in the bill not reach that threshold.
Okay, understood.
Yeah, sorry.
Because then it says something on line 27, a district may spend excess money available as a result of this subsection for any purpose for which money provided under this section may be spent. So, in the example you gave was the ones that have 8 teachers and they would have excess money. That's what you mean by excess money?
That is correct.
Okay, because I was just about to say, a lot of school districts that I've talked to, they don't have excess money.
These are very unique school districts typically.
Okay, and then what are some of the purposes that this money could be spent for?
Operations of their school. You know, I mean, if you think about a very, very small school district, the smallest district in my district has about 350 kids. The economies of scale, they just don't benefit from that. And so they're not a district, by the way, that would really qualify under this, but it is, you know, anytime you have the super small districts, there are, you know, certain challenges that they have that you wouldn't experience in larger districts.
And then if we could go to page 4, line 18 through 23, I'm not familiar, this is of course my first time reading your perfecting amendment, and it says, in calculating the difference between a school district's funding under this chapter per student and average daily attendance for the current school year and the preceding school year for the purpose of subsection C, the agency, and that I believe is referring to the TEA, may not include the amounts to which the district is entitled under section 48.115 or 48.284. What are those? I'm not familiar off the top of my head.
Yeah, it is, it's the ones that make sure that when it comes to school safety, and let me make sure there's another one that is provided for there. It limits what you have to put in the pay raise. It excludes the school safety allotment and regional insurance allotment from teacher pay raises.
From teacher pay raises?
Okay, well, no. Well, as part of the 40% of new money.
Okay,
Because
so
the school safety allotment and this other allotment are basically designed to go to a specific spend, school safety or insurance.
okay, so then this section, which mentions average daily attendance,
Yeah.
and they're saying that they don't have to include, or they may not include, money that the school district is attributing towards school safety?
Yeah, it wouldn't be counted as in their new money calculation for the 40%.
Got it. All right. Thank you.
All right, you bet.
The following amendment to the amendment, the chair lays out the amendment to the amendment. The clerk will read the amendment to the amendment.
Amendment by Bernal.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bernal to explain the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, first, this amendment is acceptable to the author. I want to thank the chairman, Representative Kerwin, Lopez, Leach, and Bojani. We looked at the bill as a whole and saw that there was money to do something, but it took us a very long time to figure out how to get there. But we did. And so what this amendment does is allow us, without growing the size of the bill, to fund full-day pre-K.
Mr. Schoolcraft, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Gentleman yield for questions. Yes. Gentleman yields.
Mr. Bernal,
Yes, sir.
Just how exactly are you funding this change? Where's the money coming from?
So the money is coming from the comp ed allotment, which already exists. And as you know, the comp ed allotment in the bill grows the weight. For those who don't know what weight is, it's sort of an amplifier, right? So we're growing the comp ed, the compensatory education allotment by 0.005. Now, together with the BA, that generates a significant amount of money, but per kid, it doesn't do as much. So what we're doing is, if this folder is the comp ed bucket, What we're drawing inside of it is a smaller bucket that will fill up, and then districts can draw down to pay for full day pre-K. Because right now, what the state does is only pay for a half day, right? And they're forced to use precious resources to cover the other half. What this would do is take pre-existing money for the kids it's intended for, fill that bucket up, allow us to spend that money on pre-K, and fulfill our commitment.
Okay, so in summary, sounds like you are taking money from the compensatory education allotment and moving it over to a program you think is more valuable. Is that correct?
That is incorrect.
Thank you.
That is incorrect. Move adoption. That's incorrect.
The following substitute to the amendment to the amendment. The clerk will read the substitute to the amendment to the amendment.
Amendment by Schoolcraft.
Chair recognizes Mr. Schoolcraft to explain the substitute to the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is actually a pretty big deal. It's a few $1 billion involved here. This is a substitute because Representative Bernal is actually addressing an area that I'm also going to address. It's going to get a little complicated. I hope I can explain it to help folks understand. Members, this amendment will raise the basic allotment by $1,444. That's $1,444 per student without increasing the cost of this bill. I actually got my inspiration for this bill from our own Chairman Buckley. Now, I'm not saying he's for this amendment, but just before we passed this bill out of committee, I wrote down some of his words, and he said, "The fairest and most equitable way to fund public education is through the basic allotment." I agree. I think there's almost universal agreement. The basic allotment takes money and it funds it equally for every student in the state of Texas. Members, the basic allotment is very easy to understand. As I said, it takes a single amount, gives it to every district equally across the state. But piled on top of that basic allotment is layer after layer of complexity. Seriously, is there anyone in this chamber who is not frustrated with the sheer complexity of our school finance system? Is there anyone in this chamber who thinks it's a good thing that we have a school finance system that spends $101 billion and yet nobody understands it? I want to give you one example of how this screwed up system distorts things. I printed out from the TEA's website the PEMS data for 2 districts. This is the actual financial details submitted by those districts. I happen to choose Dallas ISD and Cypress Fairbanks ISD. They're both significantly larger than 100,000. They're big districts. They're comparable districts in many ways. Now, you would think they would have approximately comparable funding per student. But off of these, if anyone wants to come look at them, you would see that on the line operating and other revenue, Dallas ISD has $18,673. Cypress Fairbanks, has $13,614. Members, that's a $5,059 difference per student between those districts. That means that Dallas is getting $703,686,664 more than Cy-Fair. Or let's look at the grand total operating and non-operating expenditures line on these printouts. Dallas ISD gets $22,990 per student. Cy-Fair gets $16,000 and that's a difference of $6,943. What that means is we would have to fund and give Sci-Fair $965 million, $743, and $528 more in order to fund them at the same amount per student as Dallas ISD. Well, you think, well, must be because Sci-Fair is a wealthy district, right? Well, again, further down on these reports, it shows that local property tax from M&O, i.e. generated locally, Dallas generates $8,903 per student. Sci-Fair generates $3,731 per student, significantly less local revenue. Members, this is just an example, but let's talk about how to fix this mess. Members, the way to increase the basic allotment by $1,444 without spending more money is to rip out a huge chunk of the complexity in our school finance system and begin distributing more of our tax dollars through the simple to understand, fair, and equitable basic allotment. So let's talk about how this amendment funds the increase. The increase will be funded by repealing what very well may be the biggest scam in the entire state budget. It's hiding in plain sight in the Texas Education Code. If the basic allotment is the fairest and most equitable way to fund public education, the compensatory education allotment is the exact opposite. Now, what I'm doing, I'm addressing the compensatory education allotment just like Representative Bernal, except he's just taken the part he wants and putting it in his program. I'm saying we repeal the whole thing and put it into the basic allotment. That comp ed allotment is convoluted, politically manipulated, and it's a grotesque distortion of how we distribute the money in this state. Under this bill, the comp ed allotment will redistribute $5.8 billion without regard to any kind of logical plan. Again, I said it will distribute $5.8 billion. Now let's talk about allotments. We keep talking about those. Let's make sure we're all on the same playing field here with understanding. Our school finance system uses a concept called allotments. The basic allotment is a dollar amount that schools receive for every student. In addition to the basic allotment, there are allotments such as the special education allotment, the gifted and talented allotment, the career and technical education allotment, and the bilingual allotment, and there are others. But those ones I listed are all student-based allotments. That meaning that those allotments fund schools for the costs of services provided to the student who generates the funding. You have a student in one of these programs, we fund it. Let's talk about the comp ed allotment on the other hand. Instead of funding based on students receiving services, the compensatory allotment is completely different. The funding for the comp ed allotment is not generated based on students receiving services. The compensatory education allotment is calculated and dispersed to school districts almost entirely based on the number of enrolled students who are on the federal free and reduced lunch program and who live in low-income census blocks. These students are called educationally disadvantaged. Keep in mind, there is nothing that requires any specific services be provided to the students generating the comp ed funding. Let me repeat that. There is nothing that requires any specific services to be provided to the individual students who generate the funding. So let me review what I've said. If we do not adopt this amendment, The compensatory education allotment in this bill will redistribute $5.8 billion to some school districts based on the number of students enrolled in the district who now live in low socioeconomic blocks and who are on the free and reduced lunch program. Members, here's another very important fact to remember about this allotment. The compensatory education allotment is calculated as a percentage of the basic allotment. That means every time we increase the basic allotment, we flood more money into this CompEd allotment. For example, if this amendment is not adopted, the modest increase in the basic allotment included in this bill will add another $454 million.
Ms. Richardson, for what purpose?
Not at this time.
The gentleman does not yield.
This bill will add $454 million to the already bloated CompEd funding. Here's another really important fact to keep in mind.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Extend.
When you yield for questions?
The gentleman's time has expired.
Motion to extend.
Members, is there objection? Chair hears none. The gentleman's time is extended.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, members. All right, this is a very important part. The CompEd allotment, I already covered that. Let me go on. Sorry. Teacher salaries. Anyone here interested in teacher salaries? Members, in this bill, 40% of increases in the basic allotment go to salaries. Teachers are the ones who will have a massive benefit from this change. Let me get back to my reading. Under this bill, funding for teacher salary increases is also tied to the basic allotment. The bill specifies that 40% of any basic allotment increase must be used for salary increases. This amendment provides for a $1,444 increase in the basic allotment. That would result in a tremendous teacher salary increase, at least funding for that. So to review, this amendment raises the basic allotment by $1,444. It yanks out a huge piece of complexity that's in the education code. It increases teacher pay, and it does all of this without increasing the cost of the bill. I'll yield for questions.
Ms. Richardson, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield
yield.
for questions?
Gentleman yields.
Thank you. So, Representative Schoolcraft, besides the compensatory education allotment that you've been talking about, are there any other allotments that are affected by this amendment?
Actually, well, yes, it is indirectly. And this is another important part to understand about school finance and the basic allotment. The other major student-based allotments automatically go up when we increase the basic allotment. So with my amendment, over the current bill, we would increase special education funding by $2,296,000. We would increase bilingual education by $179 million. It will increase dyslexia allotment by $45,400,000. Career and technology education by $645 million. Early education allotment will increase by $143 million. So all of those allotments go up automatically based on the basic allotment. So when we increase the BA, it also increases funding for those other programs that are providing services to our students.
All right, thank you for that clarification.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Dutton, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
I yield.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you. Let me ask, how is, and this is for the body, how does a school district qualify for compensatory education funding?
The district receives funding based on the number of students enrolled who are on the free and reduced lunch program and who live in low-income census blocks.
Okay, good. And so how is the money spent in CompEd?
pretty much it can be spent for however they want to spend it. It's very confusing to try to follow the rabbit trail on the code sections, because it makes it look like we have to spend it for this and that. It even says 45% has to be spent on comp ed programs, meaning, 55%, 45% you can do whatever you want with. But if you look closely, districts who have 40% or more comp ed students, which is a huge number of districts, they can spend their money based on what qualifies for Title I expenditures. And if you go look at Title I, by the way, I have a whole folder full of stuff on Title I. Basically, they permit whole, well, let's see, let me find it. Permits whole campus funding, and they can use this funding, Title I, or comp ed money, for hiring additional teachers or aides, reducing class size, offering tutoring, training teachers, workshops, counseling, extended learning, purchasing hardware or software, training staff, etc. So they can pretty much use the money however they want. It's like a basic allotment.
And the 40% comes off the top that they can obviously do whatever they want to with.
It's 45% correct.
45%,
they can do anything
yeah.
they want.
Right.
With the rest of it, they have to report it, but they report it and they can do just about anything they want also.
And do we know specifically what they actually spend it on?
No, we don't.
And if we put it in a basic allotment, we would have a better track on comp ed money and how it's spent.
We would be putting it into the basic allotment, giving the school districts the flexibility to determine how that money can best be spent for their districts under their conditions and their student demographics.
And does your amendment do away with Chairman Bernal's amendment?
It will replace Chairman Bernal's amendment. That's
in total?
correct. Yes.
In total? So,
yes.
So that will be gone, and what you would do is add, what, $1,444 to the basic allotment?
Correct.
And so the basic allotment then, and 40% of that, now rather than going to something we don't know about, would actually go to teacher salary increases, would it not?
Yes, sir. That's correct. You've got it.
I think you got a good amendment.
Thank you.
Mr. Frank, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions? Gentleman yields.
Yeah, thank you. Representative Schoolcraft, I appreciate what you're trying to do here, but is this the same bill, SB2, Dr. Buckley's bill that we discussed for 2 days in the Public Education Committee that you and I are both on?
Yeah, I've actually discussed this with him also. That's correct.
And I know you know a great deal about it, but I don't recall really ever having any substantive conversations by you on this amendment. So I feel like while I like some of what you're saying, to me it is catching, as a committee member, honestly, by surprise. So I wonder, do you have any runs? Like I know Dr. Buckley has spent a lot of time and has provided us all runs so we know what the impact is to our schools. Do you have any runs so that we understand what your amendment actually does to all the school districts that we all represent?
Actually, on the first point you made, you might have been absent in the committee when we had a discussion about comp ed. We talked about the history, how it was created back in the early 80s to redistribute. And actually I visited with Dr. Buckley a couple of days ago and said, will you help me get runs? And he basically said, there's not going to be time to get it done. It took 5 days. So unfortunately, everybody's going to have to vote on whether or not they think this is good policy.
Okay. And I appreciate it. I didn't mean that we didn't have some discussions on comp ed, but in terms of, to me, this amendment completely overturns really all of the work that all of the committee members have done, and it completely overturns all of the runs. So while I appreciate what you're trying to do, certainly cannot support it. Thank you.
Well,
Ms. Morella-Shaw, for what purpose?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield for a couple of questions?
Does the gentleman
thank
yield?
You. Rep. Schoolcraft, thank you for your thorough explanation. So does your amendment actually add state funds to this bill?
it does not.
Okay, so it's part of moving what's already been allocated around, correct?
Correct.
And we see that a lot of the funds that are being moved around are because of recapture has been either completely reduced to zero in some districts or greatly reduced. I have a couple here that are reduced by half. In fact, the impact is a $480 million reduction by the budget board is what they say, correct?
That I don't know. I don't touch the rest of the bill dealing with recapture, any of that.
You're just saying that we're not adding money from the general funds. We're taking the same money that was already moved around, but now we're adding it to the basic allotment, basically because the schools have said 1,300 roughly would catch us up with the inflation they've gone through and the deficit that they experienced because we didn't fund them last session. Is that where your logic comes from?
No, my logic actually doesn't come from what any district specifically asked for, although this does align with that request. My logic simply comes from the idea that we have money that is distributed in a way that nobody can comprehend why it goes to one district and not the other. So instead of distributing the money that way, we will instead distribute it through the basic allotment so that it's fair and equitable for everybody.
Does your amendment also equalize the various impacts that are on the sheets that we got, where there are disparities that you mentioned earlier, like you may see a half reduction in one district and you may see a quarter reduction in another district? Does your amendment equalize that?
Gentleman's time has expired.
Can I request an extension, please? I know it's the second one. It's a yes or no answer.
This motion requires unanimous consent. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The gentleman's time is extended.
Thank you. Thank you, members.
I think I understood your question about the disparities between the districts. It will help to reduce the disparities. Right now you have a district here, and a lot of the reason they're up here is because of this comp ed allotment. If we leave things as it is, when we add money into the system, the $8 billion, it goes up like that. Everybody goes up some, but those who benefit from the comp ed go up even further. My amendment would not have anybody lose money because the $200 guarantee is still there, but these folks would catch up more. So we would have less disparity among the districts.
Got it. Well, and I thank you for your examples because Cy-Fair is one of my larger school districts in Houston, so I appreciate that, and I appreciate your attempt for transparency and more equalized footing here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Tinderholt, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I yield.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, sir. So I want to understand this. Money does not come from anywhere else. There's not additional funds put in. Is that correct?
That's correct.
The largest district that I represent was asking for about $1,400 to $1,600 to make up for inflation and things that have happened since COVID. So with this, essentially what I'm hearing, I want to make sure I understand. We're at about 400 right now, and this would bring it to 1,400 per student?
That's correct.
With no additional cost?
Correct.
So I want to reiterate that. We're going from about a $400 increase for allotment for a student to a $1,400 per student with no additional cost for the state and no additional monies added to the amount we're already appropriating.
That's correct, Mr. Tinderholt.
To be honest, I don't know how we wouldn't vote for this. I feel like this is an easy yes vote.
It makes total sense and it's logical. I just hope they go with it. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Van Dever, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
I yield.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you. Representative Schoolcraft, so I think in response to Representative Tinderholt's question, I got the impression that this is new money coming into the system, that we're going to increase the basic allotment $1,400 without costing anything, and it's going to be new money. Is that the case?
No, sir.
Okay, so actually what you're doing is just moving money. You're increasing the basic allotment, but you're just moving money from somewhere else to do that.
I'm taking money out of a distorted, complex distribution system nobody can explain and moving it into the basic allotment to add fairness and equity to the system.
Actually, there are people that can explain it, but let me ask you this. Will your amendment pick winners and losers among school districts.
No, sir, I don't pick winners and losers. I just pass good policy.
No, I would suggest that maybe this does pick winners and losers because you're reallocating money based on the basic allotment with no runs. I represent Texarkana ISD. Can you tell me how this is going to affect Texarkana ISD?
I can tell you that they'll have a better way of understanding how much money they're getting and why they're getting it and how to compare themselves to other folks because it'll be more fairly distributed to them.
And that's going to make it okay with them to receive less money as long as they understand why they're receiving less money.
Let me point out, nobody under this bill, even with my amendment, loses money. There's a guaranteed minimum increase of at least $200 per student. Yes, there is. Yes, there is.
No, but I would challenge you on that there will be districts that will receive less comp ed money because moving money from comp ed to basic allotment.
There will be districts who receive less additional money, and there will be districts who receive more additional money.
And that's winners and losers.
As we get more fair and equitable, because if you object to that, you would have to be acknowledging that the current system is neither fair nor equitable.
No.
Wouldn't you agree?
No, sir, I would not agree. I would disagree. Absolutely. To try to do something like this, make a major change in our funding system like you're trying to do with no runs, I just believe that's very risky and really I can't imagine voting for something that I have no idea how it's going to affect my districts. Although I can predict some of my districts who have some of the hardest to educate students are going to actually come out with less money under your plan.
I would say that the fairest and best way to do it is a vote on policy. I'll point out also, in our committee, Representative Bernal specifically said, let's don't have runs. We didn't get runs in the committee because we wanted to make our decision based on policy. When we voted the bill out, then we got runs. It's the same thing here, members. What is good policy? We have a system that you can't understand. We have to do something about that.
Can I ask you another question, sir?
You may.
So, New Boston ISD, where I used to serve as superintendent, has about 75% socioeconomic disadvantaged. So their compensatory ed is based on that percentage. Is that correct?
Well, it depends on free and reduced lunch and if they're in the census block. See, that's the problem. Okay. It depends on how they're dispersed. You can have kids on free and reduced lunch that don't live in low economic census blocks. So we really don't know.
Well, that's not the case for New Boston ISD. It's the free and reduced lunch, 75%. I don't want to pick on any other district, but would it be accurate to say that money that has been flowing to New Boston ISD with a 75% low socioeconomic would now flow to Highland Park, who probably has maybe a 5% low socioeconomic?
No, probably not. Again, if it's 75%, I suspect the cutoff's going to be around 85 or 90% of comp ed kids, that they will wind up getting less new money because the $1,444 allotment raises so much.
You're taking comp ed money from low socioeconomic school districts and you're sending it to wealthy districts. That's exactly what your amendment's doing.
I am sending it to a basic allotment that distributes it to every single district in this state. Every district, every student in this state will receive the increased basic allotment. You cannot get any more fair or equitable than that.
Mr. Schoolcraft, I disagree with you. I think this is a terrible amendment, and I ask people to join me in voting against it.
Will the gentleman yield?
Mr. Bryant, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Does the gentleman yield?
I yield for questions.
Gentleman yields.
Mr. Schoolcraft, I'm a member of Public Education Committee as well, and I wanted to echo Mr. Frank's comments. This is a major change in a very complicated bill, which is complicated for a good reason. And we didn't see this amendment in the committee, did we?
No, you didn't.
Okay. It is the case that the bill is filled with a lot of different areas from which you could have taken funding. Isn't that correct?
Well, I could have taken it from any place, but this is the only section I know that is distributed with no logic to it.
You could have
This is the only allotment that has no student tied to it. There is no other allotment like this that doesn't fund it based on the students receiving the services. This is the most logical thing to get rid of because of the complexity it generates.
Yeah, the point I'm asking you to debate with me is this. You could have taken this money out of charter schools. You could have taken this money out of the allotment for teacher incentives. You could have taken it from a lot of places, but you've taken it from the poorest kids and the most needy kids in the state, haven't you?
Are you saying they're dumb or there's some reason that they need extra money? I mean, I'm just curious. Why is it you think we need to...
I have no further questions, Mr. Speaker.
On top of the federal money, there's $11 billion being distributed on this basis. There's no justification for that.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bernal to speak against the amendment to the amendment.
Well, that got real fun real fast. First of all, let me say this. I have spent every day for the past month in this building till 10 or 11 o'clock trying to make this bill and this amendment as good as it can be. He's right. I didn't want to do runs ahead of time because you're supposed to settle on policy first and then figure the money out. You don't completely rewrite and change and reimagine school finance now. That is not the way we do things. That's not fair to you, and that's not fair to our districts, number one. Number two, to be clear, if we were to do this, it would result in a massive cut to about 2/3 of the districts in this state. So just because it makes sense to some people based on 5 minutes of conversation does not mean that harm will not befall our districts if we do this. For example, the district that I'm from, where I went to school, which includes one of the poorest zip codes, not just in the state, but in the country. If we were to do this, it would be a $12 million cut to them. That is wildly irresponsible. And I guess we can say that maybe people understand the system better, but those kids can't read, they can't eat understanding. They can't read understanding. They need help. And this takes away that help. I appreciate what the representative is trying to do, and I welcome a longer conversation between him and I and everyone else to make this system even more understandable and transparent than it should be. But this is not the way to do it. This is not the time to do it, and I agree. There are lots of parts of this system that it does pick winners and losers. And if we're being honest, some of the wealthier districts make out better, whether we do anything or not. But to hone in on the one provision that recognizes the challenges that poor students face and saying this is the problem, let's redistribute that wealth to everyone else, that's never been and is not supposed to be what this body is about. So I ask you not to support this amendment. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Dutton to speak against the amendment to the amendment.
Mr. Speaker and members, sometimes you'll be faced with a issue where it's a good amendment, but it's a bad idea. And let me tell you why I say that. You heard me say from the back mic that it was a good amendment. Comp Ed money is generated by children on free and reduced lunch. That's who generates the money. But if you ask school districts, do they spend the money on those children? That's when you get an answer that causes me to want to support Mr. Schoolcraft's amendment, because that's not who the kids are we've been spending the money on. And what I'm going to do, what I'm doing now is to say, look, I think Representative Schoolcraft had brought this body's attention now to this whole problem of comp ed money. And so I have Representative Chairman Buckley's commitment that we're going to do something about it. We're going to fix it. We're going to make sure that if the children generate the money, that's who we spend the money on. And so that's the only reason I'm up here today, is to tell you that it's a good amendment, but I'm going to vote against it.
Chair recognizes Mr. Schoolcraft to close on the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, first of all, as far as advance notice, first time I saw Mr. Bernal's amendment was when I was up providing my amendment. We didn't discuss it in committee. We didn't see runs. We didn't do anything. I mean, I'm not saying he didn't talk with Chairman Buckley beforehand, just like I did. But this is not some sort of a, gotcha last-minute deal. Representative Bernal said, I think I heard him say 2/3 of the districts will lose money. That, I don't know where he's getting that from. There's no way to know that, frankly. But no district in this state will lose money under this amendment. There's an absolute guaranteed minimum increase for every district of $200 per student. That's the minimum amount. The question about whether or not now is the time to do it. This is a big change. But very rarely do we have the opportunity to make this kind of positive change in our school finance system. It does shift around money, but because we are putting so much extra money into the system, we're able to put a floor and guarantee every district is going to get more money. That is expensive. There is a good chunk of money going to that guarantee that otherwise could have increased the basic allotment even more. So we're being fair to everybody. You generally can't make changes in public education finance unless you're putting a ton of money in it because of the problem it creates requiring hold harmless. Basically, if we don't make this change now, while we're providing this kind of funding for the entire system, we won't have another opportunity like this probably for decades. So, with that, I ask you to please vote yes on this amendment.
Mr. Schoolcraft sends up a substitute amendment. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Buckley voting nay. Show Mr. Bernal voting nay. Show Mr. King voting nay. Show Mr. Hunter voting nay. Show Mr. Dutton voting nay. Show Mr. Harris voting nay. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 25 ayes and 121 nays, the substitute amendment fails. Members, we are back on the Bernal amendment to the amendment. Does any member wish to speak for or against the Bernal amendment to the amendment? The chair recognizes Mr. Bernal to close on his amendment to the amendment.
Just to be clear, if we're concerned about making sure that money is spent on the kids who generate it and deserve it for a specific program, that is exactly what this does. Move adoption.
Members, the amendment to the amendment is acceptable to the author. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Bernal voting aye. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Show Mr. Buckley voting aye. Show Mr. Dutton voting aye. Show Mr. King voting aye. Show Mr. Harris voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 128 ayes and 18 nays, the amendment to the amendment is adopted. The following amendment to the amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Buckley.
The chair recognizes Mr. Buckley to explain the amendment to the amendment.
Members, this is an amendment to correct a drafting area or error concerning, make sure we have charter transparency in facilities. And I move adoption.
Members, you've heard the amendment to the amendment. It is acceptable to the author. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Buckley voting aye. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Show Mr. Harris voting aye. Show Mr. Bernal voting aye. Show Ms. Bowers voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 145 ayes and 0 nays, the amendment to the amendment is adopted. Members, we are now back on the Buckley Amendment as amended. Do any members wish to speak for or against the amendment as amended?
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
does the gentleman yield?
Let me recognize the gentleman to close on the amendment. The chair recognizes Mr. Buckley.
Members, thank you very much for your attention and the thoughtful debate. The perfecting amendment outlines everything that I laid out before you. The amendment to the amendment corrects a drafting error to make sure we have transparency for charter facilities, owners, and operators. And with that, I move adoption.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
does the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Does the gentleman yields?
Thank you. Chairman Buckley, thank you for all your work on the perfecting amendment. I do have one clarification for the perfecting amendment because we just got it late. It is noted that the bilingual allotment is now incorporated as a potential use for salaries. Is that the intention, or can we maybe work on that in conference? Like, we obviously want to move forward, but I think for those of us who've been really concerned with the bilingual allotment, making sure it's used for those students and for programmatic reasons is really critical. And so you did really great in the perfecting amendment, moving other things that couldn't be used for salaries. I would love for your consideration for the same thing for the bilingual allotment.
Okay, we'll certainly work on that.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Move adoption.
Mr. Buckley sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Buckley voting aye. Show Mr. Bernal voting aye. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Show Mr. Harris voting aye. Mr. Dutton voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 144 ayes and 0 nays, the amendment, as amended, is adopted. Members, please excuse Representatives King, Darby, Smithy, Thompson, Hull, McQueenie, and Guerin to attend a meeting of the Committee on State Affairs on the motion of Mr. Patterson. Is there any objection? Chair hears none.
Please excuse Mr. Metcalf to attend a meeting of the Committee on State Affairs on motion of Mr. Patterson. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Olcott.
Chair recognizes Mr. Alcott to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I have a pretty simple amendment. One thing that's come to my attention looking at school finance over the last 5 or 10 years and looking at some studies that have come out, I see a disturbing trend, and that is a higher and higher percentage of base pay going into school districts are going to admin positions, and a lower and lower percentage is going into teachers. And my amendment is extremely simple. It basically just changes on line 10, page 21, it changes 40% to 60%, which basically means that we're going to increase the percentage of money of the percentage of the basic allotment going into full-time district employees rather than admin. So it just simply prioritizes teachers over admin. And I move passage.
Chair recognizes Mr. Buckley.
Members, though I certainly respect the intent of what Mr. Alcott is certainly trying to do here, this sort of goes back to the complexity of a school finance bill. And that is, though his intentions are very, very good, the reality is this would not impact every district in a similar manner, and we would, again, find ourselves in a situation where we would have unintended consequences for some school districts. Current law requires that 30% of the new money go to teacher and staff pay raises. House Bill 2 already increases that to 40, so we've expanded that. So respectfully, I'm going to oppose the amendment and move to table.
Mr. Alcott to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, yes, once again, my amendment is simple. It basically increases the percentage from the basic allotment. It goes up to 60% going into full-time employees rather than 40%. Thank you. I move passage.
Mr. Alcott sends up an amendment. Mr. Buckley moves to table. Question is on the motion to table. If you're in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you're opposed to the amendment, vote yes on the motion to table. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. So Representative Hunter voting aye, Mr. Buckley voting aye, Mr. Harris voting aye, Mr. Dutton voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 113 ayes and 21 nays, the motion to table prevails. Following amendment. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Kane.
Chair recognizes Mr. Kane to explain his amendment.
Joe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, it's a simple amendment. What this amendment does is ensures that if these districts are getting that extra money, that they not deduct from their employees' union dues deductions. Look, it's pretty simple.
Mr. Speaker.
Moody, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of Mr. Kane's amendment under Rule 11, Section 2, and that is not germane to SB 2.
Bring your point of order down. Please excuse Mr. Phelan to attend a meeting on the Committee of State Affairs on motion of Mr. Landgraf. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair recognizes Ms. Swanson for a quick announcement.
Okay. I've got Scott Wall from Capitol Commission on the phone here, and he wants to invite everybody to come up now while we're on a brief break, and we're having Bible study and food from Cabo Bob's, and it's also a Passover Seder demonstration, and it is right up here on third floor, right behind the dais there in the what they like to call the fishbowl. And just please come right now, and then leave when you have to. So, yes. Oh, yes, members only. Yes, sorry about that. But please come on up, and we will have a great time together and great food. Thank you.
Members, the House will stand at ease until 1:40 while this point of order is being deliberated, so y'all can have lunch. Sorry, someone down here got the notes, and they'll come sit over here. That's come sit with me. We're just hanging. The House will come to order. The point of order has been withdrawn. The amendment has been withdrawn. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by King.
Chair recognizes Mr. Ashby to explain the amendment.
Members, I'm laying out this local amendment for my colleague, Representative Ken King. This is an amendment that only deals with Gaines County in the state of Texas. It's the county-wide equalization tax grant. I believe it's acceptable to the author, and I move passage.
Mr. Ashby sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring with bell. Show Mr. Ashby voting aye, Mr. Buckley voting aye, Mr. Bernal voting aye, Mr. McQueenie voting aye, Mr. Harris voting aye, Ms. Flores voting aye, Ms. Allen voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Mr. Bonin voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 140 ayes and 0 nays, the amendment is adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment. Is Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso on the floor of the House? The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Thompson.
The chair recognizes Ms. Thompson to explain her amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, in 2019, the legislature created the Collaborative Task Force on Public School Mental Health Services to study and evaluate school mental health services to increase transparency and ensure that our tax dollars were being spent as effectively as possible. This amendment merely gives us another sunset date, 2031. I move with adoption.
Ms. Thompson sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Anchia voting aye, Mr. Buckley voting aye, Mr. Bernal voting aye, Mr. Harris voting aye, Mr. McQueenie voting aye, Mr. Schofield voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 132 ayes and 14 nays, the amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Guillen.
Chair asks Mr. Guillen to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment carves out recapture from a school district's reported liabilities on Indicator 8 of the school first rating system. It's acceptable to the author. I move passage.
Mr. Guillen sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the bill author. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Mr. Buckley voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Mr. Bernal voting aye. Mr. McQueenie voting aye. Mr. Schofield voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Being 146 ayes and 1 nay, the amendment is adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Schofield.
Chair asks Mr. Schofield to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, years ago, we passed a local option homestead that the school districts can provide to their people. You can find it in Tax Code Section 11.13N. And we appreciate the fact that our school districts gave a homestead exemption to their taxpayers so much that we punished them for it. And the way we do that, when I'm finished, I will be happy to yield at that time.
Not at this time.
And so what we do is we have the comptroller does a tax value study of all the districts that you can find in Chapter 403, and in that they are to lower the school district's taxable value by half of the homestead exemption. So they get punished in the amount of half of the homestead exemption that they give to their taxpayers. Now, I have a bill that would have given them back all the money. This amendment only gives them back another 10%. So currently, they get docked down to 50%. This would raise it to 60% so that they only lose that much of their state funding. They only lose 40%.
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield?
As soon as I get done, Mr. Martinez-Fisher, I'll be happy to yield.
Mr. Speaker,
And I
Ms.
do want...
Martinez-Fisher, for what
I rise to
purpose?
raise a point of order under Rule 11, Section 2, Rule 8, Section 3. This introduces the second subject.
Bring the point of order down front. Members, the point of order has been withdrawn and the amendment has been withdrawn. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Gonzalez of El Paso.
Chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a simple amendment that helps our kids with disabilities. In the current language of the bill, it gives information regarding the state-supported living centers. This clarifies that the definition of intellectual disability, developmental disabilities, and adds qualifications for home and community-based residential placement, and it's acceptable to the author.
Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Hunter voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Mr. Leach voting aye. Dean voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 124 ayes and 16 nays, the amendment is adopted.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Bryant.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bryant to explain the amendment.
Members, this amendment would avoid what's happened in our state in the last 15 years, in which the state share of funding for public education has gone steadily downward. It would tie to the basic allotment an inflation adjustment, allocating to every district automatically an increase in the basic allotment based on the consumer price index. A study done by the Austin American Statesman found that the buying power of the money allocated from the state when adjusted for inflation is $700 lower per student today than it was 15 years ago. It also found that total inflation-adjusted state distributed funding for the entire school system in Texas is $335 million less today than it was in the 2010-2011 school year, which came before a $5 billion cut in public education in the session during that biennium. It's important to note that in the 15 years since then, the state has added 500,000 public school students. I urge you to adopt this inflation adjustment. No doubt we cannot control what a subsequent legislature will do, but this will predispose our consideration of public education to assume a needed increase based on inflation in the basic allotment year in and year out. It will require the comptroller to recognize it in his revenue and expenditure estimates, and it will cause the legislature to begin with the assumption that the basic allotment has increased by inflation. I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Buckley to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the first I've seen this amendment. It was about 2 minutes ago. HB2 already has an inflationary adjuster for the basic allotment, and so with that, I will move to table.
The chair recognizes Representative Bryant to close on the amendment.
The increase that Mr. Buckley referred to is tied to the golden penny. This shouldn't be tied to anything except inflation. We need to assume going into each new school year that there is a need to increase the basic allotment by inflation. That's what this amendment does. I urge a no vote on the motion to table. Thank you.
Mr. Bryant sends up an amendment. Mr. Buckley moves to table. The question is on the motion to table the amendment. If you are in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you are opposed to the amendment, vote yes on the motion to table. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Representative Buckley voting aye. Show Representative Harris voting aye. Show Representative Bryant voting no. Show Representative Martinez-Fisher voting no. Show Representative Bernal voting aye. Have all voted? Have all members voted? There being 88 ayes and 58 nays, the motion to table prevails. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Bryant.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bryant to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker and members, Texas is 44th in state spending on public education. That is to say, we're 44th in the state contribution to public education relative to all of the other 50 states in the nation. That is not a place where our public wants us to be. It's not a place where we should be. This amendment would make us 25th. It would increase the basic allotment from the proposed basic allotment amount in the bill of $6,555 to $8,950. Making us 25th in the nation. The cost of doing that is the entire surplus. It's the entire surplus. It was $30 billion in the last biennium. It would be about $24 billion in this biennium. Why do I offer this amendment? I offer it to make the point that the surplus that we boast about so much is not the result of careful management of our resources. It's not even the result of good luck. It's a result of underfunding public education relative to the rest of the nation. That's not a place where we ought to be. I offered the amendment in order to be able to make that speech, and I withdraw the amendment.
Mr. Bryant withdraws the amendment. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Bryant.
Chair recognizes Representative Bryant to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, this amendment would increase the basic allotment by enough to make up for inflation since 2019. It increases it from $6,555 in the bill to $7,540, just the amount to make up for inflation. I don't think the arguments for that are very complicated. Pointed out in my previous comments how much less we're contributing to public education today than we have contributed in the past. It is dramatically down when dollars are adjusted for inflation, and we should not allow that to take place. This amendment is an opportunity to show that we value public education as much as we do every other service the state provides its public. We believe in our children, and we expect that the state should be not underfunding public education so dramatically relative to the rest of the country, and certainly not falling behind inflation. Thank you.
Dr. Buckley in opposition to the amendment.
Respectfully move to table.
Mr. Bryant to close.
Members, this is an opportunity to show confidence in our public school system, to show that we value it, to show that we do not support the idea that it should fall behind due to the operation of inflation. It's our first priority as policymakers. This amendment would increase the basic allotment by enough to keep up with inflation since 2019. I urge. I urge a no vote on the motion to table.
Mr. Bryant sends up an amendment. Mr. Buckley moves to table. The question is on the motion to table. If you're in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you're opposed to the amendment, vote yes on the motion to table. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Harris voting aye, Mr. Buckley voting aye, Mr. Bryant voting nay. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Ms. Fairley voting aye. Mr. King of Hemphill voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 87 ayes and 59 nays, the motion prevails. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Bryant.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bryant to explain his amendment.
Mr. Speaker and members, my amendment requires that the 25% of the 40% of the basic allotment increase under House Bill 2 must be used specifically for raises for full-time support staff. Let me give you a moment of background. As currently written, the pending bill sets forth 40% of new funding under the basic allotment, which must be used for salary increases. So 40% of the basic allotment has to be used for salary increases. Of that amount, 75% must be used for teachers. The other 25% is unaccounted for. It does not have a requirement for how it must be used. This means that school districts may use the money for support staff, but don't have to. Support staff are our lowest paid school employees. This amendment simply changes the may to must in order to ensure that the remaining 25% goes to support staff raises and doesn't go somewhere else. These people make up over a third of our school system workforce. They're almost always paid the very least. A recent survey found that nearly 80% of school support staff are considering leaving their jobs due to low pay. Some of these people have actually had to apply for public assistance while working full-time. Many of them make only $22,000 to $30,000 a year. All this does is say that of the 40% of the basic allotment that must go to salary increases, 75% of that must go to teachers. The other 25% can't be used for something else. It's got to go to our lowest paid workers, our support staff.
Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley.
Mr. Speaker, members, in the interest of local control and flexibility for diverse school districts across Texas, I move to table.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bryant.
Members, all we're trying to do is mandate that the other 25%, which is supposed to be going for pay raises, goes to pay raises for our school support staff. I urge a no vote on the motion to table.
Mr. Bryant sends up an amendment. Mr. Buckley moves to table. The question occurs on the motion to table. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Buckley voting aye, Mr. Ashby voting aye, Mr. Harris voting aye, Mr. Bryant voting nay. Mr. McQueenie voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 79 ayes and 63 nays, the motion prevails. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Bryant.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bryant to explain the amendment.
Members, this amendment relates to charter schools. It simply applies the same certification requirements to charter schools that we are imposing on public schools by inserting the term open enrollment charter schools on line 14. Teacher certification, as many of you know, is a rigorous process. It's designed to ensure that educators have the necessary knowledge, skills, and training to effectively teach our children. Charter schools, like public schools, serve diverse populations using public money, and many of them have economic disadvantaged students or other students that face barriers to academic success that requires careful training in how to teach. Teachers in these schools should be fully prepared to address the needs of students, just like teachers in the public schools. Without certification requirements, charter schools can hire underqualified teachers, which ultimately compromises the quality of education. The Texas Education Agency has determined clearly that an uncertified teacher produces a much lower outcome for the students. Additionally, we've seen plainly that the longevity of uncertified teachers is low. Fewer than 40% of them remain in the classroom after 5 years, with over 30% leaving after their first year of teaching. In contrast, 96% of traditionally certified teachers remained after the first year and 81% after 5 years. So this amendment would require simply that charter schools hire certified teachers in exactly the same way that public schools are required to do.
Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley.
members, parents make a choice to send their students to charter schools. Therefore, I respectfully move to table.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bryant.
Members, I don't know how anybody could look objectively at the situation we have in which we now have 800 charter schools in the state, and they don't have to comply with the same quality standards that we impose on public schools. This amendment simply says charter schools have to have certified teachers just like public schools. I urge you to vote no on the motion to table.
Mr. Bryant sends up an amendment. Mr. Buckley moves to table. The question is on the motion to table. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Buckley voting aye, Mr. Bryant voting nay, Ms. Fairley voting aye, Ms. McQueenie voting aye, Mr. Lowe voting aye, Mr. King voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 89 ayes and 52 nays, the motion to table prevails. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Bryant.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bryant to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, this amendment adds section 12.10561 to the Education Code to prohibit charter schools from using state funding to pay off settlements from civil liability imposed on them by lawsuits or government agencies. Public accountability has to follow public dollars. Charter schools operate with public dollars. In recent years, we've seen several operators in Texas use state education funds to pay out legal settlements, often stemming from mismanagement or misconduct at the leadership level. For example, in 2020, IDEA Public Schools, one of the largest charter networks in Texas, came under fire after it was revealed that leadership used public funds.
Mr. Hawkins.
I will yield when I finish my comments. They came under fire after it was revealed that that charter unit, that charter company, bought private jets and luxury box seats. The fallout led to several resignations, a state investigation that uncovered financial mismanagement, and a settlement agreement that included repayment of the misspent funds. This amendment simply says charter schools that operate that way cannot use state dollars to pay off their settlements. I yield.
Ms. Gervin Hawkins, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, ma'am.
The gentleman yields.
Representative Bryan, with all due respect, are you aware that charter schools are public schools?
Charter schools receive public money, but they are not run by our local school districts. I don't regard them as public schools.
Representative Bryan, charter schools been in existence over nearly 30 years, correct?
I'll take your word for that.
Representative Bryan, would you agree we all want the best for children?
Would I agree?
That we all want what's best for children?
Of course, yes.
And so, have you visited any charter schools?
I don't think visiting a charter school would have much bearing on this issue, which is that they should not be able to use state funds to pay off settlements resulting from their mismanagement or violations of the law.
Well, my question, and the reason I asked that question, is that does traditional public schools use money to pay for legal?
An independent school district that is sued would have no other funds except public funds.
So if a charter school is a public school, then shouldn't they be given the same opportunity? Shouldn't we have parity here and align?
Well, it would be good to have parity where there is parity, but there is not parity here because the charter schools already operate with fewer public reporting requirements than the independent school districts. And if they're allowed to use public education funds to settle legal disputes over buying jet airplanes, which is something public schools don't do, a real public school doesn't do that, or buying boxes at the local sporting arena, which is something real public schools cannot do, they should not be able to pay off the settlements resulting from that
Representative
using
Bryan,
tax dollars.
were you aware that no plane was ever purchased?
Am I aware that what?
There was no airplane actually purchased. Were you aware of that?
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're asking me.
My question is, Mr. Speaker, can we have a little order in the House?
Members, please take your conversations outside of the rails.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, because I think this conversation is so important that we begin to not try to divide our traditional public and our public charters, and that we begin to understand the alignment that public charter schools have the same accountability and even more so than traditional public. That if a charter school violates and does not meet the academic accountability, the financial accountability, or the operational accountability, that they can be closed down.
But then, I assume that's a question, so I'll respond in this way. If they're the same as public schools, how do they buy a jet airplane? How do they buy boxes at the local sports arena? How did one charter school, which only has 1,000 students, pay its CEO $800,000, 4 times what any superintendent in Texas gets
So,
paid?
Representative Bryan, even though the questions are supposed to come from the back, Mike, I will answer your question, okay?
Well,
First of all, no plane was ever purchased. There was a request to a board, and that request was denied and never fulfilled. I want to be clear. We don't want any school that's getting public money to do malfeasance. Traditional public schools have also had some challenges with superintendents being overpaid, board members doing things that are wrong, okay? So let's get on the same page of understanding, okay, that we don't want any public school, be it traditional public or public charter schools.
Well, okay,
and Representative Bryan, I'm asking the questions here, okay? We want all of our students to get the best education, be it they in a traditional public or a public charter. Wouldn't you agree to that?
I would agree to this, that charter schools do not operate under the supervision of the school board. They're set up by private people. They call themselves nonprofit, but somehow they manage to pay enormous salaries to people for managing relatively few students relative to what happens in public schools. They don't have the same requirements that public schools have, and they nevertheless get tax dollars. They can even borrow against our foundation school program without a public vote. All of these things take place uniquely with charter schools and not with public schools. Okay, but they should not be able to use their funds to pay settlements for violating all the rules and the law and common sense by paying gargantuan salaries to CEOs, by buying airplanes, and by buying tickets at football
Representative
stadiums.
Bryan, I agree with you 100%, but let's be clear. No plane was ever purchased, okay? Just like traditional public make mistakes, so does charter schools. What I don't want is, would you agree that it is not fair to put every charter school in the same bucket, that they're all doing things wrong? We are serving thousands of children. So Reverend Bryan,
I would agree they shouldn't be in the same bucket. The ones that don't do bad things, they'll be happy with this amendment. This amendment deals with the ones that do bad things. They can't take tax dollars and pay off those settlements.
Representative Bryan, my final question.
Pardon me?
My final question.
Okay.
How can we get yourself to fully appreciate the value of a charter school that are helping thousands of children across this great state? How can we get you to that place of understanding?
I fully appreciate the facts as they are. These schools are governed by private individuals who are on the board of an entity that happens to call itself nonprofit, but quite clearly has a lot of operating cash left over at the end of the year. So I'm just saying we're not going to let them use state dollars to pay off settlements they incur because of doing something wrong. The good charter schools, they don't have a single thing to worry about.
Representative
the ones
Bryant,
that are misbehaving, they're not going to like this.
Representative Bryan, can we work together to get on the same page so that we can ensure that traditional public and public charter schools are working to their best advantage to serving children? Can we do that?
Okay. We can get on this page. The good guys, they don't have a single thing to worry about. The abusers, they can't use state money to pay off legal settlements.
Thank you
The
for
gentleman's
letting
time
me
has
ask questions.
expired.
Mr. Speaker, can we get an extension of time so I can...
There's been a first request for an extension of time. Is there any objection? Chair is none. Time is extended.
Mr. Bryant, will you come back to the mic?
Mr. Toth, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I yield.
The gentleman yields for questions.
Okay, my $64,000 question. Mr. Bryant, do you play golf?
No.
You don't? You ever heard of Howling Trails Golf Course?
No.
You've never heard of Howling Trails Golf Course? Then you
No.
probably don't know who it's owned by, do you?
I guess not.
It's owned by La Jolla ISD.
So what?
So it's okay that an ISD owns a golf course?
I don't like that. Let's have an amendment.
But aren't we talking about misappropriation of funds here?
Well, let me ask you
compared to ISDs versus charter schools?
Let me ask you a question, Mr. Toth, or pose respond anyway in a fashion that might be informative. If they have a particular reason for that that relates somehow to their school student body, for example, recreation or something for the...
How about a water park? Should La Jolla own a water park?
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Okay.
If they can justify that somehow or another, we should hear them out. But generally speaking, no, I don't think that's a good idea.
But
let me
not,
ask you,
but
has that school district been sued for buying an airplane or buying boxes? Has it been sued for malfeasance of some kind?
Good. No, you got a great point.
Okay, so we're talking here about settlements when you've been sued for doing the wrong thing. You should not be able to use tax dollars if you're a charter school that's not governed by an elected board, that's able to even borrow money on the state's credit without a bond election, misbehaving. And we're saying those folks cannot use
Mr. Bryant,
cannot use state funds.
Mr. Bryant, I'm asking questions from
I'm not finished answering your question.
Members, please refrain from talking over one another so y'all can hear
if you could
everyone's
stick
debate.
Mr. Brandt,
Those
if you could
folks
just stick to
cannot
the
use
question.
state funds to pay off settlements. That's all this amendment does.
Okay, well, a plane was never purchased by that charter school, but let me ask you about Granbury ISD and the superintendent use of their private Granbury ISD plane and the superintendent using that plane for his family trip. Is that okay?
I don't know if that's true or not, but if it's true, the school board ought to do something about it. But you know what? The public has a remedy.
Well,
there.
ABC said that, and they don't lie, do they?
But you know what? When a charter school misbehaves, you can't vote out the school board.
So how about $60 million football stadiums? Is that okay? How many charter schools have built $60 and $70 and $80 million football stadiums?
That's up to the local school district.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
Let me ask you,
Appreciate
have
that.
they been? I would ask Mr. Toth this question in conclusion, a rhetorical question, Mr. Toth. Has that school district been sued for misbehavior, for malfeasance, for doing something wrong? No, it hasn't.
You're an attorney, aren't you,
Mr.?
You're an attorney, aren't you?
You want to debate the merits of charter schools, and I'm not here to debate the merits of charter schools.
Mr. Bryant, you're an attorney, aren't you?
charter schools should not be able to use public money to pay legal settlements as a result of their malfeasance. That seems like a pretty good idea to me.
Mr. Bryant, you're an attorney, aren't you?
Yes.
Can anyone bring in a lawsuit for pretty much anything?
Yeah, but you can't win one. Thank
Okay,
you.
well, let me ask you another. We're not done, Mr. Bryant. How about lawsuits by parents against ISDs for failure? You brought up IDEA initially, and the failure to meet IDEA requirements. How about people that are bringing lawsuits against ISDs for their
Mr.
failure
Speaker,
to educate their children when they have dyslexia?
Mr.
We have
Toth-
multiple families at
Mr.
Conroe
Toth,
Independent
if you
School
have a question
District
for
whose
me, you
children
gotta
are
have
not
an
being served
you gotta
and
have a
had to sue the
question mark at
district
the end of your
for
statement.
services.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate
members,
it.
it is question and answer. Make sure you do not talk
Thank you
over
very
one
much.
another.
Now, Mr. Toth wants to argue about charter schools versus public schools, but that's not why I came up here. I'm saying charter schools that misbehave and have settlements rendered against them because of malfeasance should not be able to use public money to pay those settlements. It's just that plain. I urge you to vote no on the motion to table.
Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley.
Mr. Speaker, members, I move to table.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bryant. Mr. Bryant closes. Mr. Bryant sends up an amendment. Mr. Buckley moves to table. The question is on the motion to table. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. So Dr. Buckley voting aye, Mr. King of Hemp Hill voting aye, Mr. Alcott voting aye, Mr. Bryant voting nay. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 85 ayes and 54 nays, the motion to table prevails. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment. Members, anyone wishing to speak on for Ms. Luther, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against the Bryan amendment under rule, not yet.
Ms. Luther, the amendment was never laid out. It's been withdrawn. We're on to the closing of the bill.
Thank you.
All right, does anyone wish to speak on, for, or against House Bill 2? Mr. Tallarico, for what purpose?
Does the author yield for a couple more questions?
Speak. I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Does the author yield for a couple more questions?
The author does not have the floor yet. We're now figuring out who wants to speak on, for, or against House Bill 2, and then we'll go from there.
Got it.
Are you ready first? Chair recognizes Mr. Bernal for the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'll make this quick, but I recognize that these bills are hard, and I also recognize that we're in an environment where there's always more that we can do. At the same time, I want to take stock of the good progress that we've made. One of the things that we can never do again is not touch this issue for 6 years. We haven't. We need to do more of this next session, and the session after that, and the session after that. The idea that we do school finance, every half decade or so probably isn't enough. That being said, the money part, things will be better. It is progress. It is good progress. And we'll have to make progress after that. But I also want to bring attention to the things in the bill that are permanent, changes we've made that we should celebrate. For example, we just had a long debate over full-day pre-K. And if that was an individual bill that came to the floor, we would celebrate that. We have not touched the bilingual weights in over 40 years. 40. And if that was an individual bill and it passed, we would celebrate that. We've been talking about treating our special education students with dignity and respect for decades, and we have not done it. But in this bill, we finally do that. And if that bill had come to the floor by itself as an individual bill, we would celebrate that. So I'm happy to acknowledge that there's still work to do, but I don't want the work that's left to do overshadow the very, very good and important work and the important changes, the generational landmark changes that this bill has inside of it. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Ms. Goodwin in favor of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, today I'm voting yes on the school finance bill, not because it gets us where we need to be, but because doing nothing would be even worse for our public schools. To be clear, this bill is not a breakthrough. It's barely a stopgap. You know, what I realize is that the pie is not big enough, and when it's not big enough, we end up fighting one another, whether it's charter versus traditional public school, rural versus urban, large district versus small district. We're fighting because we're just getting crumbs. Our pie is not big enough. But I wanted to share with you members something that was written by one of my superintendents. So in the words of my superintendent, today I took a leap of faith. The Cedar Park High School leadership class invited me to participate with them in the climbing and high ropes course on campus. Set in the shade of beautiful oak trees on campus, the course is designed to develop the skills outlined in our graduate profile: leadership, collaboration, communication, risk-taking, failing forward, adaptability, and compassion. Spotters ready, ready. Belay on, climbing, climb on. I climbed the 40-foot poles safely in a harness and rope. Standing on the top, no railing to grip, took my breath away. My heart beat fast and my breath came in short gasps. Just enough fear and adrenaline to make me feel alive. I trusted the team. 1, 2, 3. I took a leap of faith and they caught me. On Wednesday, legislators will consider how to finance public schools in the great state of Texas. They will decide how we develop the future of our state. Here's how the current version of House Bill 2 affects Leander ISD. Please note, I truly appreciate the incredible work legislators are doing to help public education. This is just some food for thought about our current reality. Leander is currently facing a $34 million deficit for 2025-2026. We have reduced expenditures by almost $16 million, and the board has agreed to expand our deficit parameter to 4.5%, allowing us to adopt a $19.6 million deficit. We can do this for one more year, but we can't afford to dip into reserves after that for cash flow reasons. Here's part of the problem. The bill includes a $21 million increase in M&O funding for Leander ISD, but 40% of any increase must be used for teacher, nurse, and librarian increases, and 75% of the 40% must go directly to teachers, a reflection of how much legislators value these dedicated educators. For that, we are grateful. So, $8 million goes to specific staff raises, $4 million goes to provide a 2% increase for staff like bus drivers, food service workers, custodians, aides, etc., because otherwise we have a serious imbalance problem in our compensation plan. That leaves $9 million to reduce the deficit in year one, which gets us to a $10 million deficit, which is within the 3% threshold, but will probably be realized. The following year, we're $4 million shorter than that and further over the deficit threshold than before, so likely we have to cut further. It's even worse in 2027. So, long story short, we appreciate every dollar the measure gives us, and it helps, but it doesn't solve the structural problem of public school funding. Today was my last opportunity to experience this leap of faith. Part of our expenditure reductions is to eliminate this phenomenal program from Leander ISD. Our students will not have this experience in the years to come. This means the dismantling of the high ropes course at all 6 high schools and the elimination of the position of high ropes and leadership instructor. Yesterday, Greg Glover, who filled that position for the past 22 years in Leander ISD, retired. He's the one who invited me to take my leap of faith today. He exemplifies the Leander way, our deep culture of continual improvement. He is an innocent victim of the larger structural issues with public school finance. His grace and kindness have been exemplary throughout this extremely difficult budget process as we eliminated 220 positions across our district. Today, I took a leap of faith. I trusted my team. Legislators, as you consider how to fund public schools, I urge you to take a leap of faith. Trust your public school district teams to have the best interests of their communities at heart. Grant us the local control to make unique decisions for unique circumstances. Focus your efforts on giving us as much flexibility and local control as possible. We will catch you. Members, again, I am voting in favor of this bill because our school districts desperately need the funding, and yet we need to do so much more. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Toth in favor of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, education, medication, and incarceration. If you've been here for a few terms, you've heard that expression. Education, medication, incarceration. That's 88% of our budget. And of the 3 elements of education, medication, and incarceration, no one has seen a greater funding expenditure increase than education. This expenditure is hardly crumbs. It realizes that we need more money for public education while at the same time being sensitive to the fact that many Texans have endured 20% inflation and cost of living increases, and we cannot continue to afford to grow government. And this bill does not do that. This is a critical step towards addressing unique needs of students with learning disabilities like dyslexia and ensuring they receive the resources they deserve. And I also commend the move towards funding based on the intensity of services, and I want to thank Chairman Buckley and Chairman Creighton for the hard work that they put into this. $1.5 billion of additional help for kids with dyslexia. It still leaves one additional problem that we've got to deal with in the future, which is the disability penalty that was brought to our attention by Nicole May. She's a trustee at Conroe Independent School District, but I'm truly encouraged that we're starting to look into this and we're going to start addressing it. And I'm thankful for your support for this bill. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Ms. Leo Wilson in favor of the bill.
Mr. Speaker and members, I speak as a retired public school teacher of 38 years. This bill represents a transformational investment in Texas public education with a $7.7 billion increase in funding, a $395 boost in the basic allotment, and for the first time, a built-in mechanism to grow that allotment automatically over time. That means more predictable, stable funding for our schools and less pressure on our local taxpayers. It ensures that every district benefits, including those historically impacted by recapture, like mine, Galveston ISD, that serves a student population that's 80% economic disadvantaged, but is in the top 10% of recapture. It provides a formula, a transition grant, so that no district is left behind. I especially want to highlight the automatic teacher pay raise increase. 40% of new funding is going directly to salaries, with a focus on retaining our experienced educators. It also supports full-day pre-K, which all of my districts have been asking for. It expands support for emergent bilingual students and provides much-needed help to grow and certify our teacher workforce. The most important part of this bill is every piece of it prioritizes the classroom. Teachers and students are where the money should go. And Chairman Buckley has done a phenomenal job at making sure that every piece is focused in that direction. House Bill 2 is not just an investment in numbers, it's an investment in our future of every child in Texas. It's our children that will hold Texas' future in their very hands. It's their responsibility to carry forward our republic. I am proud to support this bill, and I urge you to do the same.
Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley to close on his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. Thank you, colleagues, for your thoughtful debate today. Thank you to the Public Education Committee for all your hard work. Thank you, Speaker Burrows, for your support as we moved this bill forward. And I humbly ask for your support of House Bill 2.
Mr. Talarico, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, does the chairman yield for a couple questions?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you, Chairman Buckley. And again, thank you for your work on this bill. There is a lot of good stuff in this bill. I just wanted to clarify one thing before we close. There was a lot of conversation about the basic allotment. I know there were amendments about it, conversation about it, so I just want to pinpoint where we landed. So the basic allotment is the foundational part of our school finance formula. It's a per student amount currently set at $6,160. That basic allotment hasn't been raised since 2019, is that correct?
That's correct.
And we heard in committee it would take roughly $1,400 added to the basic allotment just to catch our schools up to 2019 funding levels. So at the very least, we need to increase it by $1,400. How much does your bill increase the basic allotment?
$395.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right, members, again, thank you very much for your support. On House Bill 2, the largest investment in public education in the history of Texas, Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 2. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show the speaker voting aye. Mr. Buckley voting aye. Bernal voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 144 ayes and 4 nays, House Bill 2 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2000. The clerk will read the bell.
HB number 2000 by Ashby, relating to the applicability of sex offender registration requirements to the offense of child grooming.
Chair recognizes Mr. Ashby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, it is with a heavy heart that I bring this bill before you today because this piece of legislation was filed in response to a tragedy that occurred in my district. In February of last year, an 11-year-old girl named Audrey Cunningham was kidnapped and murdered in Polk County. After her body was recovered from the Trinity River, the details that came to light as a result of the investigation were so gut-wrenching that it made national news, and it prompted an outcry from a tight-knit community in rural Deep East Texas. The man who killed Audrey Cunningham, Don McDougal, was living with Audrey's grandparents, who were helping McDougal get back up on his feet. Unbeknownst to them, McDougal had a criminal history that, had they known at the time, would have stopped them from ever letting this monster into their home. Before Audrey's death, McDougal had been accused of indecency with a child after attempting to molest a young girl
in 2007. Because the prosecution had no evidence to prove that he committed the act of molestation, McDougall struck a plea deal and was charged with the lesser charge of enticing a child, which does not require the offender to register as a sex offender. I can't begin to imagine the pain and outrage this family felt after learning about McDougall's troubled past. And House Bill 2000, Audrey's Law, seeks to prevent tragedies like this from happening in the future. Members, House Bill 2000 will add a requirement for individuals convicted of child grooming to register under the Texas Sex Offender Registry. During the 88th legislative session, last session, the legislature created the offense of child grooming in the penal code. To paraphrase the statute, a person commits an offense if they knowingly attempt to engage in sexual activity with a minor. While this new offense is certainly necessary and carries with it a felony charge, the offense does not require a person who is convicted to register as a sex offender. Adding this offense to the list of crimes that require registration under the Sex Offender Registry will strengthen penalties for this heinous act and equip the public with more information to protect themselves and their families from predators like Don McDougall. Members, thank you for joining me. I ask you to join me in turning tragedy into triumph. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move passage of House Bill 2000 in memory of Audrey Cunningham.
Members, the question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2000. A record vote has been requested. I'll give you time to vote from your chairs. Clerk, please ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members, Ms. Holt voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 148 ayes and 0 nays, House Bill 2000 is passed to engrossment. Want me to go on with the bell bill? Chair lays out SB 2 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2 by Creighton, relating to the establishment of an education savings account program.
Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 2 creates an educational savings account program to be administered and overseen by the Texas Comptroller's Office. Utilizing state funds, ESA will allow participating Texas families to pay for a range of educational expenses outside of the traditional public school system, empowering parents to choose the educational path that best fits their child's needs. The bill provides for certain education expenses, including tuition and fees at private schools, dual credit courses, industry-based certification training, high-quality pre-kindergarten programs, textbooks, fees for classes and assessments, tutoring, transportation to and from school, educational therapies, and the cost of meals at school. This is a universal program, so any Texas student is eligible to apply. Applications will be prioritized for children with disabilities or special learning needs and who live in a household that qualifies based on criteria from the 2025 Federal Poverty Guidelines. Senate Bill 2 specifies that a special education student can receive the full state entitlement for which they were eligible at a public school in the prior year. This will make certain that parents have the resources necessary to provide the very specialized education that so many Texas kids need. Other qualifying students are eligible to use 85% of their state funding allotment at a new school. As of today, would be a little over $10,000 per year. The calculation used to set this amount is an approximation of relevant state funding sources used to educate children in Texas, but this amount does not include INS or federal funds. A homeschool student may receive $2,000 to be used on approved expenses. Senate Bill 2 is a true savings account that gives families flexibility to use funds when and how they need them. Unused funds may roll over for future educational expenses, and rollover saving mechanisms lead to more thoughtful, cost-conscious spending decisions. Members, in my experience serving as a state representative and on the Killeen ISD School Board, I've come to believe two things. Public education is at the heart of so many communities in Texas, an institution charged with the development of our future. And that, despite our best efforts and investments, not every student is best served at their local public school. While I absolutely believe that every educator and administrator has the highest commitment and dedication to the students they serve, there remain students in our education system that could and should be served better. Not far from me in Bell County is an incredible school devoted to some of these students that I described today. The name of the school is Oak Creek Academy. Many of the students have language and cognitive and physical developmental needs, and at best, difficult to provide for, and often impossible under various constraints within their public schools. In meeting with the students and families who have found a home at Oak Creek, it is quickly apparent that many of the families are struggling to work multiple jobs to afford their child the opportunity for an education that fits their needs best, and they're praying for assistance. As a neighbor, I am overwhelmingly sympathetic to these families and cannot understand Texas allowing these children to slip through the cracks. As a legislator, I refuse to ignore these children and their futures. As I have stated before, my intent is to provide students and families with the opportunity to choose the best possible educational setting for their child, and I believe Senate Bill 2 provides this choice while prioritizing Texas' most high needs and vulnerable students.
Mr. Frank, for what purpose?
I don't think. Yeah, does the gentleman yield?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields for questions.
Dr. Buckley, thank you so much for bringing this bill. I think it's tremendously important. I do have a couple questions, I think, from comments that I've gotten, and I want to make sure that people understand. There's been a lot of discussion about who will get the ESAs. Would you mind walking through the prioritization? I know you touched on it a little bit, but of who gets priority when we're giving out the ESAs?
Yeah. Well, thank you, Mr. Frank. There is a priority schedule that is in the bill. That priority group number 1 encompasses students from families, students with disabilities from families that are earning 500% of the federal poverty level. Priority number 2 are those students from families of 200% of the poverty level. And
that's probably the less than 200% is
Yeah.
likely the most, the folks who will get it the first and the most. That is the largest number that you'll probably get.
Yes.
Okay? And then, okay, and then the 500%.
Yeah. Okay, yes. And 3 is the students between income of the 200 to 500. And then priority 4 is students that are from families that earn greater than 500%.
Okay, and then I was wondering, could you discuss there's discussion of private schools, and I know there's been, people will say fly by night, but my knowledge of the bill obviously is that schools have to be accredited. It's a pretty rigorous process to get accredited. Could you walk through that just a little bit about how long it takes to get and the audits and the
Well, yeah,
kind of
absolutely.
things involved in being private school accredited?
This bill absolutely requires that schools that accept students with ESAs be accredited. That process now includes sometimes 2 years of advance investment in first of all in real estate, in training, in organization, and making sure they have the financial stability. And that is before any child walks in the door.
Right.
And then after that, that once they can accept students, then under accreditation systems, schools have to administer a norm reference test and achieve outcomes before they receive full accreditation.
And this has been a process done for a long time, and we actually, traditional public schools accept transfers of credits from those schools because we have looked at the process. We stay on top of that process. So I appreciate you going over that. Just a couple quick final questions. I know you believe, and I'll ask it as a question, do you believe that most public schools in Texas are doing a fantastic job of educating kids? I know you do.
Absolutely. They did for my kids.
Yeah, absolutely. And I believe that too. I think most of them are doing a phenomenal job. But do you believe that no matter how good that school is, that it may not be a perfect fit for 100% of the kids that are in that district?
No, it's not a perfect fit for 100% of the kids.
So if it is not a perfect fit for 100% of the kids in that district, does your bill give that parent an opportunity to do something that is in the best interest of that child?
Absolutely.
So it gives parents and kids opportunities that don't exist today. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, thank you very much. Love the bill, obviously, and look forward to lengthy debate.
Okay, thank you.
For what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
I do.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. And could you just real quick remind us how much funding was for public education in the bill that we just passed?
Nearly $8 billion.
And how significant is that?
It's significant. It's the largest investment in our public schools in the history of our state.
And I'm proud to have joined in voting for that. I'm glad we got it passed. And my next question is, how much funding is in this current bill for children and families?
$1 billion.
Thank you for that. And then does this legislation, which kids would benefit the most from this legislation? I know Chairman Frank kind of explained some of those tiers, but do you mind going a little bit deeper into that? And which kids would benefit the most from this program?
You know, I think one thing we all know as well as parents, certainly I know, is that educating our children is complicated. And often, we have children with different abilities and different interests and different needs, and often the environments that our zip code requires us to attend may not fit their needs the best. And so what this bill will do is simply give a parent another tool in their toolbox so that they can provide the educational setting that best serves their child. That's what happens at Oak Creek Academy. We have families that understand that many of the kids have significant disabilities, and some don't. But the setting, the environment there, it meets the needs of some kids, and parents need that choice. It's their children, and they need to have that opportunity when things aren't working out at the public school. They need to have a pathway, a tool in the toolbox, if you will, to make sure that their child receives the best education possible.
Absolutely. I agree with you on that, and I just want to even drill down a little bit further. And can you just give us more clarity on what this bill specifically, how this bill specifically helps our kids with special needs?
Well, I think one of the most important things is that they're prioritized, number one, first of all. And number two, is that the ESA amount is linked to the dollars that are produced in the public school setting, so that parents that have kids with significant learning disabilities have the resources they need to take that to a private setting. We heard hours of testimony of concern about that. And so it was very important that we have this funding mechanism to make sure that the education savings account for special needs kids really reflects the important and different challenges those children may face. And Senate Bill 2 really speaks to that and funds those kids.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. And I wanted to drill down on that because those are the kids that are going to benefit the most from this. And that's why I think all the women behind you and really everybody in this chamber is excited for the opportunity to help those kids especially. And then real quick question, I know with the special needs funding in the bill, it kind of describes if they've got a tutor or a therapist, there are special guidelines in place where those people have to be licensed. You know, we want to make sure that this money is going to people who are going to really help those kids the most, that we know who they are, they're licensed. Does that also carry over to private schools? So any private schools or other schools that would get funding from this bill, can you just explain a little bit about how those teachers need to be licensed and that whole process?
First of all, there is full transparency for the parent to recognize if they choose to move their special needs child from a public school to a private school. That is required that the parents sign off on that and have an understanding of what may be different about the private school setting than the public school setting. And when those therapies or additional services that they need, all of those therapists and providers are vetted. We make sure that they are legit and that those dollars that go to that truly meet the needs of their child. But the most important thing is that these are often services that parents are concerned about that they're not receiving.
Right.
And this really empowers them. No one knows more about what their kids need than moms and dads. And so this speaks to that. And, you know, I was blessed. My kids did not require special education services, but got family members and friends that have. And it is a challenging road many times. And so if that setting is not meeting that child's needs, here is a different path that is totally the choice of the parent.
Absolutely.
If they are satisfied and their kids are thriving, then they will stay where they're at. If they need a different environment, different services, then they can opt for that.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. And I know that Texas is by no means the first to introduce a program like this. And so can you explain a little bit about the benefits that we have gained from looking at what other states have put in place in these programs and how our bill is taking those into account to make this program the best it can be?
Yeah, you know, we do have, and we've had the benefit of studying over the interim to really look at, you know, what implementation looks like, what it ought to look like, and this bill borrows, if you will, sort of the best practices of how to do that, from the prioritization, from the services that are allowable, to the structure of financial accountability and transparency, all of the things that we have seen in other states. And I believe there are 31 or 32 other states that have some form of school choice. And, you know, this is Texas, it's our moment to join that list. And again, just to provide parents with another option so that their kids receive the best education they can.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. And just to continue kind of our comparison between what other states have done and what we're working on in this bill, you know, I believe that it's possible to take care of our public schools and give parents a choice. And would you agree that in other states that have passed these programs, we see increases and more success in education across the board for all kids, no matter what school they're in?
Yeah, we do. You know, when you look around at states, there's cherry-picked data that we'll talk about, you know, issues in other states. And the fact is, though, that when a program operates like this and parents are empowered, what you'll find is that those children are served better and public school outcomes improve. And there's lots of reasons for that, whether or not there's a competitive component to it, whether or not There is a funding component to it, if you will. But in the end, what we know is that when parents have an option, you know, what we lose in this argument is one of the choices is to stay where you're at.
Right.
You know, it's always about someone that's a leaver. The reality is the vast number of Texas parents will not leave. So it is simply another choice. And I think what's important for parents to know is that it is not an either-or decision that you are either, you know, choosing a public school or choosing a private school. Many parents in other states may have one child that uses an ESA to go to a private school or another setting, and other kids that are in the public school. I mean, I know folks in Texas right now that are doing that very thing for lots of reasons.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that answer. And I agree with you. Of the constituents in my district that I've heard from on this, that is the story I hear the most often. That for one of their kids, public school is fantastic. It works great. But for another one of their kids, they need more options. And I believe this bill will provide them with those additional options. So thank you. I appreciate you answering all my questions.
You bet. Thank you.
Ms. Hicklin, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I do.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you. Chairman Buckley, is it your understanding that states that have these programs, there's actually been an increase in diversity?
Absolutely. You know, the reality is that many times students that live in the most challenging areas of Texas, students that face more challenges than my kids faced, probably more than your kids faced, are often those that don't have the options that I had. My wife and I actually drove from one school district where we live to another one, to an adjoining district, for lots of reasons, and that was our choice. But many Texas kids, they don't have that option. And so I think it's very important to understand that once you have that you will unlock the ability for some kids that are really struggling in environments that are at school and outside of school, by the way. It's not always just what happens in the schoolhouse, it can be what happens in the neighborhoods. And this allows them to find a pathway to another school where they can be absolutely the best that they can be.
Thank you for that answer. I agree there seems to be restrictions, especially when it comes to options that are based on zip code or economic challenges that this bill will focus on.
Yeah, I think one thing, Representative Hicklin, is to understand that, you know, we get into a lot of times the discussion of what the income levels are. What I don't suppose to know are the specific challenges that every Texas family is having. You know, I mean, I know that that is a very personal thing, and that an educational option, though this bill prioritizes by special needs and income, there are children of all income levels that need a different option. And it is, to me, extremely important to make certain that we provide those options in a way, understanding which children would have the most trouble accessing, making sure they're prioritized, but then also understanding and not supposing that we know, what goes on in every family in Texas and their circumstances.
Thank you. Could you talk a little bit about the constitutionality of this bill? I know that there are some concerns or challenges when it comes to that.
The court rulings are clear. Education savings account are absolutely constitutional, and that's been held before, and we're not wading off into bad constitutional territory. We know that states around the country have programs that are much more mature than ours. In other words, they've been around for years. Florida's been around since probably 22 years, 23 years, and but the law is settled on this.
Thank you. One last thing. I know you spoke a little bit about the accreditation process for private schools. Can you share a little bit about accountability measures for those that might be concerned?
Yeah, you know, there's always a lot of talk about, are we going to have an accountability measure? And the bill requires that a student receiving an ESA must take the norm reference test that is provided, that is required in a accredited private school. And then those tests will then allow parents, and it'll also allow through reporting back through the provider of the education savings accounts and ultimately to TEA, so that we have data to make sure that tax dollars are yielding student achievement or parent satisfaction. All of these things that choice is wrapped around. It's not always necessarily achievement, but there can be other things. There can be peer groups. There can be bullying. There can be environments. A lot of the families that I know that are choosing private schools now are doing it for reasons other than academic. It could be involved, bullying. That's probably the number one reason.
Thank you. Well, as a mom of 4 kids, I'm so excited for the opportunities that will be opened to all families for the future of their children, that parents will be empowered with their God-given right to make the best choices for their children's future. Thank you so much for this bill.
You bet.
The gentleman's time has expired. Spears, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for questions?
The time has expired. Are you moving to extend the time? A motion has been made to extend the time. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Spears, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I do.
The gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you, Chairman. How would Senate Bill 2 help families who feel stuck in their current school settings?
It gives them an option. It provides them another, that's really interesting because I was talking with families back home, and where I live in kind of a rural area, smaller school, it's a great school district. I've talked with families at local restaurants and over on the weekends, and most would say, I'm completely happy with my public school, but I wouldn't mind having an option if I needed it. And I think that's what a lot of families are really thinking, is that some are in that crisis mode now, but others just believe that it is their God-given right to direct the education of that child, and they look forward to the provisions in Senate Bill 2 to be able to exercise that right when they need it.
Thank you for that, and I agree with you. And for this specific bill, we hear a lot about the different school choice models. What makes the education savings account model in SB 2 better than previous school choice efforts?
Well, it's not, nobody cuts a check to a parent. There's not a debit card. There's not all the fears and some of the rhetoric you hear. It's all about that. These dollars are held in trust by the comptroller, and then they're dispersed to the Certified Education Assistance Organization that runs the program, and then funds are used to pay on behalf of parents for tuition or services, therapies on that. So it's tightly controlled to prevent any sort of fraud or abuse. And it's more parent-directed. It provides more options for parents.
More options for parents is always good.
Yeah.
So thank you for that. And after the pandemic, there were a lot of things that came about in public education. So why do you think it's more important now, even after the pandemic, that we implement school choice?
Yeah, I think you can look around the state. You can talk to schools across the state and even look around the country, and you can find significant challenges now that we have in our schools. Learning loss from kids that miss school. Some of our younger kids sort of got used to not going to school, and so it's created specific challenges in our public schools. And I think now what this bill provides is an all-hands-on-deck approach to making sure that families have an opportunity, whether it be in terms of catching kids up for learning loss, whether it be from challenges with peer groups or bullying or social issues that kids have at school. This again gives them an option. And it appears to have magnified since COVID. I won't speculate of why that is, but it certainly seems to be more concern from parents following the COVID pandemic.
Thank you for that. And also, let's talk about competition. We know there's competitions among schools when we do have these options available, but how does it help Texas compete nationally with education innovation?
Well, we have so much to offer as a state, and whether it be our economic development, our business climate, and what really the factors, low regulation, less taxes, the things that business looks for. But you can't sustain that without a top-tier education system. And the reality is it takes more than just a current system to provide that. There are children now that are struggling in their environment who, if placed, and often you'll see this when placed in a different environment, they thrive. And who knows what that child will achieve when they are allowed and their parent can direct them to the environment that fits their needs best. What sort of innovation it will be unlocked in the brain of that youngster? We don't know yet, but we do know that that will happen when parents have more choice.
I agree, Chairman. And so what would you say to someone who worries that SB 2 will hurt public schools?
You have not seen anywhere in the country where public schools have been impacted in a negative way by school choice. You just haven't. And this bill will not impact our public schools. When you are providing the services and you're meeting the needs of children, we know that parents will stay in their public school. Even in a universal program, this is a significant decision for a parent. This is often, if you'd have been like our family, I have no one in my immediate family or my parents or grandparents or anybody else except for like 2 cousins that ever went to a private school. I don't know that much about that, but I do know that this opportunity that we will provide will not hurt our public schools. It'll just create another lane or another option for parents. And I think it's a really good question. I think what happens sometimes, and I've used this analogy in the hearings, is our public schools really are asked, in a medical analogy, to be a general practitioner and a neurosurgeon at the same time. That's a hard lift, and when there is or issues with students and parents lack the satisfaction, or there's even an agreement between a school and a parent that the child's needs aren't being met, or we need to do, it's just, again, another pathway for a parent to choose to get their child in the right setting.
Thank you, Chairman. There's been a lot of discussion about this over the last few months, good, bad, and indifferent. What do you think is the most misunderstood thing about ESAs?
Oh man, the most misunderstood. There really is so much. I think that it is an existential threat to public schools. You just haven't seen that anywhere. I have superb confidence in our public schools to continue to provide incredible education for their kids. They did for mine, and they've done for many on this floor, and they will continue to do so. But I also understand that, I don't necessarily have to get to make the call what's best for your kid or some other parent's children. And so when you have this sort of opportunity and you really empower the parent to do so, I've always said that a choice typically results in more satisfaction. When I have to make that deliberate step, apply for an ESA, take my child to a private setting, then at that point, maybe what it has done is invested me in the outcomes that we want. Why that doesn't happen in the public school setting for them, I don't know. But I know in many times what you'll see when you talk to families at Oak Creek Academy, that smaller setting typically, it really invites more parent engagement, and you see children that were struggling really begin to thrive.
Well, if you could expand upon that a little bit further, how would this bill change the day-to-day reality for parents and students?
I think when we all sit down and our kids, this is what goes on a lot in Texas. We think about where we live, what that school we're zoned for is, right? Then we're like, well, do we want to go to that school? Well, we might want to go to another school. So we think about, can we get a transfer? Do we have to move? Can we move? Can we afford to move? Is there a charter school nearby? All this is going on, right? I've got a 4-year-old grandson in Fort Worth, and right now, that's what my daughter and son-in-law are doing. They're thinking, all right, when Leo is old enough, what's going to fit, right? What's going to fit for him? Well, when you think about parents and having to make these decisions, this is going to provide one more option. And they think about, all right, maybe it is the local public school. Maybe we'll move to this. Maybe we'll transfer there. Maybe we'll pick this charter. Or maybe we'll exercise our right and go through the ESA process and be able to take our child to a setting that fits their needs best.
Well, as a mother, an auntie, and eventually a grandmother, I thank you for bringing the bill. Thank you.
Ms. Truxclair, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman
The
yield for
gentleman
questions?
yield for questions. The gentleman yields.
All right, Chairman Buckley. I want to talk about something that has been absolutely, continually misreported by the media. We have heard over and over again, often by people who are opposed to school choice, that this bill will only benefit wealthy families. Can you remind us one more time who benefits from an education savings account in this bill?
This bill is prioritized for special needs children with an income cap and a progressive income cap throughout the prioritizations. It's income-based.
And can you,
Needs
I'm
and
sorry,
income-based.
Can we have a little order? I'm having a hard time hearing him.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
Thank you. So has it surprised you during this time that false claim has been repeated over and over again in the media, and nobody in the media has corrected that claim?
Yeah, you know, I mean, it's kind of a class warfare argument, I think, and you know, I'm at the local private school, Oak Creek and Killeen, all the time, and whether it be as a state representative or a veterinarian, you know, bringing a dog up there on career day or you know, attending events, and you know, these are not millionaire families. These are families they're working. These are families where dad's in the military, mom works fast food, and grandma's moved down to help her so that the mother can take a second job, so they can afford an opportunity at a school that's really where their child is thriving. And so, you know, I think that, you know, on the surface, that's the argument, but it just doesn't bear out anywhere in, you know, anywhere where you see education savings accounts.
So it's a convenient talking point, but it is in no way reality, because in reality, students with special needs and low-income students are first, second, and third in line under this bill, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I'd also, as a member who represents both suburban and urban counties, and suburban, urban, and rural, I have been really shocked and disappointed in how these false talking points have proliferated through our rural communities and been used as scare tactics to protect the urban areas who really are not living up to students' and parents' expectations. Most of the students, isn't it true that most of the students across the 32 plus other states that have already enacted some sort of school choice program, the students that benefit most from those programs are typically urban area students that are seeking a way out of a potentially failing public school?
Yeah, that's what you see across the country, and I think what you have in those areas are parents that are seeking this sort of relief, this sort of option. And when you have that, you have to turn to the rural areas where, I'll stipulate, people love their public schools in rural Texas.
Absolutely.
We just passed a bill that provides the largest influx of money to rural public schools in the history of the state. And
the gentleman's time has expired.
I make a motion to extend his time.
Members, you've heard the motion.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The gentleman's time is extended.
So our rural areas have nothing to fear from school choice. They are sort of that hotbed of where our Texas values live, and often that school is sort of that, that hub of activity. And so I think the argument that is made about that really seeks to sort of counter what I believe and what you've seen in some of the polling is that in some of our underserved communities, school choice is very popular.
And you brought up a good point that most rural communities, they love their small rural schools because the teachers and administrators in those schools share the same values. Whereas when you get into the larger school districts in the urban areas, sometimes there is just a disconnect between the students that they have a responsibility to serve and the educational outcomes. Because at the end of the day, this is not about protecting a system. It's not about protecting a certain district. It's about doing what is best for our kids.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think you will see throughout our discussion today that most of the studies show that educational outcomes for all students, including public school students, actually improve in areas that a school choice program has been adopted. Is that true?
That is correct.
So what you're telling me is that if you care about children, if you care about students, any student, regardless of whether they're homeschool, private school, public school, I think everybody in this chamber cares about Texas students. And we know now that enacting these programs increases outcomes. And when you break a cycle where a student is not getting the education that they need, education is the most important thing, most important indicator for the future of their life, right? If they don't get a good education, they're less likely to live a successful life and go out and be able to fulfill their own dreams, right?
That's right.
And so by allowing students who are in the most need, special needs students, low income students, students who their traditional public school is not meeting their needs, by allowing those students and those parents the opportunity to get an excellent education, that is not just helping them during their formative years, but it is setting them up for success in the rest of their lives.
That is correct. There's nothing more important for our future than educating our kids. And why in the world would we look at options and say we can do this one and that one, but we can't do that one? Why can't we do that one? Because we're just not going to do it. It's time to provide a full array of different of options for parents with the understanding of how unique our children are and the challenges they will face. And so without an option like this, then we're literally looking at another option and we're saying to some kids in Texas and families, no, sorry, not for you. And that's just not right.
So my last question to you is, why should every member in this chamber feel confident in voting for this bill?
Because it's right for kids.
Thank you.
Mr. Romero, for what purpose?
Gentleman yield for questions.
Gentleman yield for questions.
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
Chairman, I've got a couple of questions regarding the eligibility criteria, but before I do that, I want to ask you a question about some of the questions that you just answered.
Okay.
You did say that this program is income-based, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but yet you didn't mention, or the prior member said this is not for the wealthy, you agreed, and this is not for millionaire families. So is there an income cap?
No, but it's prioritized by income.
Okay, but a moment ago, when the prior member asked questions saying this was not for millionaire families, you agreed that this is not for millionaire families. So do you agree that this program is not for millionaire families?
I believe that you will see more middle-class Texas families access this program than any other segment.
Okay, regardless of whether it's more or not, but this is available, and Texas should know that this voucher program is being made available to millionaires, people that could potentially make $1 million a year. Is it still available to those families?
But, and that income level is capped.
Okay, so at what cap in your bill, can you tell me where the income level is that you believe is not for the wealthy? What is the maximum income level at which your voucher bill is now going to allow for a family in Texas to take part in this program?
Well, the income levels, as I described, begin with students with disabilities and then...
No, I'm asking the
question... You're talking about on the high end?
I'm asking what is the maximum amount of income at which you are no longer available, you are no longer eligible to receive a voucher, public schools, public taxpayer dollars, because in this building we talk a lot about lowering taxes. Ultimately, this comes from all people in Texas. What is the maximum amount of income a family can earn at which they're still eligible to receive this voucher program?
Under Priority 4, it's families earning $160,000 a year or more.
That's under Priority 4. Are you telling me that Priority 4 is the maximum amount, so therefore no one that makes over $140,000 a year combined income?
No, it's reserved, it's prioritized for families earning more than $160,000 per year, and it's capped at 20% of the program.
Okay, it's 20%. So what's the cap? Is it 160 to 200? Is it 160 to 250?
It's not capped. It's universal. All families are eligible in that priority.
Okay, so then back to my prior question. Will a family that makes $1 million a year or more, are they still eligible?
They're eligible to apply.
Okay, so then a millionaire family will. A billionaire family would still be eligible.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I want to ask you some questions regarding the eligibility criteria. Under SB 2, your bill does require proof of citizenship or lawful admission into the United States, correct?
Yes, sir.
And under this bill, who is responsible for making immigration status determinations?
It is done through the application process.
That application process happens where?
It happens when the family applies through the Certified Education Assistance Organization.
So this is an outside vendor?
It is one, could be one of several that the comptroller would contract with via RFP.
Okay, and does your bill intend to adhere to the Immigration and Nationality Act's definition for lawfully admitted?
Yes, if they're lawfully admitted, they're eligible.
So are you aware that someone that can be lawfully present, even if they are not lawfully admitted into the United States? For example, they could be present with a green card. They could have protections under the Violence Against Women's Act. They could have special immigrant juvenile status. They could have DACA. They could be asylum seeker or grantee, or they could have temporary protective status and U visa. Is it your intention to exclude children lawfully present in the U.S. from vouchers that qualify under those programs?
All the bill requires that they be a United States citizen or lawfully present.
Isn't it the responsibility of making determinations regarding a person's lawful or unlawful presence under immigration law the exclusive responsibility of the federal government?
I'm sorry, repeat the question.
Isn't it the responsibility of making determinations regarding someone's lawful or unlawful presence under immigration law the exclusive responsibility of the federal government?
I'm not advised on the process. That is up to the applicant to prove they're a United States citizen or a legal resident.
And to your prior response, they are going to be presenting this information to someone that is not of the federal government. So the vendor, will they be required to be a part of some federal government institution, since they are going to be providing information or persons seeking to be a part of your voucher program are going to be providing that documentation status?
Yeah, they will verify that they are citizens or lawfully present.
What documents will they be required to establish their presence or lawful admission?
Documents provided by the applicant.
Those are the documents provided by the applicant, but what documents do you expect them to provide?
Well, they can provide your standard documents where you prove your citizenship or legal status in any occasion of transacting business in Texas.
And what are those? I mean, it's in your bill. That's why I want to know, Dr. Buckley, if you're asking for them to prove the status, there's concern that they have to prove status. You've mentioned that it's going to go to an outside vendor. You haven't told me, other than tell me that it's through the comptroller, but you haven't instructed in this legislation what I believe should be a requirement, because right now you should only have to prove your status to the federal government. But I'll move on. How will this organization in the comptroller's office, if you have knowledge of it, ensure that these documents are properly protected, that they're safely protected?
The organizations that operate as a certified education assistant organization have privacy guards and protections for all personal information that is required for this for application.
Is that in your bill?
Yes.
Can you tell me what line of your bill it is that specifies what information and how it will be protected?
I'm sorry, repeat your question.
Can you tell me what line in the bill
Yeah.
and where it is, the documents that should be provided, and where they will be protected? Where and how they will be protected?
They will be protected per state and federal law in terms of personal information.
Will any schools be charged with the responsibility?
I'm sorry?
With the responsibility of verifying or confirming status?
No, that will be done in the application process.
For the sake of time, I'm going to stop there, and I'm going to come up and I'm going to see if you can point to me in the bill where that information regarding the protection of those documents are.
Mr. Anchia, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield for some questions about the bill?
Will the gentleman yield for questions? Will the gentleman yield for questions? Brad, will the gentleman yield for questions?
I yield, sorry.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Chairman Buckley. Just have a few more questions about how to qualify and how to show your immigration status. You know, we have heard a lot of discussion on HB3 about parental choice, but the section that Chairman Romero was asking about explicitly excludes parents from participating in the program that they pay into based on their willingness or ability to show citizenship or immigration status. Is that correct? So if somebody didn't want to provide immigration documents, then they would be excluded from the bill, right?
Yeah, that is correct. You have to prove citizenship.
And if they couldn't provide immigration documents, they'd be excluded from the bill, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Will there be exceptions? Are you going to be taking exceptions or have a perfecting amendment for students who have difficulty accessing personal documents? I'll give you an example. I didn't have my birth certificate for many, many years. My parents had it. A lot of times, children in foster care have difficulty accessing their documents. Students who are homeless have difficulty accessing their documents. And students, many times who have been kicked out of the house, have difficulty accessing their documents. Are there going to be any exceptions for those classes of students?
They need to follow state and federal law in producing documents to prove their citizenship and whether or not they're legally present.
But if they're unable to, no exceptions, they cannot participate?
They have to provide their, yes, sir.
Okay. I wanted to delve into a few, because your bill, as Chairman Romero pointed out, used the term lawfully admitted, and you mentioned that it was your intention for the bill to adhere to the Immigration and Nationality Act definition for lawfully admitted. I wanted to go through a few statuses of people that would be lawfully present but potentially not lawfully admitted. So are you aware that victims of violence that have what are called VAWA, Violence Against Women Act green cards, are usually subjected, that you have to make a finding of battery or extreme cruelty, that definition excludes green cards holders. Would that classification of women be ineligible for the green card program because they are technically not lawfully admitted, but they are lawfully present?
I'm not advised on that particular circumstance that you bring up.
So it is your understanding then that you can be lawfully present in the United States but not lawfully admitted under the Immigration and Nationality Act, right?
It sounds that
That does happen to be the case.
Yeah. Did they have the?
It is also the case with U visas. U visas are only granted to crime victims in the United States who aid in the prosecution of a crime, and this definition that you have of lawfully admitted would exclude U visa recipients as well. Are you aware of that?
I'm not advised of the details of that.
Are you aware that children who are here with special immigrant juvenile status protections, they oftentimes are abused, abandoned, or neglected by a parent, that those children who need access to mental health and counseling services, your definition may exclude these children from the voucher program? Are you aware of that?
I'm not advised. If
Okay.
they're U.S. citizens
And
or legally
children-
present, they're eligible.
And I just want to point out
I got you.
that there are people who are lawfully present in the United States, but may not, under your definition of lawfully admitted, be covered by the voucher program. And I think you want to get at people who are here lawfully, like people with TPS protections, temporary protective service, right? Pardon me, status. They've experienced natural disasters in their country, political turmoil in their home country, Cuba, Venezuela. Your definition also excludes them. I just wanted to make you aware if you were not aware of that. Are you aware?
I'm not advised.
Okay. And finally, children who seek asylum, who have had to flee their home country due to political prosecution or prosecution due to religious beliefs, like, for example, Yazidi Christians, who may be here as asylees, your definition excludes them. Were you aware of that?
I'm not advised of their status.
Okay. Well, thank you for your time. I just wanted to get that in the record.
Okay, thank
Mr. Reynolds, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for some
Will the
questions?
gentleman yield for questions?
I do.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Chairman Buckley. I appreciate you and the thoughtful explanations that you have. You know, sometimes bills have unintended consequences, so I want to ask you a series of questions to really alleviate some concerns that many of my constituents and stakeholders have that this bill has a discriminatory impact, okay? And so, are you aware that in Indiana, researchers have concluded that the introduction of vouchers in 2013 has increasingly benefited higher income white students, many of whom are already in private schools, and diverts funding from all other students who remain in public schools in the school system? Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of the individual demographics of participants in Indiana.
Okay. Are you aware that simply an analysis from an Ohio newspaper using data provided by the Ohio Department of Education found that the state's voucher programs disproportionately served white students? Are you aware of that?
I am not.
Are you aware of the Century Foundation report reviewing the impact of private school vouchers nationwide found that voucher programs are more likely to increase school segregation than to promote integration or maintain the status quo? Are you familiar with that?
I'm not familiar because we don't have a system in Texas.
Okay. Well, let's talk about Texas. Are you aware that currently Texas private schools disproportionately serve Anglo students? Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of the demographics of our private schools.
Well, here are some of the demographic data that I found. That according to the most recent data, white students are the majority population in private schools in Texas, comprising 55% in 2022 as compared to 26% in public schools. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that like I said, demographic data concerning private schools.
Are you aware that African American and Latino students attend private schools at lower rates than Anglo students? Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of those demographics.
And the data that I received showed that only 13% of public school population in Texas are black.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Reynolds, for what purpose?
motion to extend the time.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The gentleman's time is extended.
Thank you. Chairman Buckley, are you aware of data that shows that 13% of the public school population in Texas is black and 53% of the public school population is Latino? Are you aware of those statistics?
Was that public schools?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Okay. And are you aware that only 6% of private schools are African American populated students and 23% of Hispanic students in private schools? Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of those demographics.
Okay. Does it concern you that, let me strike that, has this body adequately considered the very likely possibility that this legislation will disproportionately benefit white students and create more segregation in our schools?
That is not the intent of this legislation. It's my intent that this gives every Texas family the opportunity to select the education that is the best fit for their child.
What protections does this bill have to ensure that we don't fund segregation in our public schools?
Yeah. When you look across all the states, first of all, there's throughout the process, there's no discrimination on who can apply and such. But we also find that across the country, when you look at programs, that you see significant populations of Hispanics and African Americans that attend private school and that are accessing through ESA programs. And the intent of this bill is to give parents, regardless of immutable characteristics, the opportunity to access the education that's best for their child, Mr. Reynolds. That's what this bill does.
So, Chairman Buckley, when I looked at the proposed section 29.370 of the bill, which establishes an annual reporting requirement for each certified educational assistance organization, I see that subsection 1 requires educational assistance programs to collect and compile data regarding program applications disaggregated by age, but not by any other factors outlined in proposed section 29.3715. Isn't that correct?
The intent of the section is to make sure that the report reports back to the legislature of the participants in the program.
Okay. And I'm just trying to make sure that there wasn't a drafting error. Can you explain why other factors such as disability, status, or race, gender, socioeconomic status are not included in this annual reporting requirement for this application?
Well, the application process would certainly require verifying disability status because one of the priority groups. But again, the process and the reporting is required to make certain that we know who is accessing the program.
Is it your intention, or it's my understanding, is your intention that this legislation be a universal voucher, correct?
Yes, every Texas family is eligible to apply, given the eligibility requirements.
And so your goal, as you just expressed, is to increase the opportunity for all students, including marginalized students, correct?
Absolutely.
So we have heard many concerns from a variety of stakeholders about the potential discriminatory impact from this legislation. Do you agree with me that one way that we could mitigate these concerns would be to monitor and evaluate which students are having success in exercising their right to receive funding for their preferred private school and which ones are not? Wouldn't that be helpful?
I believe that it is important that the program reports information about students and primarily that it provides access to all students, and it does. There is no Texas student that is not eligible.
Chairman Buckley, are you
Yeah. And
aware of the Texas Bill of Rights?
yeah. Well, let me bring you to the report that must include the following demographic information: the child's grade, the child's age, the child's sex, the child's race or ethnicity, the school district in which the child resides, the district campus that the child would otherwise attend, the child's zip code, the date of enrollment in the program. All of that is reported by the comptroller based upon the bill.
Thank you. I'm making a note of that.
Yeah, yeah, page 35 of the bill.
So, with respect to the students who can be denied admittance from private schools, you do know that there are different requirements for admittance from a public school versus a private school, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is it true that a private school may deny a student admission on the basis of their religious practices or identity? Isn't that correct?
No, simply private schools will make parents aware of certain religious requirements or certain religious activities, and the parent can decide whether or not they would like their child to attend.
Isn't it true that 75% of private schools in Texas are religious?
I'm not sure of that breakdown, but that's probably about right.
Okay. But you don't have any evidence to dispute that, would you?
I don't.
In other words, is it almost certain that the state will be funding religious discrimination to the tunes of millions of dollars that would otherwise be going to our public schools, which are constitutionally prohibited from discriminating against any student for any reason, correct?
The private schools will not discriminate based on that, and I don't believe that makes that bears itself out, that it's religious, that it's discriminatory based on religious tests.
If it's a Christian private school, do they have to admit a Muslim private school student?
I'm sorry?
If it's a Christian private school, do they have to admit a student that is a Muslim student? Do they have to admit that student to their school?
Yeah. They will make sure that that's a fit. They'll advise parents of the requirements of that student to attend that school, and that's the way the process works.
Isn't it true that a private school may deny admission on the basis of a disability?
No, we've hashed this out in our committee hearings. That's a great question, by the way. What private schools do is they make certain that they can provide the services that are necessary to serve that child. And we have we have 60-something private schools in Texas that are accredited to make sure that they particularly serve children with special needs, and including one in my own district. And we even had testimony from families that had applied to certain schools, and they would say, you know what, there might be a better private school option, and they would give parents an option because they want to make sure it fits for the kid. They understand that if they can't provide the services they think, but they know an additional school or another school could do that, then they direct the parent that direction.
But isn't it true that private schools are not required to provide language access services to emergent bilingual students?
Private schools in our Catholic system and others have very robust and rich language courses and the ability. I mean, if you look at our Spanish speakers and stuff in our Catholic schools, there are, I don't know the exact percentage, but I do know that it's a large percentage of students that speak other languages other than English.
Isn't it true that a private school may deny a student admission on the basis of their gender?
Well, there are some schools that are sort of set up to be either all male or all female, but that is, again, and that's a parent has that, they have that right to decide, and they'll choose the right one based on the child's gender.
Could the private school also deny student admission based on sexual orientation or gender identity?
I'm not advised about that.
Given the multiple and often intersecting ways of this legislation will find discrimination, how does it comply with the Texas Constitution's equal educational opportunity mandate?
This bill provides every Texas parent, every single one of them, an option to apply for an education savings account and take their child to the setting that fits them best. Mr. Reynolds, what's so fundamentally different about what we're doing here is we're empowering parents to make those decisions, and we're giving them options. And I think what's even more important, they will receive options that best fits their child.
Thank you, Chairman Buckley.
Thank you.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Sorry.
Can I make a motion to
Ms. Leo,
extend?
members, you've heard the motion. It requires unanimous consent. Is there objection? There is objection. The gentleman's time is not extended. Mr. Romero, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, could I ask to have the exchange between Chairman Buckley, myself, Chairman Anchia, and Chairman Buckley reduced to writing and placed in the journal?
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Members, we're waiting on an amendment. Ms. Troxclair, for what purpose?
Can the previous exchange, the full exchange from beginning to end, be reduced to writing and put in the journal?
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Buckley.
The chair recognizes Mr. Buckley to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a perfecting amendment that clarifies a few items and adds some additional guardrails that members have asked for. And it does the following. It clarifies that children of active duty military are included in eligibility. It requires that accredited private schools have operated a campus for 2 years before they can accept an ESA student. We strengthen the 20% cap on the fourth priority. We improve auditing provisions to improve accountability and transparency in the program. We make it clear that if a student returns to a public school, that they receive what they're entitled to plus 10%, just like a current public school student PEG grant. We ensure that the comptroller shares the annual report, including assessment scores, with the TA commissioner. It includes data reporting on students with disabilities that leave a private school. Per the report, it clarifies that. It's in the bill already. And lastly, there are some edits from the comptroller's office to ensure the agency has the flexibility in administering the program. And I move adoption.
Dr. Allen, for what purpose?
May the gentleman answer a few questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions? On the amendment, Dr. Allen?
I'm sorry.
On the amendment,
Yes, it all goes together. It's on
the gentleman yields for questions.
Yes. I yield.
on the amendment. How much money is in the budget for the voucher program?
That's not in this amendment.
Questions have to be limited to the actual amendment that has been laid out.
Well, he was talking about the money going back from the school, so I wanted to know how much money was in the budget.
Say 1 billion. Yeah. 1 billion. What?
Okay, okay. Are you aware that there are enough private schools to absorb, and I'll take my district, one of my districts, which is Houston Independent School District. I'll take it with 180,000 kids in that district. Are there enough private schools out there to absorb 180,000 kids in HISD?
I don't believe that if every child left HISD, there would be enough private school openings for them.
No, so right off the bat, that means not every kid has an opportunity to take advantage of the voucher program.
Yeah, parents can certainly apply, and there are private school opportunities in Houston, and those parents have the opportunity, and they're included in this program.
Every child?
Every child.
Every child. We can take all of the kids in HISD and put them in a private school.
No, ma'am. First of all, I don't believe that all the kids in HISD would choose to leave. But if they all did, if they all chose to leave, there are not enough open private school seats for that.
No, so that simply means that every child does not have an opportunity to take advantage of this program.
Yeah. Every child is eligible to apply for the program.
Okay. What amount in the budget is for special education?
Oh, goodness. We added today on the bill that you voted for, and thank you very much, we added more than $1 billion in additional funding for special education.
So there's another billion?
Yes, ma'am.
A separate billion, so now it's $2 billion, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, are you referring to special education funding in public schools?
Special education in the private schools.
No, there's $1 billion in the budget for the
Total.
For the ESA program total. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, I misunderstood
Total.
your question.
Okay. And there are opportunities for the special education kids to go to private school.
Yes, ma'am. They are actually priority number 1 in this bill. They are the first students in line.
Okay. What about students with severe disabilities, such as tube feeding, bus transportation, breathing apparatuses, diaper changing? Is that opportunity available in private schools?
It is in some private schools. We have 50 accredited private schools in Texas that have extensive programs for students with disabilities.
Okay. And you have transportation for those kids?
Yeah,
Like
transportation.
ambulances and-
Yes, ma'am. Transportation expenditures are eligible under this bill.
Okay, and how many kids will you think that they will serve? Excuse me?
Members, we are on the perfecting amendment by Dr. Buckley, not the bill.
It has to do with the money, and that's why I'm asking the question. Because you said the monies will go back to the school. I'm asking these questions. It's about the money. I asked you about how much money was there. Will the money take care of special ed kids? I'm asking about the money.
Yeah. Dr. Allen, there's $1 billion appropriated in our budget for this bill.
Okay. What is the average cost of a private school? Average cost of a private school?
Dr. Allen, that is not in this perfecting amendment. I'll be happy to have a discussion with you about everything else on the bill if I can adopt this amendment.
I want everybody to hear, not just me. We don't have a private conversation. I want everybody
No.
to hear.
I'll do it at the mic. I mean, we can have this conversation after adoption of this amendment so that we get the amendment adopted.
I'll wait on you.
Move adoption.
Dr. Buckley sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. There's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Buckley voting aye. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Show Mr. Reynolds voting aye. Show Mr. Schatzline voting aye. Show Mr. Morgan voting aye. Show Ms. Schaffner voting aye. Show Mr. Hopper voting aye. Have all voted. Show Mr. McQueenie voting aye. Show Ms. Pearson voting aye. Show Ms. Luther voting aye. Show Mr. LaHood voting aye. Have all voted. There being 145 ayes, 1 nay, the amendment is adopted.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Dutton.
Chair recognizes Mr. Dutton to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker and members, if I had to title this amendment, it would be called Put Your Money Where Your Mouth Is. Because what this amendment does, well, let me start with what the bill does. The bill says they're going to give all these kids $10,500, essentially. Now, that's one size fits all. And usually I can tell you around here, when we've had one size fits all, it means it fits nobody. And essentially what this does is says that they recognize, or at least acknowledge, that there are some children who are in a 12-foot hole. And so what we do with this bill is we offer them a 10-foot rope. And so what my amendment does is simply says that, wait a minute. And I crafted the amendment so it spends exactly the same amount of money that's in the bill for this, $1 billion. Well, let me tell you how I do it versus how this bill does it. If you are 200% or below poverty, what my amendment does is says we will pay the full tuition of the private school up to $30,000. Now, if you really think that children ought to be given an option to go to private schools, I can't think of a better way to do it than increase the money that's in this bill, because we all know that $10,500 is not going to get him there. But $30,000 might. And then what it does is it says that, okay, what we'll do is for children who are from families that are only 300% of the poverty guidelines, we will pay $10,000. If the child is above, if the family is above 300% of poverty, we pay $7,500. And if you happen to be at least above the poverty percent by 400, we pay $5,000. And the amendment also says that if you are 500% above the poverty guidelines, we pay nothing. We pay absolutely nothing because you can afford to do that yourself. Now, what we found out in committee is that the way the bill is drafted, 172,500 children are going to take advantage of this who are already going to private school. And so what my amendment does is says, wait a minute, if we really want to do this, if we really want to help children who need the help, let's do it so that their income levels determine their eligibility. And that's really what my amendment does, rather than do it the way the bill does it, because the bill says that we're going to give everybody $10,500, and we try to do it based on some income levels. But that's not enough to get you to a private school. And I think all of us in here recognize that. And so what I try to do is make this whole idea about about private schools and ESAs work. Because typically what's going to happen is we're going to pass this bill with the way this is currently drafted, and nothing will happen except 172,500 children who are going to private schools now will get $10,500. And I don't think that's what the author intends, and I know that's not what this legislature would intend, because when we want to do ESAs, you want it to work. You want to make sure that the children that is targeted are going to benefit by virtue of the ESA. And an ESA for $10,500 is simply inadequate to help the children we say we're trying to help. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Frank, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield?
Does
Yes.
the gentleman yield for questions? The gentleman yields.
So if I understand your amendment, you would pay for a lower income person up to $30,000 for a private education. Is that right?
Correct. If you're 200% or less of poverty guidelines.
Okay. And you said the current amount wouldn't handle private schools. I'm not sure what private schools that you're looking at, but the average private school in the state of Texas, do you know what the average private school in the state of Texas cost? It's $9,700. $9,700 is the average private school. Not everybody, and I know a lot of people in here have sent their kids to private schools, and I know they go for a lot more than that. I know you can find
So your argument is let them all go to average private schools.
No, I mean, I think
then
there are some outstanding private schools that do it for
you're saying that
$9,700.
you're arguing with me about average prices for charter schools, and not the fact that you want every child to go to a charter school.
I want every child to be able to go to the best school that they can, that their parents think, but to pretend that you have to pay $30,000, I don't think you have to pay.
That's
I
not
don't
what
think it's fair to pay $30,000.
Let me correct you. This bill doesn't automatically say you get $30,000.
Right.
This bill says you get up to $30,000.
Right. No,
depending on what the
that.
private school costs. Because some of the children might not want to go to average private schools.
Right. But I think, but the pretending that we can't somehow give people options at the dollar amount that we have, we truly can, and I think we can give them great options. So, appreciate it.
I'm not sure I agree with that. As I said before, what you were doing and professing is to give these children a 10-foot rope, and they're in a 12-foot hole. And so, how do you expect them to get out of it?
Thank you.
Mr. Kane, for what purpose?
Question for the amendment author.
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Mr. Dutton, you call the current funding mechanism a 10-foot rope. Are you willing to at least support them on that?
A 12-foot hole.
12-foot hole. Will you support them giving them a 10-foot rope, though?
I will do that. I will. I promise you I'll do that, and I'll come back there and stand there with you, and we'll have a great time celebrating it.
Excellent, excellent. Which private school did your kids go to?
Well, my 7 kids didn't go to private school.
Private schools?
And my last child graduates from college on May 18th. And so every one of them has graduated from college, but they went to public school.
Would you know that there's over 150 Catholic schools in Texas that charge just $8,000 a year? Don't you think that'd be enough for these kids?
Well, I wish you hadn't brought that up, because my school at my Catholic church, the Catholic Church closed it. So it doesn't matter what, and I asked in the hearing, if I asked the person who was representing Catholic schools, whether or not, if this passes, will you open the school in my district? They closed 2 private schools in my district, one at St. Francis and the other one at our Mother Mercy. And the lady said, well, that's not the way we do it. And I said, well, why are you here arguing for this bill if that's not going to help? She said, well, we have to look at other things other than this.
Yeah. Okay. Well, at a minimum, though, did you know that what this bill is doing is the highest amount of an ESA of any other state in the country? This is the most that any other state's done for the ESAs.
Well, I know it, but we should learn from them that the way to do it is to structure this so that we make sure the children we are targeting actually get the benefit. And what we're doing here, based on what I've seen, is we're not helping them nearly as much as we're helping children who are already going to private. If you could show me where it's going to increase the number of students by 172,000, just like the 172,000 that are now going to private schools and who are now going to benefit from this, I would be fine with it. But it seems to me that we're going to have 172,000 of students who are currently in private schools benefiting from this ESA, and we may not get 50,000 students who are not going to private schools, who are the students we say we're trying to help. I listened to the governor.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman extend his time?
The motion to extend times. First extension. Is there any objection? Chair is none so extended.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listen to the governor, and I listen to all of the people advocating for ESAs. And one of the things they start with, by putting a picture, a face on the ESA, is they start with children that I'm talking about in the 12-foot hole. That's who they start with. They start with saying, well, we got to help them. They're locked in these schools, and they ought to be given some way out. They ought to create an option for them. Well, if you're in a 12-foot hole and somebody sends you a 10-foot rope, that's not much of an option.
Mr. Speaker,
For what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for a question?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I yield.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Rep. Dutton, if I was going to name your bill, I'd name it the equalizer, because I think that's what your bill is trying to accomplish. I also share the same concern that you have, which is, although the wording of the bill does put the LMI, or the low to moderate income families, first in the wording, it concerns me that they will actually have access and be able to access this. Does it concern you that when we pass this kind of legislation, we often don't inform the public so that they are fully aware that they can take advantage of this kind of program?
Well, yeah, that's one of the problems with it is the children we're trying to help who are the hardest to reach, this bill makes no real effort to reach them.
Does it concern you that, and I'm sure you're aware of this, that when people are lower in income and socioeconomic status, they often don't have access to internet the way that other people do, even though we take it for granted because we have access every day, 24 hours a day?
Well, that's true, but I think people find out what they need to know, People will find that out. And what they're going to find out about this is that this was a program that was in some fashion designed to help them, but it really provided no help at all because they are caught. And so for those kids who don't have options and they remain in these low-performing schools, we don't offer this bill doesn't fix the schools they're coming from. Mm-hmm. This bill tries to provide them a way out. But I'm telling you that it in no way unlocks the door so that those kids can get out.
And I agree with you. That's why I think that putting it in black and white on paper makes it more concrete that they are actually going to get the help they need, not just saying, here's an offer, if you come up with the rest of the money, depending on what's available in your area, then you have access. I agree with you. The underlying concern that I share with you is I'm a mother of 4. I know I had to navigate the public education system, and parents don't often have the resources or the time to sometimes just the basic information to know that, hey, the Texas legislature passed this law and now you can go apply for this. And even if they do know that, they don't always have the same resources as people who are in higher economic brackets have to take advantage of these programs. So I appreciate your amendment because it cuts through all of those setbacks that these families experience that may not be acknowledged by people who don't experience them. So
well, thank you for that. And I too have share the same concerns.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Each for what purpose?
Will the representative yield for a couple questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I yield to my
Gentleman
chairman.
yields for questions.
Thank you, Representative Dutton. I've been thinking about your analogy about being in a 12-foot hole and being given a 10-foot rope. And I understand the point you're trying to make, but I'm wondering myself, if I'm in a 12-foot hole and someone offers me a 10-foot rope, I'm taking that rope, right?
Well,
I can get out of that 12-foot hole with a 10-foot rope.
On a dream.
Well, most kids in Texas can, to use your analogy, if we just give them a 10-foot rope, they're going to get out of that hole.
Well, some of the kids like me get out of the hole without your help.
Agreed.
And I will tell you that happens all the time. That happens more often than not. But I don't want you to leave here this time and feel good about your conscience when you think you helped, but you didn't do anything. You didn't do anything. You didn't do anything to really help. And if you really want to help, what you'll do is look at the folks who need the help the most, and that's where you begin the help. You don't begin the help by saying, okay, we're going to make this one size fits all so that everybody now is chasing the same rainbow. And that's the only problem I have. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Mr. Buckley in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. SB 2 is carefully crafted and worded to make sure that it prioritizes the most vulnerable students in Texas. As a matter of fact, priority 4 is capped at 20%, leaving 80% of the program open and available and eligible for those most vulnerable. The second priority group in SB 2 are families earning less than $67,000 a year. So I respectfully move to table this amendment.
Mr. Dutton to close on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is what the bill does already. This is what the bill does. The bill says that children with disabilities who were members of a household that was at or below 500% are first on the list. Then it says children who were members of a household with a total annual income that was at or below 200% of the federal poverty guidelines are second. That's not changed in my amendment. Those two things aren't changed. What's changed is this. The third category says children who were members of a household with a total annual income that was above 200% and below 500%. That's what it changes. That's what this amendment changes. This amendment says that, wait a minute, wait. For children who are below 200%, we're going to make sure that they get from 200 to 300%, they're going to get $10,000. And then again, it splits it up and says for children above 300%, but below 400%, they're going to get $7,500. And then for a child who is a member of a household with a total annual income that is 400% but below 500% of poverty guidelines, they'll get $5,000. And the way we structured this was, like again, I said, so that it fit within the $1 billion that's in this bill for ESAs. And so what I'm asking you to do is that further refine, all this amendment really does is further refines what's already in the bill to make it more applicable to income levels. It's already there because it talks about from 200 to 500. What my amendment simply did was divide that into 200 to 300 and 300 to 400. And so everything else remains the same, members. Now, I know, and let me close with this. I know that the fix is in. Some of you are going to vote with your head, not your heart, because I know that there are people who are holding you hostage to vote for it. And I know that some of you all are not listening and not understanding exactly what you're doing. But I may not come back next session, but promise me you'll come back next session and you'll start with the Harold Dutton Amendment because you'll find out this didn't work. And I move passage, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Dutton sends up an amendment. Mr. Buckley moves to table. The question occurs on the motion to table. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Buckley voting aye, Mr. Hunter voting aye, Mr. Dutton voting nay, Mr. Morgan voting aye, Mr. McQueenie voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 91 ayes and 47 nays, the motion to table prevails.
Thanks for the use of the whole.
Members, we do have a recognition. The chair recognizes Ms. Garcia of Bear for a recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, today, while we're in this body on this floor advocating for school finance, advocating for school vouchers. We had a group of students walk out of a school in my district, 8 of them. 7 of them brutally beat another student and then shot and killed him. This happened at 2 p.m. today. A 14-year-old child What's even worse is that this is the second time this week. Because just in Dallas, the same thing happened. Whose fault is it? Whose fault is it? Is it our fault? Is it our fault because we didn't raise the age? Is it our fault because we have open carry? Is it our fault because we don't pay our teachers enough? Is it our fault because we don't have enough mental health in schools? A family is suffering tonight because their child went to school today and was murdered by his classmates. We have to be proactive. This is one too many, y'all. One too many. It keeps happening every day, every day, every day in the state of Texas. I ask you all, can we please make good policy that is legitimately going to save our children? We need resources. We don't need an $8 billion voucher. We really don't.
The chair advises the guests that under the rules of the House, demonstrations and outbursts by visitors in the gallery are strictly prohibited.
What we need is protection in our schools. What we need is fully funding the education of our students. What we need is to make sure that every unfunded mandate, like putting officers in all the schools, is fully funded. This is what we need from this body. So as we carry on the rest of today, I ask that we do so with honor, with respect, and as we share our deepest condolences with the families of these children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, please join us in observing a moment of silence. Thank you, members. Mr. Tinderholt, for what purpose?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Should we be making political statements during recognitions?
Mr. Tinderholt, at this time, the chair declines to answer hypothetical questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Tinderholt. Almost for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the representatives, I'm requesting the representative's comments be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Manager, you've heard the motion. If there is any objection, chair is none so ordered. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Tallarico.
Chair recognizes Mr. Tallarico to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I know this amendment has gotten a lot of attention over the last few days. This amendment would send this private school voucher bill to the voters of Texas for their approval before it can be implemented. This idea to send the issue of vouchers to the voters originally came from Governor Rick Perry last year. And then a few weeks ago, a group of conservative grassroots activists came up with the idea of an amendment that would do exactly that. They call themselves MAGA moms. These are not activists I typically work with, but this issue of private school vouchers brings people together across the political spectrum. A few days ago, there was growing bipartisan support in this chamber for this common sense idea. But then the governor of our state started calling members into his office one by one and threatening to veto all the bills of any member who votes for this amendment, threatened to make their primary elections, quote, a bloodbath. So this morning, I decided to carry this amendment. Not only because it's a good idea, not only because it's what our constituents want, but also to make a very important point. No one, including the governor, should ever threaten a lawmaker. We do not serve the governor. We serve our constituents. The governor is saying that putting vouchers to the voters is unconstitutional. That's not true. The way I know it's not true is because, as Attorney General, Greg Abbott wrote about statewide referenda and never raised constitutional concerns. The governor is saying there is no historical precedent for sending vouchers to the voters. That's also not true. There were statewide referenda in 1986, 1989, and 2006 on controversial topics. Lastly, the governor is saying Texans have already voted on vouchers. That's also not true. One, because there are a lot more people in this state than Republican primary voters, and this voucher will affect all of us in ways both big and small. Second, I think we all know that the primaries last year were not fought on vouchers. None of the TV ads, none of the mailers that the governor funded against our colleagues were about vouchers. And so I'm a little confused because the governor has said private school vouchers are wildly popular. And so if he's telling the truth, I would think this referendum would have no trouble passing. I would also think the governor would welcome an opportunity to finally have a mandate on this controversial topic. Texans have been fighting about vouchers for 70 years. The first voucher bill was proposed in this Capitol in 1957, and we've been fighting about it ever since. So if any issue should go to the voters, it's this one. We're sending a lot less to the voters for their approval this session alone. And believe me, this body has been very clear that anytime taxes may go up, the taxpayers should have a say. And by creating a new parallel education system that will cost billions of dollars every biennium, this voucher bill will absolutely raise property taxes. And so I think the taxpayers should have a say before it's implemented. Members, regardless of where you are on this bill, you know that I'm passionately against vouchers. That's no secret. There are friends of mine in this chamber who are passionately for vouchers, and that's fine. That's what this body is all about. But let me just make a pitch on why we should all support letting the voters get their say. It's the only thing that'll put this issue to bed. Because believe me, even if this passes, we'll be back here next session and the session after that and the session after that fighting about vouchers, fighting about loosening regulations, fighting about expanding funding, fighting about changing eligibility. This fight will never end. The only way for it to end is for Texans to get their say on this issue. I know that you're under a lot of pressure from the governor. I know that. I get that. I know that's not easy. But last time I checked, this legislature was a separate and equal branch of our state government. The last time I checked, we still had separation of powers in this state. The last time I checked, this was still the people's house, not the governor's house. All of that is at risk with this vote on this amendment. So regardless of where you are on this bill, I'm asking you to stand with me on this amendment. Let Texans approve this measure. Let Texans get a say. I urge you to vote for this amendment for our constituents, for our Constitution, and for this House.
Ms. Goodwin, for what purpose?
Will the representative yield for questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, I yield.
The gentleman yields for questions.
So I believe you said this, but I heard several members the other day say that we have already voted on this issue. Have we voted on vouchers? Have we let the people of Texas vote on vouchers?
No, Representative Goodwin. We have had primary elections where members were targeted because of their vote on vouchers in the past, but as a proposition, as a referendum, vouchers has never been put to the voters.
And these members even suggested that in the general election, we voted on vouchers. Did we vote on vouchers in the general election?
No, Representative Goodwin, this issue has never been put to the voters as a proposition or a referendum.
And when was the general election?
November of last year.
Do voters sometimes change their minds over time?
Sure, but
when new information becomes available?
Sure, but again, this issue has not been put to the general electorate, and that's why I think this amendment makes a lot of sense.
Have you noticed that since between last session and this session, we have vouchers has been a very big issue both times. Last session, we had our regular session and 4 special sessions, and now here we are again debating vouchers. But have you noticed a difference in the response from people around the state?
You know, I've certainly seen Texans in both political parties in all regions of the state express deep concerns about this bill, who it will benefit, and who it will hurt.
It seems to me...
And again, Representative Goodwin, I don't want to make this about the bill. I have my opinions on the bill. You'll hear my opinions throughout the debate today. I'm sure you've already heard my opinions in committee. That's no secret. The thing I'm asking us to do here is let Texans express their opinions in a formal, fair election where we can finally put this issue to bed one way or the other. Because if the voters approve it, then there is a clear mandate from the people of this state for private school vouchers, and then there's not really any room to try to fight against it in future sessions. Or if they reject it, there's not much room to try to expand this program or implement a program like it in the future. And so, at least, I don't know where other members are, I would like this issue to be behind us. I think the only way to get it behind us for good is by letting our constituents have the final word.
I agree with you. I think letting the people of Texas have their voice heard through an election on whether or not we should implement vouchers in the state makes sense. And I'm really curious what the harm is. Why are we finding objection to this?
You know, I don't want to question anyone's motives, but I will say that there's already going to be the bill. If you read the amendment, the election would be during the constitutional election later this year in November of 2025. That election is already scheduled. There's already going to be issues on the ballot. Again, this would not be one of those constitutional amendments. It would be a referendum on that same ballot, very similar to what they did in 1986, 1989, and 2006.
I've expressed to constituents in my district that I think it would be great to put this up to a vote, and I've had an immense response to that. Have you found the same thing?
I have, and you know, what's interesting is that even the folks in my community who are passionately for private school vouchers also want it to be put to a vote. And so again, I hope this is something we can all agree.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Little, for what purpose?
Motion to extend time.
Motion's been made. Any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Mr. Little, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Yes, I yield.
The gentleman yields for questions.
Representative Tallarico, I'm extremely concerned by your allegations of the governor's threats against members. Which members did he threaten? Which of my colleagues did he threaten?
I don't have permission from those colleagues to divulge their names.
It certainly wasn't me. I don't think the governor even has my phone number. I'm a lowly freshman.
Sure.
But surely you do know who the governor has threatened, right?
I certainly know members that he has threatened, yes.
Republican members, right?
Yes, sir.
And your contention is that their votes on the board later today will be based upon the threats of the governor, correct?
No, sir. I certainly hope that members of this body will vote their districts and vote their conscience. And to be honest with you, Representative Little, my experience in this chamber, even as a Democrat, I'm in the minority, certainly don't agree on every issue. I've found that even the members that I disagree with the most have a lot of integrity. It's why I enjoy working in this chamber. And I've known this House to be independent. I've known this House to be courageous. And that gives me a lot of faith in this process, even when things don't go my way on the floor, which is most of the time, as you can imagine.
I share your faith in this process and the faith in the members here. And I believe that, and I think you'll agree that the lights that are going to go up on the board here later today, they are the product of sincere disagreement about this topic and not the threats of the governor. Wouldn't you agree?
I certainly hope that's true, yes.
And you believe in the Texas Constitution, yes?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you, right alongside me, I think your desk is back there, you took an oath in this very room to uphold that Constitution, correct?
Yes, sir.
So Article 3 of the Texas Constitution vests the legislature with power in this state and in this chamber and in the Senate to make laws, does it not?
Yes, sir.
And Article 3 of the Texas Constitution provides that no law, none, zero, no laws shall be passed except by bill, doesn't it?
Yes, I'm amending the bill. Yes, sir.
And Article 3 provides that bills may originate in either house and when passed may be amended, offered, or rejected by the other, right?
Yes, sir.
So the House can reject it or the Senate can reject it.
That's right.
Not the voters in the state, correct?
Well, no, that's incorrect because these bills can be amended to require voter approval. I mentioned in my layout the times in our state's history that we've done this. One in the 1980s was Governor Mark White was trying to make the State Board of Education appointed by the governor rather than elected by the people. And so they passed a bill, but they said the voters are going to have to sign off on this before it happens. So it went to the voters. The voters rejected it, and that's why Texans still elect their State Board of Education members. But then there was also the example of horse racing, and again, this was before I was born, so I don't know the exact details of the horse racing issue. But that issue was put to the voters, and the voters approved it, and so then it became law. So it goes both ways, whether voters reject it or approve it. But as long as it's done by the legislature, Representative Little, I will certainly grant there is no citizen-led referendum in Texas. That's not allowed, as we all know. But the legislature can authorize a statewide referendum.
And Representative Tallarico, my understanding is this program is a $1 billion program, correct?
This voucher program?
Yes.
In the first biennium, yes. The fiscal note says it's going to grow to $7 billion in the second biennium.
Why did we not seek a statewide referendum on the over $8 billion educational funding bill we just passed? Why weren't you up there offering to amend that?
Well,
and send that to the voters.
I would certainly be open to sending as many big investments to the voters as possible. The thing I would say is particularly special about this issue is how controversial it is and how controversial it has been throughout our state's history. There's not a lot of debate for and against paying teachers. As you saw with the board on this issue, there was unanimous or near unanimous consent from this body to fund our public schools, even though I don't think it's quite enough. I do think this issue is different. As you know, there is bipartisan opposition to vouchers. It failed to pass in the last legislative session because of bipartisan opposition. And then I would add one more thing, which is the influence of big money on this topic in particular. As you know, Jeff Yass, an out-of-state billionaire,
I believe this is personalities, is it not?
Gave $12 million to Greg Abbott.
Members, you shall confine your remarks to the topic at hand and not bring personalities into this matter.
If we're going to delegate, Representative Tallarico, if we're going to delegate our lawmaking authority directly to the people, why do we need to be here at all? Why don't we just do that with every bill? Is there a good reason to do that?
I would say, and this is just my opinion as a member of the body, is that when an issue is going to have such an impact, such a historic impact on such a critical service like public education, when an issue may raise, and I think will raise, people's property taxes across the state, then that issue, especially when there is bipartisan opposition, especially when there is historical controversy about the issue, to me, and again, Representative Little, this is not up to me, this is up to our body, but I think this body is justified in sending this issue to the voters for their approval because of its impact on public education, because of its impact on taxes. And I agree with the members of this body in past sessions that taxpayers should have the final say before their taxes go up. And I think that applies to this bill more so than many others.
But how does this body decide which bills rise to the question of needing to go to the voters and which bills are important for us to vote upon? For example, we just passed a bill related to education that's over 8 times the size of this one, and there was no animus in this body to send it by referendum to the voters. So how do you suggest that we decide which controversial issues that may or may not have bipartisan opposition that we send to the voters?
So I'll give 2 thoughts. One is, how do we decide? The people in this body decide with those lights up on the board. That's how we make big decisions. That's how we make big decisions on a whole host of topics. Second, I just outlined in my own personal opinion how I would consider sending certain issues to the voters. And I think depending on the scope, depending on the impact on services and taxes, and depending on the level of controversy and opposition, to me, as a lawmaker, as an individual lawmaker, those would play heavily into my decision on whether something should get voter approval.
So Representative Talarico, if I'm hearing what you're saying correctly, it sounds like we as a body should decide this issue is simply too important for us to consider in the Texas House of Representatives, and it must be considered by the people. Well, and then we just vote and decide, yes, we all agree this issue is too important for us to consider, and the voters must vote on it on the ballot.
One thing I would clarify, Representative Little, is that by passing the bill, let's assume we put on this amendment that would require voter approval before implementation, then I would assume the bill would pass with that amendment on it. And so we as a legislature, it's not that we're abdicating our responsibility, we are designating this issue in particular for voters to decide. So just by sending it to the voters, we are already designating this as an issue of importance. We're not just saying we're gonna vacate our jobs and we're just gonna send every single item that comes before the legislature to the voters. That's not what I'm advocating for. What I'm advocating for is if we as a body deem that an issue is of such historical importance and will have such an impact on a key service like education and on taxes, that issue rises to the level that we should seek voter approval.
Why is it historically important?
Representative Little, I'll just add that this is not up to me. The only way we will get voter approval on this issue is if this body decides to do so. And that is true on any item that we take up. And so I'm just coming as one legislator, and I'm saying that I believe that this issue rises to the level that we should get voter approval. And again, there is historical precedent. I would, when looking at those historical examples, the reason that those were sent to the voters is because they were particularly controversial, because the body was unclear on its stance on that issue. And so those issues were put to the voters, others were not. And all I'm doing is proposing that the issue of vouchers, because of its historical controversy, because of its bipartisan opposition, and because of the impact it will make on Texans, I think, as an individual legislator, that this issue rises to the level of seeking voter approval. And Representative Little, if you disagree, and I respect your opinion if you disagree, I would encourage you to vote no on the amendment.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Little, for what purpose?
Never mind. Thank you.
That was hilarious.
Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley in opposition to the amendment.
I'd like to speak against. We have several lined up.
Can you let me speak? Yeah.
No. Yeah. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members, respectfully, I move to table.
Fuck you guys.
Get to him. Mr. Tallarico to close.
Okay.
Mr. Tallarico to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. I think if any issue should go to the voters, it should be this one. Again, I also think this amendment is particularly important because of the pressure and the threats made by the executive branch. Chairman Buckley is a friend of mine, but I think that the motion to table, rather than allowing this to be will of the House, is an example of that influence from the executive branch. And as a member, I resent that. I ask you to stand up for your constituents.
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some
The gentleman
questions?
yield for some questions.
Yes, I yield.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you. Representative Tallarico, you and I have had multiple conversations about the potential constitutionality of this language, correct?
Yes, I believe strongly in the Constitution and would never want to bring an amendment to the floor that would threaten or violate that Constitution.
So you and I both believe strongly this amendment is consistent with the Texas Constitution based on history and based on our reading of the text.
Yes, Legislative Budget Board, Legislative Reference Library have also confirmed.
Okay. And so Representative Tallarico, Section 9 of the bill, I'm sorry, y'all, I can't hear. Section 9 of the bill has a severability clause, correct?
Of the amendment?
No, I'm sorry, of the bill. So Section 9 of the bill, as I understand it, says that if this legislation is challenged in court, that the different sections of the bill are severable from each other.
Yes.
And so that means, my understanding, tell me if you agree, is that if you and I were wrong, which we don't think we are, but if we were wrong and this language was not constitutional, this language would not endanger the underlying legislation from going into effect. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So members, regardless of the potential constitutionality, which we believe it's constitutional, would not endanger this underlying bill by supporting your referendum. Is that correct?
Yes, this is a constitutional, this amendment is constitutional. This amendment has historical precedent, but if for some reason it was still challenged in court and it was somehow deemed unconstitutional, it would not threaten the bill itself.
Okay. Thank you so much for offering this, Representative Tallarico.
Thank you, Representative. I move adoption.
Mr. Tallarico sends up an amendment. Mr. Buckley has moved to table the amendment. The question occurs on the amendment to table. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Representative Leach voting aye, Mr. Buckley voting aye, Mr. Hunter voting aye, Mr. Harris voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 86 ayes and 62 nays, the motion to table prevails.
There we go, we got her back.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment. Chair, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Turner.
Chair recognizes Mr. Turner to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is an amendment to strike the enacting clause. I want to read something to you. It's short. A general diffusion of knowledge being essential to the preservation of the liberties and rights of the people. It shall be the duty of the legislature of the state to establish and make suitable provision for the support and maintenance of an efficient system of public free schools. Members, that's from Article 7, Section 1 of the Texas Constitution. You see, the framers of our Constitution understood way back in the 19th century that knowledge is the key to preserving our liberties that we hold dear as Texans, as Americans. And to ensure the citizens have knowledge, we must support our public schools so our kids can learn. Not just learn facts and knowledge, though that's important, but to learn to think. The framers of our Constitution understood that. But here we stand in the Texas House of Representatives, the People's House, a quarter of the way through the 21st century, on the precipice of undermining a foundational, elemental promise of this state. Are we ready, are we really willing to trade an efficient system of public free schools that serve all children for an inefficient system of private, expensive schools that will only serve a privileged few? That is the question we have to answer. SB 2 will irrevocably harm the future of our state. We know our public schools are already underfunded. The governor's provided $0 in new basic funding for our local schools in the past 6 years. Now, we took one step forward a few hours ago on this floor with the passage of HB 2, and I thank Chairman Buckley for his work and leadership on that. But if this bill passes, Senate Bill 2 passes, and siphons $1 billion from our neighborhood public schools, it will be much more than 2 steps back. And for what? For a program, a scam that we have seen fail time and time again across this country. Arizona was the first state in the nation to enact a universal school voucher scam, and I think the Arizona example is a good one to look at because the former governor of that state was here a couple weeks ago promoting this bill. Since Arizona passed its plan, the program has ballooned in cost by 560%, causing a budget shortfall and cuts to critical state programs. It's been overwhelmingly used by wealthy parents who already had the resources to send their kids to private schools. And the program has shown absolutely no evidence of improved student outcomes, and supposedly that's what this is all about. Adding insult to injury, in Arizona, private school parents, voucher recipients have used ESA funds for ski lessons, home gyms, and trips to SeaWorld. Governmental efficiency and responsible stewardship of tax dollars is one of our greatest priorities as legislators. So let's call vouchers what they are. They're a coupon for the wealthy who can already afford to send their kids to private schools. Just look at private schools in my region, up in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. For a family that can already afford to pay more than $29,000 in tuition to send their kids to Oak Ridge in Arlington, a great school, this voucher will be a coupon for them. But even with that coupon, a family that can't currently afford to send their kids there aren't going to be able to make up that $19,000 difference. I could go on with other examples, but this voucher will not cover the cost of private schools at our best private schools in the state. And I would add that those high tuition prices don't cover activity fees, application fees, registration fees, extracurricular fees, book fees, etc. So that lack of accountability that we saw in Arizona allowed state dollars to be spent on frivolous expenses also means that our tax dollars are funding private, often for-profit schools that are wholly unaccountable to the state and to the laws that this legislature passes. That lack of accountability means there's nothing to stop a for-profit, fly-by-night shell company from setting up a new private school in some strip center in my district or yours. And guess what? I would predict that their tuition will be set at exactly the amount of this ESA. And While our public school students have their learning and progress measured throughout the year and through end of course STAR tests, private schools have no such testing requirements to guarantee that kids are learning. Private schools aren't responsible for following any of the school safety requirements that we have passed to keep students safe. They don't even have to ensure teachers are qualified to teach or even have passed a basic background check. So, lastly, members, I think it is important that we talk about the origins of the voucher scam. Vouchers in this state originated back to the 1950s. In the wake of the Brown versus Board of Education decision that desegregated schools in the United States. And after that Supreme Court decision, that landmark decision, Texas shamefully established a committee to study segregation in public schools and to examine and propose ways around the Supreme Court ruling. And that's where the idea of vouchers was born. And 71 years later, vouchers are still discriminatory, in different ways, but still discriminatory. Vouchers will harm students with disabilities. They will harm rural students especially. They will harm students who need additional learning supports. They harm our retired teachers, we have learned. And they will harm low-income and middle-income students. So members, I offer this amendment today to kill Senate Bill 2 for my constituents, for the public school students of my district, for the teachers and staff who work hard every day to serve them, and for the preservation of our state's public education system. And I would encourage you to join me in voting yes on this amendment. Move adoption.
The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley to speak against the amendment. Mr. Tallarico, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for some questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes. Gentleman yields.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Chairman Buckley. I want to, since we're talking about the whole bill, have a chance to ask you some questions about SB 2. So first, I just want to make sure I understand this correctly. The student has to be accepted by the private school before they can get the voucher. Is that correct?
Well, they can apply for the ESA, get in the program, but they do have to be accepted and be admitted into a private school enrolled.
And there's no requirement in the bill that the private school must accept a student who is applying for the voucher?
There's no automatic enrollment. No, they do not have to.
So the ultimate decision about who participates in this program lies with the private school, not the parent. Is that correct?
Yeah, it relies on the admission standards and what a private school will do to make sure that it's a good fit for that child to receive the best education.
So it's not so much school choice as it is the school's choice. Is that correct?
No, it's parents' choice. I mean, a parent chooses that pathway, and they're the ones that are driving driving that decision, and parents will seek the environment that's best for their kids. That's what happens in my district, anyway.
But we just established that the ultimate decision doesn't lie with the parent. It lies with the private school that can deny admission to any kid for any reason.
Well, there's standards in as far as transfers in public schools where they don't take every transfer, every child that shows up. If they want to transfer, they don't even allow students to transfer from campus to campus. There's always a standard for admittance.
But the local
unless your zip code dictates it.
But the local neighborhood school can't deny you admission. Is that correct?
If you're in the zone, you're admitted.
Yeah. Okay. I want to talk about the fiscal impacts of this bill. What is the projected cost of the bill in the first biennium?
$1 billion.
And what is the projected cost of the bill in the second biennium?
Well, it's projected and it's based upon estimates and guesses of students that would participate. And at this time we just don't know. And it's in the future it's entirely subject to appropriation.
But Legislative Budget Board does forecast what it will cost in the second biennium in the fiscal note.
Yeah, they make an estimate using assumptions.
And what is that estimate for what this program will cost in the second biennium?
Oh, I'll have to look it up. It's an estimate, but it is subject to this body, the appropriation.
Sure, I understand how that process works, but I'm asking what the estimate is for the cost of the program in the second biennium.
Well, based on some of their assumptions and all that, it could increase to levels 3 billion a year. It may or may not do that. We literally don't know, and it is subject to appropriation. So it'll really be whatever this body decides to invest.
So the forecast is that in the second biennium, this program would cost $7.1 billion. Is that correct?
That's LBB's assumptions.
Yes. And in the Education Committee, you called the Legislative Budget Board that wrote this fiscal note, quote, the gold standard.
Well, it's gold standard for what we do here. It's required that the LBB weigh in on fiscal notes on all legislation that we
So the gold standard, the LBB is projecting that this voucher program will grow to $7.1 billion in the second biennium.
Yeah.
The school finance bill we heard earlier, what was the total cost of that?
It was about $8 billion.
I want to talk about who will be getting these taxpayer funds. Do you know what the Legislative Budget Board is forecasting for what percentage of voucher recipients in the first year will be students already enrolled in private school?
They make a certain assumption. I don't recall what they
Is it true that the Legislative Budget Board is forecasting that 65% of the voucher recipients in the first year will be students who are already in private school?
Yeah, that's the assumption that they're operating under in their analysis.
In the second year, the LBB is estimating that 78% of the voucher recipients will be kids who are already in private school. Does that sound correct to you?
That's their assumption.
And that's exactly what we've seen in other states, Mr. Chairman, that the vast majority of the voucher money ends up going to parents who are already sending their kids to private school to begin with.
Yeah.
And that's why the costs explode
Yeah.
in the out years. In Arkansas, do you know what percentage of current voucher recipients were already in private school to begin with?
I'm not advised on that.
It's 82%. In New Hampshire, do you know what percentage of current voucher recipients were already in private school to begin with?
I do not.
It's 75%. In Florida, do you know what percentage of current voucher recipients were already in private school to begin with?
I'm not aware of that.
It's 70%.
Okay.
In fact, I can't find a single state where the majority of voucher recipients weren't already in private school to begin with. So with this bill, we're taking money out of general revenue that could go to our underfunded public schools, and we're giving that money to parents who are already sending their kids to private school. Is that correct?
Yeah. Well, it's really unknown who will apply. We do know that low-income, low-income families and single parents and at least in my district are participating in private schools now. And these are not wealthy families, and they would certainly qualify under this bill. And I think it's entirely appropriate that they are here to that they're able to apply for this and gain some assistance in sending their kids to the school of their choice.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just trying to go off the best numbers we have, which is from the gold standard, in your words, the Legislative Budget Board, and they are forecasting that the vast majority of the students who get this voucher are going to be kids who are already in private school.
Yeah.
You said that this program costs $1 billion in the first year. Do you know if we gave that $1 billion to our underfunded public schools, how much that money could raise teacher pay for each teacher in the state of Texas?
I don't have that calculation in front of me.
It's roughly $3,000. So that $1 billion that we're sending to parents who already have their kids in private school, if we send it to our underfunded public schools, we could raise teacher pay by another $3,000. If we sent that $7 billion that this voucher is forecasted to cost in the second biennium, do you know how much that would raise teacher pay across Texas?
I do not.
About $11,000.
Yeah.
So in the second biennium, if this program does grow to $7 billion, we could take that money and give it to teachers for an $11,000 pay raise.
Yeah, but today I appreciate you joining me in investing in our public schools earlier in the day to provide historic funding for those schools. And so, what we're showing here in this body is that we can fund our public schools, provide teacher pay raises, and give parents an option using a totally separate funding source outside of our foundation school program. and directing, and then also providing through general revenue the possibility of families having an option.
And Chairman, I voted for that bill in committee and on the floor, but I also made the point on this back mic that it was inadequate to the crisis that our schools are facing, that it doesn't even catch our schools up to 2019 funding levels. And every budget decision we make is a choice. Every dollar that we are spending on kids who are already in private school is a dollar that we're not spending on our underfunded public schools. 98% of public school students are attending a district that doesn't have the recommended number of counselors on campus. Do you know how much that $1 billion that we're spending in the first year on this voucher program, how many counselors we could hire?
I do know that House Bill 2 gave historic pay raises to counselors in Texas.
Based on my calculations, we could hire roughly 12,000 counselors to serve students. That's roughly 12 counselors per district. Does that sound correct to you?
If that's your math, if you could find that many counselors, I guess that amount of money would hire that many.
Maybe we could put some of it to counseling programs to prep the next generation of counselors as well. If we spend the $7 billion that this is forecasted to cost in the second biennium, that would be 84,000 new counselors across the state of Texas. Does that sound correct?
I'm not advised on the math, but if you say so, I agree.
On average, Texas teachers spend nearly $1,400 per year on school supplies. The Houston Chronicle reported that Texas teachers spend more money on out-of-pocket school supplies than teachers in any other state. So I'm looking at this, and we could wipe out those out-of-pocket expenses for all 300,000 Texas public school teachers with just half of what this voucher program is projected to cost in the first year alone, about $500 million.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Tallarico, for
Move
what
to
purpose?
extend the gentleman's time.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The gentleman's time is extended.
Chairman Buckley, is it true that we currently have public school choice options currently in the state of Texas, magnets, academies, career and technical schools, public charter schools that currently have long wait lists?
In some parts of Texas, there are wait lists for charters and things.
Probably the same parts of Texas that have private schools in them. A majority of counties in the state of Texas don't have a single private school in them, as you know, Chairman. So with the $1 billion that you want to spend on this private school voucher program that will predominantly benefit people who are already sending their kids to private school, we could open more magnets, more academies, more career and technical schools, more public charter schools, eliminate the wait list, and provide real school choice options to every student in Texas. Is that not correct?
Well, SB 2 is real school choice options. It provides the one link there that we don't have yet, and that's parent-directed funding to a school of their choice.
But Chairman, we established in the beginning of this back and forth that the ultimate choice for your program does not lie with the parents. It lies with the private school. It's not school choice, it's the school's choice, because private schools can deny admission to any kid for any reason they want. And so I'm talking about real school choice, which I support and have supported since I got to this body. If we used your $1 billion, instead of giving it to families who are already sending their kids to private school, we could eliminate the wait lists on these real school choice options and expand those options for more families across the state of Texas, could we not?
We are expanding options today through SB 2 to give our parents an additional option besides their public school, a charter school, and whether that's a public magnet school, a P-TECH school. There's all kinds of options. This is simply another tool in the toolbox for parents to utilize when it's in the best interest of their children.
As we established, this is a new option for kids who are already in private school. So the only option you're providing, is for parents who are sending their kids to private school to get a discount on their private school tuition.
This is absolutely an option for kids currently in public school.
Currently in public school?
Absolutely. With the ESAs, their parents can access an ESA and take their kids to private school.
If the private school accepts them, correct?
Absolutely. Just like any other endeavor in school. Like I said, except if your zip code requires you to attend a certain school, then you have automatic admission. Any other way, there is some sort of admission criteria.
So instead of sending $1 billion in the first biennium and $7 billion in the second biennium to those underfunded neighborhood schools that have to take every student, that have to take the state test, that have to follow state rules, we are now going to send that money to unaccountable private schools where the parents are already paying tuition.
We are sending $8 billion to Texas public schools.
And it's
we're
not
gonna
nearly enough.
We're going to use $1 billion to give parents the options they so readily deserve.
And that $8 billion doesn't even catch our underfunded schools up to 2019 funding levels as we established earlier. I want to ask about curriculum. So unlike public schools, we as lawmakers, the parents of this state, have no say on the instruction funded by our taxpayer dollars used at private schools. Is that correct?
That's correct. Private schools have the autonomy to offer the curriculum that meets the needs of their students and their parents. And parents have the ultimate say about that. Parents can vote with their feet.
So,
they can apply to a school based on the curriculum or not apply.
And as I've said many times in our committee, I think parents are the most important factor in a child's education.
I agree.
But parents are not the only ones who pay for education in this state. Those who don't have kids, those who have kids who are grown, they are also paying for our education system. So I want to ask you...
Kids and parents that have kids in private school right now are paying taxes for their kids to go to public school, but they're choosing not to do so, so they're paying twice, Mr. Tallarico.
And those public schools they are paying for through their taxes are open to them, correct?
I'm sorry?
Those public schools that those private school parents are paying for through their taxes, those schools are open to them if they choose to attend them.
Depends on their zip code.
Are you saying there's a zip code that doesn't have public schools?
No, but there's a zip code sometimes where you may live there and pay taxes, but you go to another zip code to take your kid.
And that's your choice?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. So under this bill, could our taxpayer dollars be used to host Drag Queen Story Hour?
Drag Queen Story Hour?
If a private school decides to have Drag Queen Story Hour, our taxpayer dollars will now fund that Drag Queen Story Hour.
This bill does not infringe on what our private schools can do.
So that's a yes?
Drag Queen Story Hours are in many of our public schools.
So that's a yes. Our taxpayer dollars now will be going to Drag Queen Story Hour if private schools choose to do that.
I don't think there's an assertion that would happen.
What about private schools that choose to teach critical race theory, which has been banned in Texas public schools? Will our taxpayer dollars under your bill now go to fund critical race theory instruction in private schools?
Private schools have the autonomy to select the curriculum they want to teach. And parents ultimately have the autonomy to attend or not.
Exactly, but now my taxpayer dollars are going to be going to fund that critical race theory instruction in a private school if they choose to teach that. Is that correct?
Yeah. Well, your taxpayer dollars right now, Mr. Tallarico, are paying for all sorts of activities in public schools across Texas.
That's incorrect. I was here on the House floor when we banned critical race theory in our public schools. Yeah. The point is, in a public school, the curriculum is informed by the taxpayers and by their elected representatives. That is not true in a private school. There is no democratic process to determine what's taught. There are no rules. There are no mechanisms to enforce taxpayer accountability.
But these the funds go towards tuition for the school, and ultimately, the part that's hard for some folks to grasp is that parents have this ability to decide whether or not that's the setting they want their kid to be in or not.
And we have no problem with parents making that choice. They can currently make that choice today. What you're asking us to do is take our taxpayer funds and give those funds to unaccountable private schools that don't have to be accountable to the taxpayer.
These schools are accredited and they're ultimately accountable to parents.
And as we established, parents aren't the only ones who pay for public schools. All of us pay for public schools, and that's why public schools are accountable to us. It's why we can run for school board. It's why we can elect state reps who can determine what's taught and what's not taught. None of that will be true for private schools, as you've already admitted. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, if you repeat that, please?
I'll move on. Under this bill, we would be sending billions of taxpayer dollars to unaccountable private vendors to implement this school voucher program. Are you aware that Odyssey is one of the out-of-state private vendors that are lobbying for this bill here at the Texas Capitol?
I believe they are a certified education assistance organization that could potentially apply through an RFP to have some part of this program.
Are you aware that in implementing a voucher program in Idaho, Odyssey was caught making at least $180,000 worth of ineligible purchases under their program?
No, and I trust our comptroller's office to have rigid standards to make sure that taxpayer funds are completely protected.
And the comptroller will be the only one who decides which vendors are chosen to get our taxpayer funds under this new bill?
Well, the comptroller will certainly decide the organizations that will manage the program.
And the comptroller, like all statewide officials, can accept unlimited campaign contributions, is that correct?
Well, you mean the comptroller, him or herself? They're under the campaign ethics laws that you and I operate under.
Are you aware that an out-of-state billionaire who funded primary campaigns against sitting members of this body gave $500,000 to Odyssey, this vendor that we're talking about?
I'm not advised on any campaign donations to anybody.
Is there anything in this bill that subjects these private vendors to existing state conduct and conflict of interest rules?
Yeah, through the RFP process, all of that is vetted by the comptroller as they go through their RFP process and selecting the best value for Texas.
So I just want to get an answer to my question. Is there anything in your bill that subjects these private vendors to existing state conduct and conflict of interest rules?
Our comptroller will obey Texas law to make sure the RFP process is fair.
The bill states that the comptroller may recover taxpayer dollars in cases of fraud and abuse, but it doesn't require them to do so. Is that correct?
Gentleman's time has expired.
Motion to extend, Mr. Speaker.
Members, you've heard the motion. It requires unanimous consent. Is there objection? There is objection. Dr. Buckley.
Move to table.
Chair recognizes Mr. Turner to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, before we vote, and I hope you'll join with me in voting against this motion to table, let me make a couple points based on the dialogue we just heard. First off, on the fiscal note, it is true LBB puts us at about a $1 billion fiscal note each year for this biennium, but I have the fiscal note here from LBB. And anyone can come up and look at it if you want. In 2028, it's more than $3 billion. In 2029, more than $3.1 billion. And in 2030, more than $3.9 billion. This bill clearly is projected to explode our budget in the years ahead. And so we need to think carefully about whether this is a good policy for us to enact here today. Secondly, let me make a point about the universal nature of this, or not. This has been billed as universal school choice, but then the projections show clearly that at most 2% of Texas school kids would benefit under this program. How is 2% universal? That would seem to me to be the opposite of universal. Thirdly, this is represented to be about choice. Members, we have a lot of school choice.
Mr. Frank, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I'll be happy to in a minute, but let me finish
Not at this time.
Let me finish my point. Thank you. We have a lot of school choice in Texas right now. Let me just talk about the area that I represent in the Arlington Independent School District. Students can go take classes at the Dan Diaper Career Technical Center. They can take courses at the brand new Fine Arts Center that is the crown jewel of the Arlington School District. They can attend early college high school in partnership with Tarrant County College. They can take dual enrollment courses. Same thing in the Mansfield ISD. They can go to Ben Barber Career Tech, where my stepson took classes, in fact. They also have early college high school. Numerous dual enrollment offerings, fine arts offerings. In the Grand Prairie School District, which I do not represent, but my stepdaughter teaches in Grand Prairie. She teaches at the Fine Arts Elementary School that draws students from all over Grand Prairie ISD because parents want to send their children there for a fine arts education. And it actually draws people from outside of Grand Prairie ISD because it's such a good school. So there's a lot of choice. And that doesn't even get into the choice that parents have available through public charters as well, as we discussed earlier today. So we have a lot of choice in Texas right now. That's a good thing. choice within our public schools is a good thing, and our public schools have been very responsive to creating more choices for parents and for kids. We do not need Senate Bill 2 to provide the choice that parents already have. I'd be happy to yield for questions.
Mr. Frank, for what purpose?
Yeah, just have some questions. If
Gentleman yield for questions.
All right.
Yes,
gentleman yields.
Just a couple quick things. You said choice, and you mentioned all the choice that was there, and you sounded like choice was a good thing, right? Sound like you were saying, hey, we've added choice, we've gotten more options for kids. That's a good thing.
Yes, I think
public school.
I think the options we have today are robust, and I think that is a very good thing. Yes.
Okay. Do people with money have a few more choices than people without money? I mean, like for instance, you, me. Can you choose to send your kids somewhere that maybe is not one of those choices? And honestly, I know many people in this body are choosing to make a choice that people without money can't make. Is that right?
I appreciate the question, Representative Frank. So let me answer it this way. I mentioned my two stepkids are older and out of the house. But when they were in school, had this bill passed back then, and my wife and I were presented with the choice of, now you can get this voucher and send your kids.
And by the way, it is an ESA. It is not a voucher. There is not a voucher bill on the floor. I don't mean to be, but this is part of the misinformation.
Okay, well, I'm trying to answer your question.
But you're using it with misinformation, and that's what I think I get really frustrated with. There is not a voucher. It's an ESA. It's in the bill. Sorry.
I'm happy to use that terminology, Mr. Frank. So if we had been provided an ESA, then could we have sent our kids to Country Day, the great school in Arlington that I mentioned earlier? Absolutely not. We wouldn't have been able to afford $20,000 a year per child additional. We would not. And the constituents in my district, they cannot. This is a coupon. It is a coupon. It does not guarantee anyone the ability to access those private schools.
I am not suggesting by any stretch that this gives options, opens up 100% of the options. But I think you would have to admit, when the average private school in the state is $9,700, it will open up options, full options, for some kids. Whether you think it's good policy or not, will it open up options for some kids in the state? As
I just acknowledged, this will, by all the projections, benefit around 2% of kids in Texas. So those kids, yes, I
and
agree.
There's been a lot of limit, but it will in fact
benefit.
Yeah, so it will in fact.
Okay. My concern is though the other 98% of kids who are still in public schools, where 90% of our school kids go, and we are not adequately funding our public schools, and we are taking needed funds away from our public schools with this bill.
We are up almost, right now it's 16,000 total funds per kid. We are now going to be probably over 17,000 total funds per kid. We can argue whether that's enough or not. But I wanted to ask one other thing that you mentioned. You mentioned somehow that this was going to be discriminatory, I think you said. Even despite the fact that in the bill, the priority is for people who make less than 200. They will go before anybody. I'm sorry, there's actually special needs, which will be a small group. And then literally people who make less than 200% of free and reduced lunch will be the priority. They get in front of everybody else, and somehow yet it's going to be discriminatory. I'm not sure how you get to that.
Is there a question?
Yeah, so how did you assume it's going to be discriminatory? Is that just something that you believe, or you think that somehow, certain people are not smart enough to figure out the process? Why do you think it's going to be discriminatory?
No, that's not at all what I'm saying, Representative Frank. What my comments were that the voucher idea.
ESA.
Yeah, I understand.
And we don't have a voucher bill in front of us. We really don't.
Mr. Frank, I'm talking about vouchers specifically. The original voucher plan back in the 1950s was born out of the Brown versus Board of Education decision. I was providing some historical context.
So historical.
But what I said was, I think this bill will have a discriminatory impact in different ways. Okay.
So are you aware that discriminatory argument was made about charter schools that now I'm actually pleased to see that James Tallarico is now in support, appeared to be on the comments of public charter schools, but because he said we should expand them. But you realize that same argument about discrimination was made about public charter schools when it was being debated on this House floor?
Well, I wasn't in the legislature at that time, so.
Okay. Well,
I'm not advised
but it was. And did you know that public charter schools now serve almost twice as many black kids by percentage as traditional public schools? And so
I take your word on those numbers.
Well, it's pretty easy. You can Google it. Almost twice as high a percentage are in public charter schools, and yet somehow, sometimes, we act like they're only targeted towards wealthy. So,
okay.
Thank you for your time and your answers.
Members, I ask you vote no on the motion to table.
Mr. Turner sends up an amendment. Dr. Buckley moves to table. The question is on the motion to table. If you're in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you're opposed to the amendment, vote yes on the motion to table. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Busey voting nay. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Show Ms. Hinojosa voting nay. Show Mr. Vasut voting aye. Have all voted? There being 85 ayes, 60 nays, the motion to table prevails. Mr. Schatzline, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make a motion that Representative Tallarico's comments in support of our charter schools and more charter school funding, as well as his comments condemning the use of taxpayer funds being used for critical race theory and drag queen story hour, be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I move to have all the remarks for Representative Tallarico be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Ms. Troxclair, for what purpose?
May we also add the remarks by Representative Frank to the journal as well?
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Ms. Flores, for what purpose?
Can we also add the comments and that that Chris Turner also in the journal, please?
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Mr. Vasut, for what purpose?
Why don't we just reduce to writing everyone's remarks on SB 2 and place them into the journal?
There is objection. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Plisa.
The chair recognizes Representative Plisa to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, this is going to be the most fiscally conservative amendment of the night. This amendment puts a hard cap, $1 billion on the entire ESA program. No blank checks, no runaway growth. Other states have let their voucher program spiral into billion-dollar boondoggles. Texas doesn't have to make the same mistake. Without a cap, this program could balloon year after year, eating into public school funding, healthcare, infrastructure, and more. Other states are a warning, not a roadmap. Arizona and Florida's voucher program started small and exploded hundreds of millions of dollars over their estimated fiscal guardrails. Members, this amendment allows lawmakers to budget responsibly and plan ahead, ensuring the program stays streamlined, focused, and fair, not a runaway giveaway to private institution. With that, I move, okay.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, would the lady yield?
Will the lady yield for questions?
Yes, I'll
Lady
yield.
yields.
Rep. Plisa,
Yes.
this bill originally, at one point, had a hard cap in it, did it not?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And there's still members on the floor that believe that this bill is only $1 billion bill. But as we've heard from other members on this floor, this bill can be almost a $10 billion bill if we don't put caps on it.
In fact, the fiscal note on this bill says while it's $1 billion for the first year,
it will be $7 billion for the following biennium, correct?
Absolutely.
And that $7 billion is basically the same, almost the same amount of money that we just added to public education.
And that's why I said this is one of the most fiscally conservative amendments of the evening.
And that $7 billion will happen no matter the program does well or not, correct?
Yeah, and that's why we need to put this hard cap. If we see that this program is a success, then we can put more money into it. But right now, this is essentially a pilot program.
So if we do not put this amendment on, we will be giving $7 billion, that's 7,000 million of our taxpayers' dollars that we pay, that our neighbors pay, that our friends pay, that our family pays, that will be given not only to private schools, but it will be taken from public schools, because that's the money otherwise would have gone to public schools.
Yes, and we have seen in other states that have implemented these programs that they've had to make constraints on other programs such as infrastructure, healthcare, and public schools. And that's what we're trying to prevent.
And you know that we already have schools around the state that are closing as we speak.
There was actually a private school that closed in Representative Shaheen's district where in the middle of session, or in the middle of their school year, and those kids were left with nothing.
And there are public schools that are closing too right now. That there's planned closures all around the state.
I just went to a closing of a school in my district, Davis Elementary, who actually catered to students that are deaf and hard of hearing.
And that's $7 billion per biennium. That could be used directly to keep your local schools open, would it not?
Absolutely.
And instead, we're going to give that to private schools, to the rich.
We're not gonna do that, sir, because we're gonna pass this fiscally conservative amendment and we're gonna cap this pilot program to $1 billion.
And we should cap that we should cap it and then find out whether this program works or not, correct?
I agree.
And we know that looking at other states that have done this, we know that the results are almost always terrible.
We have seen that in other states, specifically in Arizona, where they've had to make these very hard budget cuts, and it blew up their budgets. And we have to protect the 8th largest economy in the world. The Texas miracle matters.
And Arizona's budget, their voucher program was supposed to be only be $500 million or something like that, right?
Oh, it exceeded 300% of what it was supposed to be.
And right now, it's basically sinking their entire state because they didn't put a cap in.
Yeah, and that's why I said that other states are a warning, not a roadmap.
Thank you very much. It's a good amendment.
Thank you so much. I move adoption.
Mr. Toth, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for questions?
Will the lady yield for questions?
Only for you, Representative Toth.
Oh, you're awesome.
Can we
Representative,
put that down in writing?
Sure, you can put that in writing. Representative Plessa, what percentage of your kids in your district are reading at below grade level?
I'm sure you have that information.
How about 32%? What percentage of your kids are below grade level in mathematics?
You can tell me your statistics, Representative.
39.7. Should we give your school more money?
Absolutely. My school districts actually give the state of Texas money. My school districts are one of the largest payer into recapture in this state. So I actually think that you should let my school districts keep their money.
So with schools and with this system, the state of Florida went from being 33rd in the United States to number 1 in the United States in a 10-year period. Isn't that a good thing? And shouldn't we support that? And shouldn't we allow that to encourage that to happen? Because competition is good.
Competition is good, and that's why...
Well, you don't want competition, evidently.
No, I do. That's not what this amendment does. What this amendment does is it says that for this ESA, we are going to start off with the initial $1 billion. We are not going to allow it to balloon to $7 billion, $10 billion,
What if more
whatever.
kids want it? What if more kids need it? What about kids that need it and there isn't an opportunity in their current public school? Now, one of the things we talked about with the last amendment was that it was discriminatory. And yet, if your kids are at Dallas ISD...
My kids are not at Dallas ISD.
But let's say they're at Dallas ISD. Can they go to the district to the north of them?
I
or
can't speak
if you're
on
at
Dallas
HISD and it's a failing school, can they go to the Woodlands where, that's where we are. It's a beautiful school district. We have ag barns, we have
aquatic swimming pools. We have $100 million sports complexes.
Sounds
Yet, can they
really
go-
nice. You know what? Those things sound really nice. And I wish I could speak on Dallas ISD. I happen to only represent Plano, Allen, and Frisco ISDs. People actually choose to move to those districts to put their kids in those public schools. You're taking away those parents' choice to put their kids in excellent Plano public schools. The governor of Texas uses Plano ISD as the schools of excellence. He actually brags about Plano ISD. So what I'm trying to do is save my public schools like Plano ISD.
Let's say you're at Highland Park. Does Highland Park have to take a kid coming from Dallas ISD? Do they have to allow that kid in?
You're gonna have to ask Representative Morgan Meyer about that.
They don't have to allow that child in. How about Conroe Independent School District? Do they have to allow a child from HISD? Do they have to allow them to go there?
I can tell you in Plano ISD, we do have open enrollment and we do take students from other.
But they don't have to take a child from another district, do
But they choose to do that. And remember, we're a body about choice. I move adoption.
Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley to speak against the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, I respectfully move to table.
Please excuse Mr. Guerin because of important committee business on a motion of Dr. Bonin. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. The chair recognizes Ms. Plisa to close on the amendment.
Mr. Speaker and members, once again, if this body is truly fiscally conservative, we are going to put guardrails on this $10 billion pilot program. So with that, I move adoption, members.
Mr. Wu, for what purpose?
Would the lady yield for a few questions?
Will the lady yield for questions?
I will take one question, Chairman
The
Wu.
lady yields for one question.
Rep. Plesa, earlier, Mr. Tove asked you about school performances around the state. You're aware that this body, this state, has been underfunding public education for about 30 years now?
We haven't fully funded our schools for as long as I've been alive.
Yeah. In fact, right now, our state is ranked 44th in the nation in low, it was almost the lowest funding in the nation. Did you know that?
I know, and that's why I've proposed this amendment to cap this program at $1 billion, and I really hope that the members of this body stick with me on this truly fiscally conservative amendment. And with that, I will move adoption for the final time, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Plisa sends up an amendment. Dr. Buckley moves to table. The question is on the motion to table. If you're in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you're opposed to the amendment, vote yes on the motion to table. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Show Ms. Plisa voting nay. Have all voted? Have all voted? There being 85 ayes, 59 nays, the motion to table prevails. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Simmons.
The chair recognizes Ms. Simmons to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment says we don't fund this program until we've done right by public school teachers and students. Very simple. Specifically, the comptroller can't spend voucher funds unless Texas teacher pay and per pupil funding are on par with at least 95% of other states. This amendment doesn't cancel the program. It simply puts public schools first.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
does the gentlelady yield?
Will the lady yield for
I will.
questions?
I'll yield for
The
questions,
lady
yes.
yields.
Thank you, Representative Simmons, for this really important amendment. I just have one question. What you're asking for is for the House to set priorities, teachers versus vouchers. Is that accurate?
Absolutely. Budgets show our priorities. Budgets are moral documents. We need to take care and do our constitutional duty to fully fund public schools.
Thank you so much for your really important amendment.
Members, before we fund new systems, let's fully fund the one we already have. I move adoption.
The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I respectfully move to table.
The chair recognizes Ms. Simmons to close on the amendment.
Move adoption.
Ms. Simmons sends up an amendment. Dr. Buckley moves to table. The question is on the motion to table. If you're in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you're opposed to the amendment, vote yes on the motion to table. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Show Mr. Money voting aye. Show Mr. Canales voting nay. Show Ms. Simmons voting nay. Have all voted? There being 85 ayes, 59 nays, the motion to table prevails. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Simmons.
The chair recognizes Ms. Simmons to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speakers and members. My amendment makes one thing clear. Not a single dollar from general revenue should go to this program. If private donors want to fund this experiment, they can, but not at the expense of Texas taxpayers, not at the expense of our constituents. This strikes the state appropriation authority and limits program funding to gifts, grants, donations, and funds returned due to misuse. Let's be honest, SB 2 creates a system ripe for expansion and abuse. This amendment puts a ceiling on that before it grows unchecked. Don't Arizona my Texas. To close, members, it's very easy. No public funds, no public risk. This is an experiment. If the support is really out there, let private donors prove it. I move adoption.
The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I respectfully move to table.
The chair recognizes Ms. Simmons to close on the amendment.
I close. Vote no on the table to motion. Excuse me. This is emotional for me, and I'm really trying to hold myself together, but vote no. Give our people a voice. Give our people an opportunity. Vote no on the motion.
Ms. Simmons sends up an amendment. Dr. Buckley moves to table. The question is on the motion to table. If you're in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you're opposed to the amendment, vote yes on the motion to table. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Show Dr. Buckley voting aye. Show Ms. Simmons voting nay. Show Mr. Manuel voting nay. Show Ms. Howard voting nay. Have all voted? There being 85 ayes, 58 nays, the motion to table prevails. Is Mr. Martinez Fisher on the floor? The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Martinez Fisher.
The chair recognizes Mr. Martinez Fisher to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is pretty simple. This is a common sense amendment. If you look at the fiscal notes for the school finance bill we just passed, you look at the fiscal note for this current ESA proposal, in FY 2030, we'll be appropriating more money for ESAs than we do for our public schools. This amendment just says that we will not fund ESAs with more money than we will our public schools, and I hope it's acceptable with the author.
The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I respectfully move to table.
The chair recognizes Mr. Martinez Fisher to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. You heard the debate, again, if this idea is we're going to create a program, we're going to create choice, it's been acknowledged that we have a capacity, that there are not an abundance of seats in the ESA world, maybe 30,000 extra seats. If nothing changes by FY30, we will be appropriating more money, or we'll have an obligation for more money for ESAs for less seats than we will for our public schools. And the last time I checked, it is the public schools, the free public schools that are in the Constitution, not the ESAs. And I just ask that you support this amendment if you believe that we should have, if you want to have a balanced approach, let's just make sure that we are not robbing Peter to pay Paul. And I hope that you vote against the motion to table.
Mr. Martinez Fisher sends up an amendment. Dr. Buckley moves to table. The question is on the motion to table. If you're in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you're opposed to the amendment, vote yes on the motion to table. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Martinez Fisher voting nay. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Show Dr. Buckley voting aye. Show Ms. Howard voting nay. Have all voted? There being 85 ayes, 59 nays, the motion to table prevails. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Howard.
The chair recognizes Ms. Howard to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment creates a straightforward but vital safety valve if in any biennium there is insufficient funding to cover the amount appropriated for that biennium, i.e., if there is a recession. The comptroller will be required to ensure the shortfall is met to the extent possible by using funds already appropriated from this subchapter. In other words, from the ESA program. Importantly, this amendment also includes a built-in safeguard to ensure the transfer is fiscally responsible. It will never exceed the lesser amount of the foundation school program shortfall or the ESA total appropriation. In plain terms, this amendment says that if we don't put enough money in the bucket to fully fund our schools, we at least give the comptroller the authority to top it off in the interim to the extent possible before the legislature returns and can make a needed supplemental payment for our schools. For example, this session, we included $389 million in additional state funding for the Foundation School Program in HB 500, our supplemental budget, as our current biennial appropriation ended up not fully covering the required formula-determined amount after less property taxes were collected than had been projected, and student needs were higher. School districts across Texas depend on the Foundation School Program to pay their teachers, run their buses, and keep their lights on. So if school property values significantly drop, schools could be forced to lay off teachers and other staff, or even to shutter operations. We've seen the tough choices that school districts have had to make when appropriations don't keep pace with needs. With this amendment, we're giving districts something they desperately need, some predictability, so they can make hiring decisions, open programs, and serve students, knowing the state will have their backs if something goes sideways. Let me be clear, this is not about creating new spending. It's about ensuring that dollars already proposed in our budget are used to meet our constitutional obligation to support and maintain our public schools. This is a measured, targeted, and responsible tool to help protect school funding from unintended shortfalls. Thank you, members. I respectfully ask for your support. And
Mr. Romero, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, does the lady yield?
Will the lady yield for questions?
I yield.
The lady yields.
Thank you, Representative Howard. There's no question that we are in good times right now, good financial times in Texas. Would you agree?
Absolutely. It's declining, but we have been the past couple of sessions. It's starting to go down.
So we've had surplus after surplus.
Right.
And a record amount in our rainy day fund. Would you agree?
I would agree. I was also here in 2011 when public education was cut by $5.4 billion because we were in a recession.
Yeah, so that was going to be my next one. So it's in 2011.
Yes.
And we cut our public school funding
by $5.4 billion.
Okay. So I think this is
when
important.
we still had money in the rainy day fund that we could have used to prevent those cuts in our schools.
So we cut it by $5.4 billion.
Correct.
And no voucher program back then.
No.
And today, without your amendment, it's possible that we could continue to fully fund the voucher program, and all these costs would be made up by the Foundation School Program. Is that correct?
Well, what I'm saying basically is, and I'm not sure I understood exactly how you framed that, but we do have a formula that funds our schools. And we project what we expect to come in, and sometimes we have a downturn in our economy.
Right.
The money does not come in that we project, the property values. I just got my property appraisal notice this week. My appraisal on my home has gone down. So that will mean less money coming in to our schools. We have to be looking at 2.5 years at least ahead to project this. Sometimes we don't project it accurately, and more money is needed for our schools. This will help our schools in the interim before we can come back and provide a supplemental budget so that they do not have to lay teachers off, they do not have to shutter their doors.
Well, I thank you for the proposal, and I'm not sure if this is the correct place, so that was the purpose of my question, is that if we have another downturn, if we were to suffer a recession,
yes,
that there could be potential for cutting public education. Is your understanding right now that without some measure included in this bill, I'm not sure if the author can tell us if there is a measure of what his intention would be, that if we ever cut public education, would we also cut, maybe by the same percentage, the money that we put into the voucher program?
Actually, what this is suggesting is that if there is a downturn and we do not have the revenue to meet the formula required amounts that we are supposed to provide to our public schools, that we will use the money for private schools to put back into our constitutionally required public schools to ensure that they do not have the shortfall that they would otherwise have.
It's a great amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Move adoption.
The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I respectfully move to
Mr.
table.
Speaker,
Mr. Romero, for what purpose?
does the gentleman yield for questions?
The gentleman has moved to table. He'll
That fast?
have to withdraw his motion to table in order to yield for questions.
Sorry.
The motion to table is withdrawn. Mr. Romero, for what purpose?
Thank you, Chairman Buckley.
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
The gentleman yields.
Thank you,
I
Chairman
do.
Buckley. So I want to understand and stay within the parameters of the amendment here, and that there is an opportunity in future years that we don't have these good times as we're having today. And
Yes.
there is potential for cutting of public education. Would you agree that that's always on the table?
Well, every session, Mr. Romero, everything that we do is subject to passing the budget. And we are, the funding for the program in SB2 is totally dependent upon this body taking action and appropriating the dollars
Understood.
required.
But you do agree that, as I asked Representative Howard, we're in great times right now. Because we're in great times, we're able to do more. And I believe that that's why you're trying to do more. You believe that this is a way that you're actually doing more by Texas families. And I think that it's easy to see those things and do some of those things when we're in abundant times. You could argue that this is a time when people are moving to Texas at a record level, where sales tax are at record levels. We have more money than we've ever had. And potentially that might be the reason why this bill is where it is and why it's gotten the wins that it has. So to the point of her amendment here, there's still grave concern that we might not be in these times as we are today. And if that occurs, of course you would understand that we could potentially cut public education if we were to fall into recession like we did in 2011. Would you agree?
I cannot speak to the actions of the future legislature, but I do know that this bill requires that the legislature take action to appropriate any dollars for this program. And I trust those future legislatures to do what is right and what's best by Texas families and their kids.
I trust them as you do as well. But whenever we have to make those decisions, do you believe that, and I know this is a hypothetical, Chairman Buckley, and I hate to ask you to answer this question, but I will. Do you believe that if we are ever in a position where we had to cut public schools, you would also be in favor of cutting vouchers by the same rate that we'd cut public schools?
I'm in favor of the legislature and those duly elected by those folks back home to make that decision in the future concerning this hypothetical situation. And I'm sure they will. I know they will do right by Texas.
You don't believe that it would be fair, not speaking about the future legislatures, but you as a legislator, would you feel that it would be fair to Texas public school kids that you just passed a very pivotal bill in HB2, and finally, bringing us back up, as you mentioned, and I won't go back through all the words that you said today, you did a great job, but do you think that it would be fair to all those kids that remain in traditional public schools if we faced a recession and we didn't make an adjustment in the voucher program?
If I were involved in the future, whenever that hypothetical time is, I would make sure that we did right by Texas kids in our public schools.
And if that included cutting the budget for public schools, would you believe that that would include cutting the budget for the voucher program as well?
I suspect that if the state were in a economic incidents like that there would be significant decisions to be made throughout the Texas budget.
Yeah, and I agree, but this very specifically is dealing with education. At this point, we're only going to fund education through traditional public schools that include charters and so on, but now private schools. Do you believe that that would be the right decision to make, that if you had to cut public education, you would cut it across the board in all forms of education, all taxpayer-funded education?
I believe that the legislature would act in terms of what was best to make sure that our schools were funded and that other programs up and down the budget were funded to the extent that the legislature could fund it.
Yeah, but I'm talking about cuts, not necessarily funding. But we cut by $5.5 billion in 2011, and we're just getting back to those levels. You know, so my point is, if we had to cut at that time, could you feel good about yourself saying that we only cut public education and yet we left the private school funding the same?
I think what I said was I think that those future legislators would make a decision to meet their constitutional requirements to fund our schools, our public schools, and also make decisions on the impact that other budget cuts would have on Texas families up and down the budget. Everything from SB 2 all the way to our roads and health care and everything up and down the budget, all 1,000 and whatever pages of it. Yes, sir.
And back on the amendment here by Representative Howard, if you're in a position where we're in a recession and we are in great times, such where we have almost $30 billion in rainy day fund, would you be in the position of understanding the predicament that put public school teachers and all the students in Texas if we ever had to defund our schools again?
Yeah. Certainly in the hypothetical time that you sort of describe or lay out, I think that that would be a moment for this body to act in a prudent fashion throughout the budget and everything to make sure that we meet our responsibilities to Texans. Absolutely.
Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Frank, for what purpose?
Would the speaker yield for one, or the member yield for one
gentleman
question?
yield for questions.
Yes,
Dr. Buckley, as I understand it, in the current bill, the current funding for ESAs are set at 85% of what we're putting in just for the operational portion of the schools. Is that right? Wouldn't it necessarily?
Yes.
It would go down. They're already tied, although the ESA is a lower amount. Am I missing that?
Yeah. That's a great point. And hypothetically, should public school funding decrease, then ESA amounts would decrease as well.
Right, because literally, they're already tied to, but much lower than what they're getting, and with no facility funding. So it's not just 85% of, it's probably more like 60% of the total amount.
Most
But
likely.
they're already tied, kind of assuming that is going to happen. So it's already lower and tied.
Yes, sir, you are correct.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Respectfully move to table.
Chair recognizes Ms. Howard to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I appreciate the conversation. It's not exactly what this amendment is about. What we're talking about here is what do we do during the interim, between sessions, when the legislature is not here to act. What happens is if we enter a recession during the interim and public schools are losing funds, what I'm asking for in this amendment is that rather than let our public schools suffer, that they be able to have the comptroller transfer any funding that is for ESAs back into public education, which we are constitutionally required to provide. And then we can take care of it when we come back, as you just hearing in this interchange, in the next session and do a supplemental as we did this time. But this is about protecting our school districts in the interim when we are not in session and they could be suffering, they could be having to do layoffs, they could be having to shutter their doors. We give them a lifeline to continue to meet the needs of public school students in our states. I would appreciate that you vote no against the motion to table. Thank you.
Ms. Howard sends up an amendment. Dr. Buckley moves to table. The question on the is on the motion to table. If you're in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you're opposed to the amendment, vote yes on the motion to table. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Show Dr. Buckley voting aye. Show Mr. LaHood voting aye. Show Ms. Isaac voting aye. Have all voted? There being 85 ayes, 61 nays, a motion to table prevails. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Garcia Hernandez.
The chair recognizes Ms. Garcia Hernandez to to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we are all familiar with the recapture system, also known as Robin Hood. Recapture is meant to provide equity for schools, both public and charter. My amendment clarifies recapture funds from our public school districts across Texas cannot be used to provide a discount for private education. Enacting this amendment will ensure that recapture funds cannot be transferred to the voucher program. We've already allocated this money for public education to support other schools across Texas. Let's ensure that remains the case and is not transferred to individuals who are exiting the public school system. Members, I ask for your support. And I move adoption.
The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I respectfully move to table.
The chair recognizes Ms. Garcia Hernandez to close on the amendment.
Thank you, members. Just like I reiterated, this particular amendment is...
Mr. Speaker?
Ms. Plisa, for what purpose?
Does Representative Cassandra Garcia Hernandez yield for some questions?
Will the lady yield for questions?
I yield for questions.
She yields.
Representative, can you please tell me how much in recapture do your school districts pay?
Well, I have a total of 4 school districts in my district. 3 of, in fact, are recapture districts. So Capel ISD paid in 2022 to 2023, $49 million. In 2023 to 2024, $21 million. Carrollton Farmers Branch ISD paid $49 million in recapture in 2022 and 2023, $7 million in 2023 and 2024. And Dallas ISD, which is also one of my recapture districts, paid $215 million in 2022, 2023, and $45 million in 2023 and 2024. So total, my recapture districts paid a total of $313 million in 2022 and 2023, and $73 million in 2023 and 2024.
And this recapture money is going back into the state of Texas. This is not necessarily going back into public education, is that right?
That's correct.
And do you know how many ISDs currently pay into recapture? And if you don't, that's okay, I have that number.
As of right now, my understanding that there are a total of 160 out of 1,207 school districts.
And so recapture essentially is what makes our property taxes go up, is that correct?
That's correct.
So voting against this amendment essentially is a vote for increasing property taxes, is that correct?
That is correct.
I don't want to take a vote to increase property taxes, do you?
I do not.
So I'm for your amendment. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you so much. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you, members. I just wanted to reiterate once again, this particular amendment does not touch the recapture system. We are not defunding or stopping the recapture system. We are only saying that recapture funds from our school districts, the 160 school districts in the state of Texas, those particular funds will not be going to this program. And so with that, I ask that you please vote no, oppose the motion to table.
Ms. Garcia Hernandez sends up an amendment. Dr. Buckley moves to table. The question is on the motion to table. If you're in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you're opposed to the amendment, vote yes on the motion to table. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Show Ms. Howard voting nay. Show Dr. Buckley voting aye. Have all voted? There being 85 ayes, 61 nays, the motion to table prevails. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Rodriguez Ramos.
The chair recognizes Ms. Rodriguez Ramos to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment prohibits the use of taxpayer-funded voucher dollars for advertising or marketing. Working families don't need public money spent on flashy brochures or targeted ads. They need real investment in the schools their kids attend. Every dollar used to market private options is a dollar not going towards teachers, counselors, or services that help students succeed. Families trying to make ends meet shouldn't have to compete with taxpayer-funded promotions. They deserve transparency, not sales tactics. This amendment ensures public dollars stay focused on education, not advertising, and on helping children, not institutions, thrive. Specifically, this amendment prohibits the comptroller from using program money to enter into a contract or agreement or engage in marketing, advertising, or other activities to advertise, promote, or market the voucher program. The state of Arizona's government is spending upwards of $10 million on pro-voucher ads targeted at special needs and minority children. If we buy advertisements anywhere near this number, it would be the equivalent of limiting this voucher program by about 1,000 students. 1,000 students who could otherwise receive funding if we take up this amendment and ensure fiscal responsibility. Unfortunately, we've been warned about this by elected officials in states where this is already a problem. The state of Arizona is buying Spanish language radio advertisements to trick families into participating into the program with promises of free money and access to elite private academies. The outcome is that these families pull their kids out of free public schools and then quickly realize that A, no private school is willing to accept their student, or B, after a year in the program, their voucher isn't enough money to continue at the private school. These children then return to their public schools behind their peers, and our public schools foot the bill to catch them up to speed. I have a message to the working family communities in Texas. Vouchers are a scam intended to benefit rich people. These private schools are not required to accept your children. You give up the rights you had in public schools. The full cost of tuition, transportation, and textbooks will almost never be covered fully by the voucher. Please don't fall for it. This is our hard-earned taxpayer money. We would be incredibly naive if we didn't listen to other states' warnings, and we would be fiscally irresponsible to siphon any more money away from the children this program is supposed to serve. My amendment to prohibit the comptroller from advertising, promoting, or marketing the voucher program will bring back fiscal responsibility to the Texas House. I urge you to vote yes on my amendment.
Speaker,
Ms. Goodwin, for what purpose?
will the gentlelady yield for some questions?
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
Yes, I yield.
She yields.
Thank you, Representative. So it sounds like you're anticipating that some of these private schools might advertise to get students to come to them.
That's correct.
Would it surprise you to know that actually even our public schools are anticipating having to advertise to keep students within their district? Just last week, I went to a candidate forum for the Lake Travis School Board, and candidates were talking about the need to advertise to get students back into the district. And so not only are we anticipating dollars being spent for the private schools to attract students, but it's going to be kind of this competitive advertising, don't you think?
Yes, and it's unfortunate because for every dollar they're spending on advertising is a dollar that's not going to educate our children.
That's right. So your amendment would say that, what, private schools can't use our public dollars for advertising to attract students?
Marketing, advertising, or other activities to promote, market, or advertise the development or use of their program.
You know, I think that this makes so much sense, but maybe you have been recognizing the same thing I have, that all of our amendments, regardless of how common sense, how conservative leaning they are, they're being tabled so that we're not even voting on these amendments such as yours.
It's unfortunate because the people of Texas, working class families, deserve to see us fight and debate on the issues. And unfortunately, when we table these motions, we're also silencing debate and really shutting down democracy.
I agree with you wholeheartedly, and it's almost as though some members have been told how to vote and they aren't looking at the policy, they're just following direction.
It appears that's a common understanding. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Chair has Dr. Buckley in opposition. Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for a question?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
Dr. Buckley, I'm not sure what your intent is, but I wanted to know if you intend to motion to ask to table this amendment.
Yes.
May I ask why?
Because it's important that we're able to do the type of promotional endeavors that are necessary to make sure families know about this program. We do that in our public schools. They have departments in charge of communications and advertising and billboards and things like it's really no different. The most important thing is to make sure that families know that they have access to an educational option via the via this program.
So the $1 billion that is being set aside or allocated for this program, that $1 billion is used for actual attendance and funding for the students to attend the private school, and the $1 billion, that same $1 billion would be used towards advertising, or is there a separate fund for advertising?
Yeah, it's within the administrative portion percentage that has limits on it of 5% and 3%.
5 and 20% at the
No, 5 and 3. I'm sorry.
5 and 3%.
Sorry, so a total of 8.
So of the $1 billion that has been set aside, how much is going to go ahead?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I want to be clear. There is a component for comptroller expense, and then also expense of operating the program via the comptroller approved certified education assistance organization.
Okay, and so the $1 billion, is that total, or is that just for actual paying for the school attendance? I'm just trying to clarify and make sure I understand what the
funds,
billion.
the funds for operating, and I guess I'll keep it to the amendment. The funds that could be used for promotion would come from that $1 billion.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know.
Okay,
All right, thank you.
You bet.
Mr. Speaker.
Respond for what purpose?
Ask Chairman Buckley a question or two.
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
The gentleman yields for questions.
So Chairman Buckley, I just want to make sure I understand this. This amendment would prohibit the use of any of these dollars for communicating to families about this program. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And so if you didn't communicate to families that this program existed, what would the impact be?
You would have a lack of awareness, and you would have less participation.
And in particular, what communities do you think might participate less in the program if there's no effort to communicate this opportunity to them?
I think it's the communities that this bill prioritizes, our special need kids and low-income kids.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Speaker, members, I respectfully move to table.
Chair recognizes Representative Rodriguez Ramos in opposition. To close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I think there was a mischaracterization of the facts. The truth is these programs can promote their programs. These Catholic schools, these private schools, there is nothing saying that they can't do that. Of course they can. They can do it all day, every day, and spend millions of dollars. We're just saying not the money that we're allocating for the vouchers. That money needs to stay in that program. So there is an absolute, in fact, these programs are able to receive gift grants. There's private donations that these schools receive. Use that money instead of for whatever other uses you may have. That money may be used for that. What we're saying is that the voucher money, or the money that's allocated in this $1 billion, needs to not be used for marketing and advertising. What we're saying is every one of those dollars needs to be used to educate the child, not to market and advertising. If they want people to know about their program, then they have a separate pool of money that they could use to promote their programs, not this money. And so I move adoption.
Ms. Rodriguez Ramos sends up an amendment. Mr. Buckley moves to table. The question is on the motion to table. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Harris voting aye, Mr. Hunter voting aye, Mr. Harless voting aye. Ms. Garcia Hernandez voting nay. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 86 ayes and 61 nays, the motion to table prevails. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Howard.
Chair recognizes Ms. Howard to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is really quite simple. It's about providing guardrails and accountability. Last Thursday, we passed a budget that includes $1 billion to fund the voucher program. Throughout budget night, we voted for and against countless amendments to move money around in the budget. Those of us on appropriations have spent months making tough decisions about what the state can and cannot afford to fund. This amendment protects the funding for the programs that we all care about by limiting the voucher program's funding to only the amount appropriated to it in the General Appropriations Act. I move adoption.
Chair recognizes Mr. Buckley. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield?
Does the
When
gentleman
ever
yield
comes
for
to-
questions?
Yes, I will yield.
Thank you, Chairman Buckley. Can I ask a request moving forward for the rest of the amendments? I noticed that we've gotten into a pattern of just motioning the table, but in the past, when that request was made, usually the author would say, I motion to table because, and say a reason. I think that there's a public watching this debate, and I don't think that they have access to the same floor amendment system we have, so they don't see the amendments. And so it just looks a little bit like we could give more clarity. If that would be great, if you could do that for all the amendments moving forward, that would be really helpful.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, members, I respectfully move to table. The bill currently limits appropriation to the amount that's appropriated by the legislature.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield?
He has moved to table, which means he cannot answer. So
Thank
the
you.
table's on the floor. Ms. Howard to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I am quite cognizant of the fact that we have $1 billion in the Appropriations Act. Like you, I think we understand, though, that there are times when funds are moved around during the interim. There are a variety of mechanisms where funds can be moved from one funding strategy to another. All this amendment is doing is saying we are limiting the funding to vouchers, to what was appropriated, and to nothing more.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
does the gentlelady yield?
Gentlelady for questions. Gentlelady yields.
Thank you, Representative Howard. I think this is a really important amendment, and I know we're getting in a cadence of yes and no's, but I think members should pay attention. What your amendment does is says, if we do not as a body vote to appropriate it, that in different moments of the interim, because you are correct, 1,000%, things can be moved. It gives the power to us to determine how much money is appropriated. Why would we not want to maintain our power as a legislature? So again, I think your amendment is extremely important. So correct me if I'm wrong. What you're saying is that we can only spend money on this program if we appropriate it through the appropriations bill, not any other mechanism.
Absolutely correct. And as you know, being Vice Chair of Appropriations, there are opportunities during the interim without the legislature being involved for funds to be transferred. All this amendment is doing is saying the legislature is making the decision about the amount. Nothing more should be transferred into this program.
And we can say if we want more money or less money, but we appropriate it and it's part of a public conversation, not done in the shadows, so it's accountability, transparency, and good governance. Is that accurate?
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative Howard. Great
Thank
amendment.
You. I move to not table the motion. Thank you. The amendment, whatever.
Ms. Howard sends up an amendment. Mr. Buckley has moved to table. The question is on the motion to table. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Howard voting nay. Show Ms. Hinojosa voting nay. Mr. Hunter voting aye. Mr. Buckley voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 84 ayes and 59 nays, the motion to table prevails. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Wale.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wale to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment would restrict the Education Savings Account program under SB 2 to families with a household income at or below 85% of the state median income. Members, the income brackets in this legislation go all the way up to 500% of the poverty guidelines, which for a family of four, that income is about $160,000+ a year for that family of four. We should not be subsidizing wealthier families' private school tuition. Members, I urge you to consider this amendment to restrict the program to families that could use it the most. One of the issues with the bill, and as argued throughout the debate today, is to help prioritize low-income students or low-income families or moderate-income families. And I don't support this bill, but if the purpose is to help those families, then we should restrict the amounts for this bill, $1 billion to the families most in need of this proposed legislation, because as I understand it, as I mentioned earlier, there's about a 500% cap on that. And as a matter of fact, I think there's no cap. And so we shouldn't be subsidizing higher income families' private school tuition with tax dollars that are primarily paid by sales tax, because we're using, majority of our budget is being used, is generated by sales tax. And who pays those sales tax? People that go buy goods and services. Low-income families that go to the grocery store, they pay a sales tax. So it's a kind of perverse that those same low-income families would be, in essence, paying the private school tuition of the higher income families. So this simple amendment caps that participation of those families at 85% of the 85% of median income.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Turner, for what purpose?
The gentleman yields for the questions.
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Absolutely.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Representative Wally. Excuse me. So your amendment would limit the voucher to 85 families that are at 85% of the median income of the state.
Median income, yes, sir. That's correct.
All right. And so we heard some dialogue earlier that I'm sure you heard between Representative Frank and me about shouldn't we provide resources to families with less means to be able to send their kids to private schools? It sounds like that's what your amendment would almost ensure. Do I have that correctly?
That is exactly right, Representative Turner. Look, if we're worried about these children that don't have no options, because that's been the argument, then let's help those children, those families that actually would be benefited by this proposed legislation. So, look, the amendment specifically says that we limit this child. The child is a member. This particular child is a member of a household with a total annual income that is at or below 85% of the state median income. So you're exactly right in that exchange. The way as I read the legislation, you have several categories. categories, right? You have children with disabilities, children at 85% of the median income, and then it starts to tail off, but there's still no cap. So it could be that a family at 500% of the federal poverty level could benefit from that, and that's it seems kind of perverse to me.
Yeah, I agree. And so without your amendment, there is no cap. There is no income cap on who can benefit from this in this bill. Is that right?
Absolutely not.
So if you're, a very successful person, and God bless those who are, but if you're making a multi-million-dollar a year salary, you would be eligible under this bill without your amendment to draw this ESA to subsidize sending your kids to the most expensive private schools in the state.
That's correct.
Okay. I think you have a great amendment. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Waller.
you.
Gervin Hawkins, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman answer a couple questions?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Absolutely.
The gentleman yields.
Representative, so we can put it in perspective, when you talk about 85% of the median, what type of income level so people can understand what those parameters are?
So right now, that would be for a family of four at 85%, would be about a little over $80,000 a year for that family.
For the whole household?
The whole household.
So,
I don't want to assume what family situations are, but you could have two parents making $40,000 or one parent making $80,000.
okay, so what I'm thinking about is a couple who may each make $48,000, $50,000 each. We're talking about $100,000. That family would not qualify?
No. What the amendment does is caps that ESA, that voucher, to families that make under 85%, at or below 85%.
So we're talking about a household of four making less than $80,000.
Correct. Roughly 80,000, yes.
Roughly 80,000.
Yes.
So that truly will get the folks that we're saying we want to serve.
That's correct.
And so at the 500%, what is that number? Do you know?
My numbers, and I can stand corrected, is about, for a family of four at 500%, is about 160,000.
So about 100, so double.
Correct.
So the current bill now says 160,000, which is double what your amendment does.
Correct.
And so your amendment truly gets to the families that probably is most in need for that support.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Good amendment.
Yes. I was ready for you. Move adoption.
Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley to speak in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. This amendment, I believe, does not recognize what the bill already does. The bill prioritizes our special needs kids with an income cap, and then our most economically disadvantaged families earning $67,000 a year or less as second priority. And so we already prioritize those students contemplated, and for that I would respectfully move to table.
So, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker. All right.
Dr. Bunn and Dr. Buckley has already made a motion to table. The chair recognizes Mr. Wally to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, this amendment is very simple. If we want to help, as been laid out in the layout of this bill, if we want to help moderate to low-income families with perceived choice, and I believe there is choice currently in our ISDs, because particularly in Aldine ISD, we have CTE, we have a CTE high school, we have a PTech high school. We provide many of options for our schools in Aldine ISD. It would behoove us to cap the amount of family income to those to the benefit of this particular legislation, to those families that meet 85% of the median household income. These are the children and families in most need. And so it's very simple. It caps a hard cap because there are no caps. You can say that you prioritize them in the legislation, but there's still no caps.
Mr.
A
Speaker.
family up to 500% of the federal
Ms.
poverty
Goodwin,
level
for
can
what
get it.
purpose?
Will the representative yield for questions?
Does the gentleman yield? Gentleman yields.
Absolutely.
So, yes, I also heard Chairman Buckley mentioning prioritization. But if, let's just say for whatever reason, no families in priorities 1, 2, and 3 applied or were accepted, all of the voucher money or ESA money could go to category 5, which is anybody, essentially, correct?
That's how I understand the legislation. So
it's a priority, but it's not a requirement.
It's a priority. It has I think it's had 4 standards, right? So you have 85% included in that. First tier are families that have children that might be disabled, and then it subsequently ratchets down from I think 2 to 500, and then 500 is the other designation. So I think, as I understand the legislation too, you would already have to be in private school. I think that's correct. And so
I'm also curious, your amendment, does that pertain to each of the categories or just how does that work?
We strictly, we renumber actually we do away with categories basically.
Okay.
What the amendment does is cap the families who can benefit from the legislation at or below 85% of the state median income.
So
it's a hard cap.
So you're basically saying, hey, we are prioritizing with no way to slip through the cracks. We are prioritizing low-income families that right now can't access private education.
We are prioritizing in this amendment to those families that need it the most.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Does the gentleman yield?
Mr. Frank, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for question?
Absolutely.
Gentleman yields.
I just want to clarify the existing bill because it's been misrepresented in the back and forth. There is actually in the current bill a 20% hard cap on that 4th group that you're talking about. So if there's no one, you use the hypothetical, if there is no one in the first 3, which is obviously highly unlikely, if there's no special needs, which is the first one, if there's no one under 200%, if there's no one under 500%, if there's no one in that group that uses it, then no one in the top group will use it because there is a hard cap in the bill of no more than 20% of the total funds will go to that group. Are you aware of that?
No more than 20% of what group?
Of the total ESA funds. So
Right.
if there's no one participating, I realize that doesn't keep anyone from getting it, but if there is no one, it encourages the program to make sure that the first in line are the people that you're talking about. But there is a hard cap of 20%. No more than 20% of the money can go there. And the reality is, if we do our job with the advertising, that the people that you want to be served will actually be served first because they are prioritized. They are first in line.
Okay, so then why don't we cap it as this amendment?
Well, I was just, I wasn't trying to change the bill. This
Yeah.
bill has been discussed a lot, but you represented that somehow we could end up with all the money to the top ones, and that's simply not the case. And I just wanted to make sure that you and the body knew that that was not the case.
Okay, but that doesn't mean that somebody that makes over $160,000 wouldn't be benefited by this legislation.
I agree, but I was just correcting the back and forth. It said that somehow all the money could go to the top, and that's just not the case.
Well, let me.
So I just want, is that you understand that is in the bill? The 20% hard cap in the top group is in the bill as it stands right now.
Well, let me answer it. Let me respond this way. Then why if the argument is that we want to help the most children in need, then let's help the most children in need. Why are we helping families that could pay for private school tuition anyway?
I think the primary reason is because we want to help all families, and the reality is, if you know.
So we want to help wealthy families too send their kids to private school?
We want to help all families get the education they want. And by the way, currently we are already funding $16,000, $18,000 a year for the wealthiest families that are in public schools. So this could actually, if somebody is in public school, and moves out of public school in that wealthy area, it will actually save the state money, okay? It will
guess
actually save the state money.
I guess at some point, these dollars, if we want these dollars to go to the most in need, we need to draft the bill as it leaves here with the families most in need of the help. So let's cap it at 85. Why are we using tax dollars of hardworking people that pay sales tax? My constituents
we're actually
go
already
to the
doing
grocery
that.
store. Why does my neighbor who has 3 or 4 kids, one household income, working class family as a bus driver, use their tax dollars to send wealthy families, paying wealthy families private school tuition? I was
just trying to make sure that you understood. A, we're already doing that in traditional public schools, and B, I just wanted to make sure that you understood the cap that already is in there, so we weren't
as I understand, that cap
misrepresenting it to the
expires
body.
in 2027. So,
yeah. Thank you.
Ms.
Mr.
Weiner, for what
Speaker.
purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Does the gentleman yield?
yes.
Gentleman yields.
Representative Wally, we heard a lot of conversation on this bill during the layout about how the goal was to provide low-income families access to private schools. Is that correct?
That's, as I sat in my desk listening intently to every word of the layout and the amendment process, that's exactly what I heard.
So if that is truly the goal, if the goal is truly to provide that access to low-income families and not to provide a tax subsidy to wealthy families, is there any reason to oppose your amendment?
Not at all.
Thank you.
I close. Move adoption.
Mr. Wally sends up an amendment. Dr. Buckley moves to table. The question is on the motion to table. If you are in favor of the amendment, vote no on the motion to table. If you are opposed to the amendment, vote yes on the motion to table. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Wally voting no. Show Mr. Busey voting no. Show Mr. Harris voting aye. Show Dr. Buckley voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 83 ayes and 57 nays, the motion to table prevails. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Busey.
Chair recognizes Mr. Busey to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our bill author, Chairman Buckley, has said that this bill is universal, and at least based on income, that would be correct. Millionaires and billionaires will be able to get a government handout to send their kids to a private schools that they already attend. But I don't think we should give billionaires this voucher. I think we should save it. If we're going to pass this legislation, we should save it for those that most need. My friend Chairman Frank, as has been highlighted now and some back and forth, said earlier to Representative Turner that rich families already have more access. They already have it. On social media earlier, our colleague Hillary Hicklin said, "Today we set the captives free. School choice is coming to Texas. Hallelujah." And Governor Abbott has said many times, including recently at a rally in San Antonio, these are parents living paycheck to paycheck. So Representative Hicklin and Frank, I think I have an amendment for you. With my amendment, we can ensure that none of the money, the $1 billion, goes to the rich that already have the access, but instead to the parents, as Governor Abbott said, that are living paycheck to paycheck. So members, like many others, this amendment is simple. It ensures that individuals making more than 500% of the federal poverty level are not eligible for this voucher program. Let's be honest. The governor has claimed, as we said, that this bill is about helping low-income families access a better education. But we know that that is potentially not what will happen. Not in Texas, not under this bill. We've also seen in many other states that that is not what has happened when they have passed voucher bills. Across the country, in places like Arizona, Arkansas, and Florida, the vast majority of voucher users up to 95% in some states, Arkansas in this case, have already attended a private school and not attended a public school before taking advantage. That means they are already able to pay for that private school education. This isn't about helping kids in struggling schools unless we put my amendment on. It's about giving families who already send their kids to private school a taxpayer-funded discount. That's not school choice, that's a government handout for the wealthy. If the governor is serious about helping low-income Texans, then this amendment should be an easy yes for each and every one of us. Because no one making six figures needs help covering private school tuition. We've heard over and over the average of $9,500. Well, we don't need the rich to be able to cover $9,500. Members, Texans want strong public schools, not tax giveaways to rich Texans. This amendment protects taxpayer dollars, keeps the program focused on the families the government is claiming to care about, and helps prevent the kind of abuse we've seen in every other state that has gone down this road. So let's make this bill what it pretends to be. And we heard a back and forth a minute ago that said, well, we got to fill the other buckets first. Well, let's make sure that we never fill the rich elite bucket with this voucher or ESA, as some have called it, program. I don't mean to offend. If you want to call it an ESA, call it that. Vote with me on this amendment. Let's live up to the potential of this bill. Let's make sure that the rich aren't taken advantage with this government handout. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Anchia, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield for a few questions?
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, I yield.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Busey. The bill before us, which has been much ballyhooed as being a way to uplift people of low means, families of low means who are stuck in struggling schools, in fact, will be a public subsidy of the tax dollars that our constituents pay in order to subsidize wealthy families in private schools. Is that not right?
It absolutely has the potential to do that.
And let's talk about that potential, because as you pointed out, there are a number of different buckets that need to be filled before you get to this uncapped potential of billionaires being eligible for this subsidy. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, there's one thing that's curious about the bill that has not been discussed, that those buckets go away after the first 2 years of the bill, do they not?
I'll take your word for it.
So the buckets, in fact, do not stay in place in perpetuity of the program. They melt away so that the caps that are put in place do not persist beyond the first few years of the program. Is that correct?
Well, it is, and Representative, with that being stated, I'll tell you what's more important than ever that we put this amendment on, because if that was to happen, then we would see more rich and more elite take advantage of this program down the road, and we would not be serving the kids that are truly in need. So we need to make sure that with this amendment that we're not living in the possibilities of the rich getting it or not getting it. Let's just say they don't get it. Let's put this on. You know, one of my friends is rich, and you know, he's a wealthy individual. Well,
how do you know?
Maybe the guy at the bag mic as well. One of my friends, he was talking to me the other day, and he said, I could get behind this if it wasn't going to people like me, going to rich people like him. If we weren't giving this away to the elite, if it was truly to help those in need. But there's potential here. I know that there are some buckets that will do that, but there's potential here for it to go to others that do not need this, that already have this kind of access.
So when, and apparently there's some disagreement about whether the caps on the buckets melt away or not. I know that was in the underlying bill, might have been fixed in the perfecting amendment. When we do fill up the buckets and you have this final bucket, what is the cap that you're seeking to place?
So this is saying no one over 500% of the federal poverty level can take advantage of taxpayer handout voucher.
And what does that look like? What is 500% of FPL?
$160,000 roughly for a family. So we're talking about a family that brings home $160,000 up to that line. If you're above that line, we're saying you have this choice already. If you want to go to a private school, if you want to go to a public charter school, heck, if you want to move to a different school district, you probably have the means to do it. So we're asking all of us here to say, look,
Let's take the governor at his word that this is helping people live in paycheck to paycheck. Let's take our colleagues at their word that they want to help the middle class and lower economic status class get this option. Let's just guarantee that that top bucket of the rich elite doesn't get to take advantage of this. They don't need it. They don't need it. And I think there's a lot of people out there that agree with that. So let's just ensure that the middle class that this is designed to help serve, there's more money to go to them. It's $1 billion. It's not universal economically. So let's make sure that the dollars that we are choosing to appropriate to this go to those that are more in need. With this amendment, we can do that.
Thanks, Mr. Busey.
Thank you, Representative.
Mr. Frank, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for a question?
Gentleman yield.
Yes, I do.
Gentleman yields.
Yeah, first of all, I think most of us in here want universal, not most of us, but I know I do. I want every parent to have the choice. But I just wanted to clarify something in the back and forth because it was on Dr. Buckley's perfecting amendment that 20% cap doesn't melt away as has been represented. That 20% cap lasts in perpetuity. And the reason that's important, are you aware that that 20% doesn't go away, the 20% cap on the upper income?
Yeah, Representative Frank, I totally take your word for it. As you know, the wrong perfected amendment was filed. Some of us didn't get to see it until right before the vote, so we had seconds to really review it.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting there was anything wrong. I just wanted to make sure
So
that
I
you
can
were
understand why there was confusion among our colleagues on that. But let me say to that point, so I totally take your word. I've heard that the cap is there now in perpetuity. But what I'm concerned about, and I also heard your last dialogue in the last amendment, that you got to fill the other buckets. I take you at that word as well. I'm concerned about why do we ever want to get to this bucket?
Yeah.
Why do we want to do that? We've got more people that have more need that we could serve with this. And let's if we're going to pass this bill, which I'm opposed to because I think it will hurt our other school options in the long run. But if we are going to pass this bill, let's truly serve the Texas families with need with this bill. So let's just block that higher bucket altogether. I hope you'll join me in that.
Just as we serve all kids into current public schools, including the wealthy ones, I think this is an opportunity for us to give more options to all parents, and very importantly, to limit it and to prioritize those who need it most. And
look, I appreciate it, and I'm not saying get rid of all the prioritization buckets. I'm talking about those over 500% of the federal poverty level.
Gotcha.
Families making $160,000. And I agree with you. You brought up our public schools. Look, we've got
public schools to serve everyone.
We all. All right, Representative. Thank you, Chairman Frank.
Mr. Morales, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, does the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes,
Gentleman
I do.
yield. Gentleman yields.
So, Mr. Busey,
Yes,
you're
sir.
asking this legislative body to address the...
Gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker, motion to
Mr.
extend.
Morales, for what purpose?
Motion to extend against the objection of the one, Mr. Hayes behind me.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection?
Objection. No.
Chair hears none. Gentleman's time is extended.
Mr. Busey, quickly.
Yes, sir.
Your amendment is actually asking this legislative body to address the issue of, on the right, you're asking us to make a decision between millionaires and billionaires, and on the left, with the middle class, and stand behind with the middle class and those low-income earners. Is that correct?
That is correct. Look,
And- go ahead.
$160,000. If you make under that, then you would still be eligible if you put this amendment on. We're saying those that make over 500% of the federal poverty level, let's not extend this right now. Let's not do that. Let's take them out. Let's not get to that bucket. Let's serve those that truly need it, which we have been told over and over and over that that's what the people want from this governor. Let's meet them. The governor said we can't go to a vote, fine. People listen to him there. Let's listen to his intent of this bill, which is to serve people living paycheck to paycheck.
And by the last count and that I recall, were there more millionaires and billionaires in the state of Texas, or more low-income and middle-class people in the state of Texas?
I think there's a lot more hardworking, low-income and middle-class Texans that would probably, if people are going to take advantage of this, I think this body would rather serve them than serve the rich elite.
And so if we have to decide, and each one of us has approximately 200,000 people, what do you think is the vast majority of those that we represent? low income and middle class, or we represent millionaires and billionaires?
I think the vast majority is low income and middle class, and I think we're just saying let's not make this a feeding trough for the rich. Let's take care of the low income and middle class families with this, and let's just guarantee that just in case we were to get to that top bucket, we don't spend taxpayer dollars on millionaires and billionaires getting a subsidy, a government handout to pay for their privatization.
And last question, your amendment would not prohibit and would not exclude low income or moderate income families.
Absolutely not.
Now, I understand the data shows that it'll allow participants for families that are making under $160,000 for a family of 4. Is that your understanding of what your amendment would do?
That's correct.
And also, $188,000 or lower for a family of 5, you would be able to qualify. But if you make more than that, then yeah, there is this exclusion.
Correct. It's not a hard number. We're using 160,000 as the threshold to understand what a family of 4 is. It's 500% of the federal poverty level. I want everyone in here to think about what 500% of the federal poverty level is. That's what we're talking about. We're saying if you make more than that, then maybe you don't need big government to roll in and pay for your kids' private
Last
school
question,
education.
in comparison to recently, just so that we can have, for those listening at home, the comparison between what your amendment would do with the 500% restriction and what we did for Medicaid. What is that threshold on Medicaid?
I mean, I think I have that number here. It's staggeringly different. When we look at what we do for Medicaid, a family of 4, it's, let me find the number here, unless you have it in front of you, Representative, but it is shocking.
I understand that it's 42,768.
That's correct. And so we're not even using the same numbers. We had a healthcare fight here last week, Medicaid expansion, that everybody said, we can't do that. That's too much money for people making too much money.
For people making
But we want to give a
46,000.
voucher to people making dramatically more than that.
Okay.
Dramatically more. We won't give government-supported health care that you're already taxed on and paying for, but we'll give you a voucher. That's what, if we don't put this amendment on, that's what we're saying here today.
And if we end up, again, the possibility of having to address the issue of motioning to table this amendment, which I'm not proposing for, we would be in the same boat. We would be choosing millionaires and billionaires if we voted in favor of motioning to table instead of the low income and middle class Texans.
Absolutely right. I can't imagine anyone here that is representing the 200,000 constituents that they are here to serve would want this voucher to go to the rich elite in their districts, but instead to go to the middle class and low income working families that they serve. So I think I would expect that we would take this as an up and down vote, not a motion to table, and that we would be able to pass this unanimously, accepted by the author, to ensure that the intent of the governor to serve families living paycheck to paycheck is truly served by this bill. We can all do that, friends. Friends and colleagues, with this amendment, we can live up to the words of the governor and make sure that we're ensuring that only the families living paycheck to paycheck are struggling even more are the ones that get to take advantage of this. Let's serve our constituents with this. Let's not serve the rich elite with this.
I appreciate your input. I appreciate your hard work on this amendment. I know that you have visited House District 74. I know that you have a place out there also. I know who you know I represent and that you're standing up with this amendment for those low income and middle class folks that I represent in House District 74. And I applaud you for those efforts.
Sir,
Mr. Busey. Thank
you have the second prettiest district in Texas.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Hayes, for what purpose?
Will the member yield to questions?
Yes, sir.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Representative Busey. My first question is, how many billionaires are there in Texas?
Why don't you tell me, sir?
I'm asking you. You're so very concerned about the number of billionaires. I'm asking how many billionaires are there in Texas?
I think Texas has more than any other state, but I will say this. If one billionaire takes advantage of this program, that's one way too many, sir. Let me ask you, would you support a billionaire taking advantage of this program? Elon Musk, he wants to come take advantage of this program. Do you support that?
I think you've yielded to my question, so you don't know the answer to the first one. My second question is, how many children
I can tell you
do
this.
the
Let me
billionaires
answer your
of
first
Texas
question.
have?
Let me tell you this. There's more than one in Texas. I know that. So that's the answer to your question. And if that more than one takes advantage of this program, I think that's one too many, sir. And I hope you would agree with me that if one billionaire, which I think you understand there's at least one billionaire in the state of Texas. If they take advantage of this program, don't you think that's one too many?
My question is, how many billionaires have children age K through 12 in Texas?
Sir, I mean, I know Elon has double digits, but I don't usually go around paying attention to the personal lives of anyone, especially the amount of kids that billionaires in the state of Texas have.
Right.
If you'd like to share some information in the form of a question, I'd be happy to respond to it.
Okay. So the question is, how many kids age K through 12 are children of Texas billionaires?
I think it would be a little weird if I knew the answer to that question,
Okay.
sir.
In regard, can you tell us how many millionaires there are in the state of Texas?
A lot. A ton.
Can you tell me how many children the millionaires of Texas have that are aged K through
Thousands
12?
and thousands, I would guess.
You cannot give me a number.
I know, let me ask you, sir. Do you think
My question is,
millionaires should take advantage of this voucher program? Do you
Can you
believe that
provide
should happen?
the number?
Can I provide what number? How many millions are? There's a lot. My answer to that is a lot.
Yeah, the number of children that are aged
A lot
K
of millionaires
through 12
have children.
that are K through 12.
Let's say there's
in the
more than
state of
1,000,
Texas.
sir. Do you think they should be able to take advantage of this? Let's say there's more than 1,000. I think that, would you agree that's a safe guess? Do you think they should be able to take advantage of this?
I think that you're very concerned with the billionaires.
I'm
children.
actually concerned, sir.
Let me
if you-
finish my question,
If you would read,
sir.
well, I'm responding to you.
Members, please do
I'm
not.
responding to you because you said I'm concerned.
Please do not talk over each other.
So let me respond to your question about what am I concerned about. I am concerned with people that make, as the amendment says, over 500% of the federal poverty level taking advantage of this voucher program. I want to make sure the people making below 500% of the federal poverty level have more access to this instead of taking that access away.
I take it from your failure to answer the question. You don't know how many billionaires there are. You don't know how many kids they have. You don't know how many kids are in grades K through 12. Would
So
that be fair to say?
I'm not sure your questions are relevant to this amendment or understanding the point of the rich elite having a handout from the state government to send their kids to a private school.
I want to thank the member for not answering my questions. Thank you.
You're welcome, Representative.
Ms. Troxclair, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Absolutely.
All right, so you just said that the purpose of this amendment.
The gentleman is almost out of time. Gentleman yields.
All right. You just said you would like to have more poor kids to have access to this program, and that is the purpose of your amendment. Is that correct?
What the purpose of my amendment is to ensure that people that make 500% of the federal poverty level do not get to take advantage of an already bad bill. So I'm trying to say that with a bad bill in front of us, let's make it a little less bad by making sure that, as the governor said, that there are people living paycheck to paycheck. Let's make sure that this actually goes to serve them. And so if you have an amendment that's going to deal with something else, I'll take that up on its merits. But what this amendment does is it says that the rich elite should not get to take advantage of this, but instead it should go to people that don't already have access to this, as the governor has asked for the intent of this bill to be.
The gentleman's time has expired. Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley in opposition to the amendment.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, I do.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman Buckley. So, Chairman, are you aware that Arizona legislation providing a voucher program used a similar priority system to what's proposed in your underlying bill?
Yeah, I'm aware of a program. I don't know the details of their program, though.
Well, I'll posit to you, it used a very similar priority system, the same priority system Representative Busey's trying to address with his amendment. Are you aware that there have been some deep dive studies by the Brookings Institution and others into the income levels that ended up using vouchers under Arizona's priority system?
I'm sure there are. Most states do have collect that data, so they know who's in the program.
Yeah, so Some of the in-depth breakdown found that 52% of Arizona voucher recipients are from zip codes in the top quarter of household incomes. Were you aware of that?
I was not. I don't know what that means in Arizona, what that number is, how much, I don't know that income level.
I don't have the exact numbers in
yeah,
front of me, but I would presume that's probably over 500% of the poverty level if you're in the top 25%. Were you aware that over 75% of vouchers go to families in zip codes with median incomes above Arizona's average?
I'm not advised to their particular prioritization.
Okay. Are you aware that only 5% of voucher recipients in Arizona came from zip codes in the lowest quartile, the lowest 25% of median incomes?
No, Representative Zwiener, I'm not aware of that.
Yeah. And so I'll posit this too, though I'm anticipating your answer. Are you aware that that means that in the wealthiest zip codes in Arizona, students were 10 times more likely to use their voucher program using the same system of prioritization you've proposed here? Yeah. Wealthy zip codes 10 times as likely to use that voucher program as those in low-income zip codes.
But I'm not aware of that, but I'm aware that this bill caps the highest earners at 20%, leaving the other 80% for middle-class families to access this program.
Representative Buckley, given those concerns and how we've seen this work out in other states, why not follow Representative Busey's amendment, accept it onto the bill to ensure that these voucher programs are just for people under 500% of the poverty line?
Because I don't pretend to be able to see in the hearts and minds and lives of Texans, and I believe that all Texans should have access. All parents should have that choice, and the bill is prioritized in a way that matches the families that we believe lack that access to educational choice at this time.
So you mentioned that it's capped at 20% in the underlying bill. 20% is still $200 million in this first year of the program. $200 million. Should we really be spending $200 million of Texas taxpayer money to subsidize people who are, quite frankly, well off and can afford private schools if that's what they choose?
The bill is prioritized, though, and it begins with a middle class prioritization that understands that families have different incomes and different needs. But through 80% of the program, there'll be no one in the program earning more than $160,000 a year. No family earning more than that.
I'm sorry, you said no one in the program or just 20% max?
In the first 80%.
In the first 80%,
Yeah.
Okay. So we still have 20% that can be earning any amount of money, correct?
Yeah, they're capped at 20%, the earners of 160 and above.
So up to $200 million of Texas taxpayer money could go to billionaire children and millionaire children potentially.
Or it could go to a civil service and a fireman. They were earning $161,000 a year. I mean, we tend to take the argument to the extremes, and billionaire talk, it is the extreme, but there's a whole lot of ground in between the top earners, and even at that, it's capped at 20%.
Yeah. I mean, Representative Buckley, I think the concern is we have an option here to put a hard cap, and I mean, would you, if you don't think 500% of the poverty level that Representative Busey has proposed is the right number, is there a cap you can determine that we can stick on this bill to make sure we're not using taxpayer dollars to subsidize people who are going to send their kids to private school anyways?
I believe that the prioritization system in this bill prioritizes the right families, and the cap in the fourth priority is the right policy decision.
So we just discussed how the prioritization system in Arizona has, quite frankly, not worked and has sent their funds to the highest earners. Is there a state where a similar prioritization system has worked in delivering these dollars to low-income and middle-class families?
Absolutely. If you look across the country, you'll see that that most ESA recipients are certainly not wealthy people. You know, we tend to make a discernment whether or not they're currently in private school. Where I'm from, the families I know in private school are not wealthy.
Well, where you're from, I presume none of these students are receiving vouchers because we haven't passed it yet. So I'm curious which state.
But families are making that sacrifice.
Which state has used this prioritization system and kept those dollars mostly with middle income and lower income families?
I'm not advised on that, but I'm advised that this bill will.
So we have an example of failure, but we don't have an example of success. Is that correct?
I don't know how you define failure.
I mean, I would posit that
If you define failure by the income of a family that's participating in the ability to send their child to the school of their choice that's never had that opportunity before, or a struggling family that's currently in a private school, kids with special needs in Killeen, Texas, that are working 2 or 3 jobs to do it, that's an absolute fact. If you define that as failure, then we'll take that failure.
Well, Representative Buckley, could we limit it to those types of families then?
Absolutely not, because I don't presuppose to know what income level there is and the circumstances of families. And so this bill is prioritized in a way that will certainly match the needs of those vulnerable Texans and finally give parents an option.
All right, well, thank you for answering my questions, Representative Buckley. I appreciate it.
Sure.
Ms. Troxler, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
I would love to know, there's been some discussion up here, $160,000 for a family of 4, and then that all of a sudden makes a big jump to millionaires and billionaires, right? Do you know what the total combined income needed to live a secure lifestyle is in Austin, Texas for a family of 4?
No, Representative Troxler, I do not know that number.
Would you be surprised to know that according to Smart Asset Report in 2024, the average combined income for a family of 4 to live a secure lifestyle in the city of Austin is $223,000. That's because you have $111,000 going to living expenses, $67,000 going to other expenses, and $44,000 going into savings or paying down debt in order to make ends meet. So that's quite a bit higher than $160,000. Am I right?
Yes, Representative. I believe it speaks to the fact that this bill is prioritized just right to meet the needs of Texas families across this state.
And I think would you also be surprised to know that other cities across Texas, like the city of El Paso, the city of Lubbock, the city of Laredo, the city of Corpus Christi, the city of San Antonio, the cities of, Fort Worth, Arlington, and the cities of Dallas, Plano, Irving, and Garland, just to name a few, are all over $5,000 for a family of 4 to live comfortably. Would that surprise you to know that?
That's why this bill is prioritized the way it is. It understands what it takes to have a middle-class lifestyle in Texas.
And I know that in your bill, as we've talked about repeatedly...
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you.
Speaker, members, I respectfully move to table.
The chair recognizes Mr. Busey to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish this wasn't a move to table. I wish we were taking an up and down vote. To answer a few questions, when I said I have a wealthy friend, I meant most of my colleagues here on the House floor. When I was asked about millionaires, I think there's 650,000 millionaires in Texas. They don't all need to have a kid to fill up that 20% bucket pretty quick and make sure that that's not at this time, and make sure that that money is not getting to go to other needy individuals in this state. There's also, I believe, 87 billionaires. I don't know if y'all think that 1, 2, 10, 20, how many billionaires deserve this privatization voucher? I think one is too many, Mr. Hayes. I think 1 millionaire is too many. But let's get back to this amendment. It is 500% of the federal poverty level, $160,000 for a household of 4. That goes a long way when you talk to your constituents back home. Maybe not when we talk to each other on this House floor, but when we talk to our constituents back home, a family making $160,000 in the great state of Texas, they're doing pretty well. And we're saying up to that level, fine. Beyond that level, not acceptable with this bill. That bill would not meet the standards of the governor who said this is to help people living paycheck to paycheck. That would not meet the standards of expanding access, as our friend Chairman Frank talked about. Well, rich people already have this when he was talking to our friend Chris Turner. It would not meet that threshold that was said on social media earlier when we said we're freeing the individuals to go. Because if we let it go to those people, we're not freeing anyone. They already have that choice. So let's deal with the need with this bill. And yes, I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, and thank you for the shout out earlier.
I thought it was a good post.
I'm wondering,
Ms. Hicklin, for what purpose?
excuse me, thank you. Do you yield for questions?
Yes,
Gentleman
ma'am.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you. Are you interested in calling for income caps for these millionaires and billionaires who have their children in public schools?
I would like to talk about the amendment that's before us. And the amendment that is before us is saying that we should cap to anyone making over 500% of the federal poverty level.
Should we pay
a
for
family of
millionaires
4
and
that is
billionaires in public schools?
160,000. Public schools are in our Constitution to be provided to build this entire great state up, to make sure there's an educational foundation for all. We all pay for that. What you're asking for us to do today is to create a second system that we also have to pay for. And I do not believe that millionaires and billionaires' kids should get to take advantage of that second system. The first system, yes, I do, because
It
we
would cost
all
more
benefit.
to educate millionaires and billionaires in
Sorry,
our public
Representative, I would like to
schools
finish
than
answering your
ESAs.
question.
Thank you.
Members,
First, I would like to
please.
finish answering your question. We all benefit. All of Texas benefits when all of our children, from lower income, middle class, and upper class, when all of our children get a world-class public education. What I am saying is let's not give money to the rich elite to go get this second track that they can already afford. With that, Mr. Speaker, I ask everyone to vote no on tabling this amendment.
Mr. Busey sends up an amendment. Dr. Buckley moves to table the amendment. The question is on the motion to table. If you are in favor of the amendment, vote no. If you are opposed to the amendment, vote yes. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Busey voting no. Show Mr. Tallarico voting no. Show Dr. Buckley voting aye. Show Ms. Jones voting nay. Show Mr. Lowe voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 83 ayes and 60 nays, the motion to table prevails. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Wu.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wu to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, this amendment would make the children of members of the Texas House and Senate ineligible for this voucher program created by this bill. As we all already know, this bill fails the majority of Texans that it purports to serve. It comes with no income cap, as we have just seen. It would defund neighborhood schools that serves the vast majority of Texas kids and would enrich the wealthy at the expense of the poor. This amendment addresses one of the many ethical failings of this bill. One of those of us on this floor voting on this voucher scheme, we should not personally benefit from the programs that we create through legislation. When we vote to distribute tax dollars to private entities, the last pockets that should be benefited are our own. And members, we have a responsibility to maintain the public's trust. If we, as elected officials, are voting to create or fund the program that distributes public dollars, we should not even allow the appearance that we are doing so to benefit our own families. If we believe this program is truly about helping those in real need, students with disabilities, low-income families, then it should target them accordingly. This very small carve-out ensures the integrity of the program and avoids any perception of self-dealing. This amendment doesn't change the program structure or purpose. It simply ensures that those of us voting today cannot redirect taxpayer money into our own pockets. My Republican colleagues talk about personal responsibility. Here is your chance to demonstrate it. Vote for this amendment. This is the same provision that was on this bill last session. And this was on the bill that we voted on last session. What has changed? Members, I urge you to vote yes on this amendment, and I would yield for questions.
Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley in opposition to the amendment. Okay.
Mr. Speaker, does the gentleman yield?
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
Chairman Buckley's up. Is that accurate? You just called him to the mic? You just recognized Chairman Buckley, so he has the mic.
Chair recognizes Dr. Buckley to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members.
Speaker,
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
does the gentleman yield?
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Gentleman yields.
Again, I know we've got into a cadence of just opposing amendments, but I think it's important for us to create guidelines, guardrails on some of these things, and this is definitely an entitlement. And if we're going to vote on this, don't you think we should say members of the legislature cannot get this entitlement?
Well, I think if you think about the members of this body, most are citizen legislators. They're moms and dads first, before they are members of this body. And we all come from different backgrounds and have different desires of what we would participate in. And I think that we also don't contemplate who might have a child in a program then become elected, and at that point would have to give up a child that's in the best setting for them. And so that's my position on this.
But
amendment.
you can't contemplate that it's also a conflict of interest for those of us to vote for an amendment or vote for a bill in which we could then personally benefit from?
Well, we vote as citizens. We vote for public school funding that my children benefited from very mightily. We vote to improve our roads that we all participate in and we all use. We vote for different programs, economic development programs that bring better jobs to Texas. That's what a citizen legislator is all about.
But isn't that like a social good, whereas this is an individual
check basically to you and your family to do what you and your family want to do, as opposed to there's a constitutional requirement to do public education?
A better educated populace, children receiving the education that they need, is a social good.
Well,
and it is impossible to predict the backgrounds and the history of those men and women that will come in, that will serve in these seats in this chamber one day. And so therefore, I will oppose
I think it's highly problematic for us to not put some guardrails on saying that those of us who are going to vote for this could benefit from it. So I urge you to reconsider. Thank you, Chairman Buckley.
Thank you. Thank you. I respectfully move to table.
Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman has moved to table the amendment. Mr. Wu sends up an amendment.
Can I close?
I'm sorry. Excuse me. The chair recognizes Mr. Wu to close on the amendment.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Tallarico, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield?
Does the gentleman yield?
I will.
Gentleman yields.
Chairman Wu, it's my recollection that this language was in Chairman Buckley's original voucher bill from 2023. Is that your recollection?
Absolutely. This was one of the safeguards that Governor Abbott had requested last time, and somehow it's missing this time. I wonder why.
So Chairman Buckley thought it was a good idea to exempt legislators from this program in 2023. Now he thinks it's a bad idea. Is that right?
Exactly. And this is something that directly puts money in our pockets. And earlier he talked about public schools, roads. Those are benefits that benefit everyone. Every single person has access to it. Not everyone has access to the money that you put into private school. Those private schools are not for everyone. They don't have space for everyone. They don't have to take everyone. Not everyone that applies will even get in. So those are public goods versus this bill creates a private good using public dollars.
So it'd be the equivalent of taking out of the parks budget so that members on this floor could redo their backyard.
Yeah, and we're talking about $1 billion just the first year. And we're talking about $7 billion in the next cycles, and $7 billion after that, and $7 billion after that. And it will keep growing and growing and growing.
So if there are members on this floor who have their kids in elite private schools, whether it's St. John's in Houston, St. Mark's in DFW, St. Stephen's here in Austin, now they will get taxpayer funds to be able to discount their tuition at those private schools. Is that correct?
Absolutely. And you know what? My first session, we passed a bill dealing with concealed carry, and members specifically made sure to cut the elected officials who passed the law out of the benefits of that law, saying we don't want to be seen as directly putting something in our own pockets while passing a law. That was the ethics when I came into this body. And apparently that was the ethics of this body just 2 years ago, but apparently a lot has changed.
And is it fair to say that Texans, even on both sides of this issue, are concerned with the corruption that has surrounded this issue from the beginning?
Absolutely. Time and time again, people complain that elected officials have all these side benefits, all these side hustles, all these little extra perks that no one else gets. We get to cut lines and do all these things. This program is another one of those things. Texans, if you're watching this and you're saying, I'm getting the short end of the stick, this is why. Because time and time again, we take care of our friends, we take care of ourselves, but the people of the state, well, they're on their own.
And so if this was in the original voucher bill from 2023, but now it's been taken out, you've offered it, I think, as a common sense amendment. Do we have any inkling on why this is now unacceptable to the same author?
I have no idea. The ethics of this has not changed in 2 years. The right or wrong of this body passing a bill that is not only controversial, but directly takes our public dollars, the money that you got from your neighbors, from your friends, from the rest of your family, the hard-earned money that they put into the state, your going to vote to put it in your own pockets.
Thank you, Representative Wu. I agree. This smells pretty rotten.
Thank you very much. Members, one of the things that this body is...
Mr. Money for what purpose?
Not at this time.
I will wait until he yields for questions. Thank you.
Gentleman does not yield.
Members, part of the rules of ethics of this House that not many people follow is that we are supposed to not vote on legislation that directly benefits us. Whenever there is a bill that deals with guardian ad litems, because I am a guardian ad litem, I don't vote on that. I white light that, and I put a note in the journal that says, this is a conflict of interest for me. This bill would directly and could directly benefit me. I will not vote on this. And what we are asking members to do is to do that same ethical guideline, to follow that, saying if this directly benefits us, if this puts taxpayer money in our pockets, then we should cut ourselves out just like we did 2 years ago.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Money for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Does the gentleman yield?
I will.
Gentleman yields.
Mr. Wu, is it your position that no state program that where money goes to an individual or for the purpose of an individual, that the people of this body should not be eligible to that?
Yes, if this body is handing out taxpayer money, if this body is doing a government giveaway, yes, we should not participate in that.
So,
because we are the ones voting for it, we should not be voting for something that can directly benefit us and will directly benefit us.
So, Mr. Wu, if this body passes a homestead exemption increase, that's something you have to apply for at your local appraisal district. Are you committing to us, or are you saying that no one in this body should be able to receive that homestead exemption?
Is that homestead exemption available for everyone?
Yes, just as this universal ESA is available to everyone.
If you get an ESF, can I take some of it? If you get some of the money for your kids, can I have some of it?
You may use some of, I'm asking the questions, I believe, but I believe you are allowed to use some of the money, if you would like, where you send your kid to private school. And you can send your kid to private school, but also members of this body, not just today that are voting on this, but 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 15 years from now, that may not have enough money to send kids to private school the way you do, Mr. Wu, might be in a position that they would like to send their kids to private school. And if they chose to do so, they should be allowed to do so. Don't you agree?
Well, if they don't have enough money, then you guys should probably have voted on that last amendment to knock it down or to accept it, because that would have put more money into lower income families, right? And this is not what this is about. This is a trough. This is a trough for the rich to feed from. This is a bill that would allow $200 million to be taken by people who are millionaires and billionaires. When we say that this bill is about helping the needy, helping the poor, helping people who are living paycheck to paycheck, this is not what this bill does. This bill is a trough, a feeding trough for the rich. Because I promise you...
I don't believe he's answering my question, Mr. Speaker.
I promise you, what next session, what this body will do, because the people of this state did not get a chance to vote on this bill...
Mr. Money for what purpose?
The gentleman has yielded for questions, and I don't know the proper procedure here, but he's doing speechifying and not answering my questions.
I'm good at speechifying.
You're great at it.
And I will continue.
Mr. Wu, if you would please respond to the gentleman's questions.
I am responding to his questions. What I said before was this bill, while it purports to be a benefit for the poor, does nothing but take from the poor and give to the rich.
I'm
not done with my answer.
He got one.
Mr. Wu sends up an amendment. Mr. Buckley has moved to table. The question occurs on the motion to table. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Wu voting no, Ms. McQueenie voting aye, Ms. Hinojosa voting no, Mr. Hunter voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Mr. Landgraf voting aye. There being 85 ayes and 60 nays, the motion to table prevails. Members, we are going to stand at ease until 9 p.m. Mr. Wu for an announcement.
Members, Democrats, HDC members, please go to the conference room, the press room now.
The House will come to order. Morales-Shaw. Mr. Romero, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of Committee Sub Senate Bill 2 under under Rule 4, Section 41, and Rule 11, Section 2 of the House Rules on the grounds that the provision of the committee substitute is not germane to the bill.
Bring your point of order down front.